What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to PFF's live draft coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft Day 2 edition, sponsored by our friends over at Game Time, the fastest growing ticketing app in the United States, where you can get 60% off any kind of ticket, sporting events, comedy shows, theater, music, whatever it is, lowest prices guaranteed. I'm very excited that you guys are here back with us. Exciting day 2 coming up here. We're going to see a lot of picks unfold tonight. Special shout out to everybody who's watching on the YouTube channel, and another special shout out to everybody who is watching on Fubo TV as well. I am Trevor Sikkema. The two familiar faces that we have on the corners of the table, Sam Monson, Steve Palazzolo, but the new face that we have right next to me, to my immediate right, he may not have played wide receiver in the NFL, but he has played wide receiver for a community league up in Canada. So that's just as good, and his analysis is going to be just as good as Chris's was last night. Seth, my friend, I'm so glad that you are here with us tonight.
I'm the Chris Collinsworth of Flag Plus Football, Montreal, Quebec's largest flag football league. So I think I know what I'm talking about.
they do call you that. Sam, you've heard that, right?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
I mean, it's a nickname that's made it all across North America. But Seth, I'm pumped, man. This is going to be a lot of fun tonight. I'm excited to get your analysis on some of these players as that they're coming through, and it's going to be a fun night. Sam, how are we feeling?
Good. Ready for day 2.
Steve, do you have different laminated sheets for day 2, or is it the same?
No, same group.
Okay.
I got rid of some of the round 1 stuff, though. Round 1 specific stuff.
When you say got rid of, do you mean that you reprinted and relaminated the sheet?
No, I don't need it anymore. Round 1's over.
Okay.
But it's like
some of the financials from round 1 and everything. Same board, though. A lot of players still left.
And the previous sheets have been kept somewhere safe for posterity?
Oh, of course. Okay. Definitely need those. We'll update them for next year.
Well, they might go in the Hall of Fame someday.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah,
right.
You got to keep them.
But I'm ready. I mean, I suggest all GMs, again, if you're watching, draft blues and greens. Draft the blues and greens.
Okay.
You'll be
All
ready
right.
to
Draft
go.
the blues and greens. I'm gonna reference that throughout the entire show. We're gonna get to the best available blues and greens that we have going into the beginning of day 2. We're gonna talk about the teams that are gonna be on the clock very soon. But before we get to that, let's recap what we saw yesterday on day 1. We had Bryce Young going number 1 overall in yesterday's draft. CJ Stroud ended up going number 2. We got Will Anderson number 3. Anthony Richardson was the Colts selection at number 4. Although we did hear some talk. The love between the Colts and Will Levis, it was genuine. It was a little bit of a, I don't want to say a toss-up, but they were actually considering Will Levis at that spot, which is crazy to think because we're about to talk about him still being available here at the top of the second round. Seahawks go Devon Witherspoon at 5, Paris Johnson Jr. to the Cardinals at 6, Tyree Wilson, the Raiders at 7, Bijan Robinson, Falcons at 8, Jalen Carter, Eagles at 9, Darnell Wright to the Bears at 10. Everybody in the chat, you better fire off what your best picks were because we're going to get to you in a second. Titans going Peter Skoronski at 11, Jahmyr Gibbs, the Lions at 12, Lucas Van Ness to the Packers at 13, Broderick Jones to the Steelers, a little hop up there to get above the Jets, who ended up selecting Will McDonald. Commanders going to Emmanuel Forbes, Patriots, Christian Gonzalez, Lions, Jack Campbell at 18, Elijah Cansey going to the Buccaneers at 19, Jackson Smith and Jigba, the Seahawks at number 20. 21, we continue to have that wide receiver 1. It was Quentin Johnston, then it was Zay Flowers, then it was Jordan Addison. Boom, 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 21, 22, and 23. Deonte Banks to the Giants at 24. One of my favorite fits. We'll get to that in a second. Dalton Kincaid to the Bills at 25. Mazzie Smith to the Cowboys 26. Jags got Anton Harrison at 27. Miles Murphy to the Bengals 28. Brian Brzee to the Saints 29. Nolan Smith to the Eagles at 30. And then Felix Anudike-Uzomah to the Chiefs at 31 to round it out. Fellas, we've had some time to sleep on it. I know y'all.
They didn't sleep. I don't think they slept.
Did not sleep.
I believe it because you guys immediately went live for a 2-hour pod the second we got done with our 4-hour show.
Yeah. You actually slept last night. That was a thing that happened for people?
I mean, like a couple hours, yeah.
Wow.
You did?
No, not really.
We also pivoted. We went from let's just talk about the highlights to let's go through every pick.
Yeah, pick by pick, the first round.
Did you just go through all of them?
Pretty much.
We did.
You know what you had. The interesting thing is that you guys had just done that. You guys had realized.
We had really
realized that you had just done it, and then
we did the quick version in 2 hours. Quick version.
The quick version.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Sure. Well, now that we've had some time to not sleep on it, I guess ponder on it more, stare at the ceiling, think about it. Do we have any changes for what our favorite moves, favorite picks were from yesterday's draft on round 1?
Not really. I mean, I think it's the stuff we said yesterday still bears out. The Eagles, obviously, just a cheat code getting the best player in the entire draft at number 9, picking up another incredible player, Nolan Smith, later on in the draft as well, just by sitting there and watching him fall into their laps. Love what they did. Love what the Seahawks did as well. There's been a trend in the last couple of years. They're not outthinking themselves anymore. They're not going, who's this year's LJ Collier? Let's grab him in the first round. They're just taking good players at their picks, and turns out that's a good draft strategy.
Steve, I've got a question already in the chat.
Uh-oh. What'd I do?
Did the model like Lucas Van Ness? Because he goes 13 to the Packers. Packers, I think a lot of them wanted Jackson Smith-Njigba. Some of them talked about Dalton Kincaid as well. They end up going an edge rusher. Some people thought it might be Myles Murphy, but it ends up being Lucas Van Ness. So I think a lot of Packers fans don't know how to feel about this pick. So what's the model tell them? How should they feel about
Exactly how Packers fans should feel. They probably feel a little lukewarm. Is it too high? Is that really the guy? Was he the best edge? It was good. It was fine. There may have been better edges available, but different skill sets, right? Nolan Smith's probably a better edge, different skill set. Lucas Van Ness, more of an interior player that could play on the outside. So solid pick for the Packers.
Seth, I haven't gotten much of your day one takes yet. We wanted to save it for the show. I'll let you go anywhere. A pick, a trade, a player, and a team combination. What's something that you really liked that you saw from yesterday?
Yeah, I'll try and go away from what everyone's kind of talked about. I really like Felix Anudike-Uzomah.
Let's go.
The Kansas State pass rusher
Yeah.
going to the Chiefs, pick 31. I think he's just a really good player. He's got explosion. He's got some juice, has an inside move if he needs it. Still can win on the outside. I liked him. I think a lot of people don't love him against the run. I liked him against the run, so yeah, I got that going for him too. I think he's a really good player. I think he's a really, really good player. So probably where he should have gone, but I just think people were talking about him more of a second round, mid-second round to late, maybe even third round pick. Going in the first round I think is fine for him. So I really like that one. I love what the Eagles done. I guess that's what everyone's saying. I love what the Seahawks did. That's what everyone's saying. Didn't really like Dalton Kincaid to the Bills.
Really?
I think the issue is it's so funny to me because they had talked about
Get out. Get out.
Yeah, that's unacceptable.
Leave.
Back to Canada.
Whoa, come on.
Oh, sorry.
Come on.
You're going to take it a step too far.
Too much. You can stay. Explain.
It's such a long walk. I think that as much as I like Dalton Kincaid, I don't know what the point is of him on the Buffalo Bills, right?
Sure.
People are saying, well, they're going to go 12 personnel with Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid. It's like, well, that's not a real 12 personnel. 12 personnel, the whole deal with 12 personnel is you have one tight end who does this one thing really well, like a blocker in one sort of way, and one tight end who's a more of a receiver, right? And that's not the case for these two players who are both real receivers. So I'm not really sure the point that they're trying to make here about taking Dalton Kincaid. And I think this is a team that needed a bit of more robustness in the run game, so that Josh Allen didn't have to carry them game in, game out in the passing game. Obviously, it's going to work for you passing the ball with Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs in the passing attack most of the time, but there's going to be games where you need to say, okay, wait a minute, I can't throw the ball 40 times a game, 50 times a game. Kincaid will help you in one end, but I don't think it helps you get over the hump, which is where they're at right now.
Which is going to bring up some interesting conversations about how teams draft than today. So I do want to take a look at the best available that we have right now. You guys can see this over at PFF.com. If you have a PFF subscription, you can see the fully unlocked draft tracker, which has, of course, all the picks as they're coming in, what teams are on the clock next. You get the PFF big board and the best available. And look, if you don't have a subscription, now's a great time to get one, because if you use the promo code DRAFT40, DRAFT40, you're going to get 40% off a yearly PFF subscription. So this is a great time to get in on it. You could use it throughout draft weekend and so far beyond. But here we go. Will Levis is there, very top. We had him as a top 10 player on the board, number 7 overall. A lot of positional value, of course, goes into that ranking. I'm really surprised that Brian Branch, Michael Mayer, and Joey Porter Jr. are still on the board. I get it. Only 31 players can go in the first round. That's all we have there, and there's some really solid players that obviously went in round 1. But those 3 guys we have heard so much hype for within the first round. Is there anybody on that list or any of those 3 guys that really stands out to you that you can't believe is still out there, Sam?
Yeah, Brian Branch, I think, is the one that I really don't understand why he fell. I get there's certain small things that people might not love about him. His athletic profile wasn't amazing. I think that's what put him behind guys like Minkah Fitzpatrick when you sort of cast your mind back to when he was drafted. But he's so good at pretty much everything. I really don't see why that doesn't fit every defense in the NFL effectively. I can't believe that he slid all the way out of the first round.
Yeah, I love Brian Branch. I think he's a great football player. It's just it's not a good safety class, so that goes both ways, right? Sometimes a guy that is the best in the class will go, like Jack Campbell might be the guy that they said is the only 3-down linebacker in this class, therefore he's going to go at 18 and the rest of the linebackers have question marks. Thought that might happen with Brian Branch. Instead, it turned into he's probably a slot and he might be a hybrid safety and he might not be athletic enough, therefore he's a second rounder. But a big theme on day 2 here is good starters are going to be found, and Brian Branch will be one of them.
How many limited athletes do we see go in the first round? Because it's funny, like you look at Brian Branch, and I think everybody would say, I love Brian Branch's film. Really reliable, good football player, right? I think a lot of people would say the same thing about Michael Mayer. And those are 2 players that are still here on the board. And I remember just going through last night and seeing a lot of high athleticism guys going off the board, and I thought about it specifically when you mentioned Jack Campbell. Jack Campbell goes in the first round, number 18 overall, sort of was in that same box that you mentioned Brian Branch was in, but what happened? Jack Campbell tested really well.
He did.
And sometimes you don't necessarily see that athleticism on tape as much as you would want to, but he still went first round, and I think it's because he tested really well. Is that just what we're seeing here? The NFL is betting on athletes, or at least last night they bet on athletes more than even these guys that might have more solid tape?
I mean, I think they're always going to default towards that, right? The NFL is always going to be chasing special athletes, guys that put up absurd numbers, workout numbers, are always going to see their draft stock go up. But to me, like, the more important thing is it's bad athletes. Like, Brian Branch was not a bad athlete. His testing wasn't amazing. It wasn't bad. It was fine. And, you know, that shouldn't take him away from wherever you were going to draft him in the first place. If Brian Branch had gone out there and, you know, put a workout to put him in the 10th percentile across the board, okay, now we have a sensible draft fall. Now we can talk about, like, a realistic slide, because he might not be the athlete that you need him to be to start or to play every snap in the NFL. But the workout was fine. I mean, he's a first-round talent.
Same thing happened with Michael Mayer, right? I mean, the same thing happened where he looked bigger at Notre Dame. He felt like more of a dominant player at Notre Dame. You know, ask Notre Dame fans how good Michael Mayer is. They're arguing with Georgia fans every week. Brock Bowers at Georgia or Michael Mayer at Notre Dame. Who's the best tight end in college football?
Sure.
Mayer was destined to be this first-round pick, but he shows up 20 pounds lighter at the combine, didn't crush his workout, and yeah, when teams go to make the pick, they want to feel good. They want every box checked: production, workout, and if you don't have that, you slip to the second.
Chris Collinsworth was talking about this a little bit last night. We were focusing on DeJuan Jones and him not going in the first round, and he had some things to say about him, how some teams might be worried about him. But we got a lot of people in the chat right now talking about DeJuan Jones, because I think there's a lot of fan bases out there that want him. So Is this somebody that you guys would prioritize at the top of the second round, or are you more in the camp that might be a little bit wary of?
Well, the problem is the stuff Chris was talking about is the stuff we don't have access to, right? On the field, his tape, I think he's a first-round talent, and I in this draft class, I think he's actually a pretty highly ranked tackle. But the concern was, this is a guy that's 370-plus pounds who maybe put on 20 pounds between the combine and his pro day and then didn't work out and rubbed a lot of people up the wrong way. Like, if he's a 400-pound guy with a weight problem, now you're talking about, you know, Aaron Gibson all over again, and the type of player that the NFL team is just terrified of.
The tape is first round, that's no question. And I thought he played better than I thought. You know, you go into it saying, okay, this player is a big, huge tackle, and you have these ideas of what that's going to look like on tape, and I thought it was so much better. I thought he was going to be on his ass. I thought he was going to be off balance and stuff like that. No, and like there are some plays like that for sure, but I thought overall he was a really good player. So I agree. It's like we don't know what's happened from that last game at Ohio State, the last thing that we have for the tape, to now. Like, there's a million things that could have happened.
We joke every year about pro days, right? Pro day season happens in March, and it's like, oh, the pro day's happening, and QBs are throwing on air, and every evaluator swears you have to go to the pro day. You have to watch how every player interacts with their teammates. You have to do it. DeJuan Jones will be an interesting case, because we got all these reports back about people didn't like that he didn't compete, that he didn't work out, that he didn't weigh in. He did leave the Senior Bowl after one day. Did all of that stuff add up? Or if he goes and just balls out again, and it's like, all right, throw that data point, just another data point that's like, maybe we shouldn't weigh that as much as the actual on-field performance from DeJuan Jones.
Well, we've also seen plenty of these guys who, you know, had on-field ability and did not have, you know, the commitment that it takes to be an NFL player. And washed out because of that, not because of a lack of on-field talent. So that kind of stuff is important. The problem that you're trying to identify is, when is it real and when is it just like you're trying to see something, right? Like, that's the thing I don't like. Oh, that means he's never going to work out. He's never going to work in the NFL. If he couldn't work for the last 2 weeks, I'm out. Like, trying to identify which is real and which is just noise is the problem.
I want to get to some of these tight ends and where they might go, but we're about to see the first pick here of the second round, or at least the second round's about to get underway. If we had a first pick in the second round, it'd be our friends over at Fubo TV. This is one of the best streaming services out there, with over 175 channels to choose from. It means that you can watch football Saturday, Sunday, Monday, anytime. They got you covered. They got so much more than that as well. Check them out over at FuboTV.com/PFF. You can get a 7-day free subscription and even 15% off of your first month when you sign up. So shout out to everybody who's watching us over at FuboTV.com. All right, so with the tight ends, there's been so much talk of it. We mentioned Michael Mayer, but there's a lot of other guys out there. Sam Laporta's had a lot of buzz lately. Luke Musgraves people were talking about him as a potential first-round pick. We've got Tucker Kraft as well, and you can go even further down the list than that. You got Davis Allen, you got Luke Schoonmaker. This is a deep tight end class. Is what we're going to see over the next 4 hours going to be, I don't want to say dominated by the tight end group, but are we going to get maybe 4, 5, 6 of these guys off the board today? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think we'll see a bunch in different styles too. Laporta, if you've got your yards after the catch, really good athlete. Musgrave, big, long, catch radius. He got hurt early in the season, probably would have had a breakout. Was on his way to a breakout 2022. Darnell Washington, just your monster. Mercedes Lewis comp, your extra offensive lineman who can, moss people at the down. No, maybe boss people more than moss people down the field with his size. So just a bunch of different tight ends, and we'll see how they fit. But I think we'll hear a lot of those names today.
What's the difference between getting mossed and
mossing
getting
is
bossed?
a higher level of athleticism.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, Sam? You're more the expert
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Bossing is just pure power.
There's more, there's more
Mossing is-
physicality involved in
The expert
bossing.
on getting mossed or doing the mossing?
Depends who the opponent is.
Watching, Randy, at least. So, yeah, I think we'll definitely see a lot of tight ends for the rest of the night.
Honestly, so many of them could come off the board in the second round alone, especially since Meyer is still there, who should come off the board as soon as possible. I really like him. So we can get a whole bunch in the second round. And like you said, so many different type of players. Meyer, the route runner. Washington, probably not as good of a blocker as I would have hoped when he put the tape on.
Is it willingness, consistency, talent? What do you think? Because I think he's got the profile to be a great
the
blocker.
profile is incredible, right?
Right.
To be that size.
Yeah.
But maybe it's a technique thing, I think,
But I also
that's
think
fixable.
I think his blocking is much better in space against smaller guys. Like, we think of him as this giant inline guy that's going to take a defensive end and manhandle him. But actually, where all of his best plays were when he's like on the point of a bunch and he's blocking for a wide receiver screen and he's just grabbing hold of a 200-pound defensive back and destroying the guy. Like that. Those are where he's
his
really
hand
good blocking.
size shows up there and in the obviously catching, duh. But like those are the two places. Like I agree with, like the hand size shows up because he just manhandles people like that.
Yeah.
Because we grade every player on every play, it is interesting with those profiles, right? Because everyone's saying Washington's a really good blocker. High percentage of positives and a high percentage of negatives. So when you take all the plays into account, I do think he is a good blocker. But to your point, you can find the negatives, and if you're an advocate of Darnell Washington's blocking, there's plenty of positives on there as well.
Which corner outside of Joey Porter Jr. are y'all planting your flag on today here on day 2? I feel like there's a lot of guys to choose from. We've already seen people talk about Cam Smith in the chat. We got Tyreek Stevenson. He's getting out the laminated sheet to let people know. We got DJ Turner. I'm just scrolling down the list here, and it feels like there's so many corners to choose from. Clark Phillips has a lot of fans. Keely Ringo's out there. There was some chat about Keely Ringo that we already saw in the comment section. So what do you guys think? If there's a corner that's going to go sometime here on day 2, who's the guy that you guys want?
I have a couple.
Let's go. Let's hear it.
DJ Turner from Michigan. DJ Turner from Michigan.
All right.
And Darius Rush from South Carolina.
All right.
I have
Let's
Darius
go.
Rush above Cam Smith from South Carolina. I like Cam Smith. I think Darius Rush might be the best press man corner remaining. Joey Porter. They're the two. Darius Rush, DJ Turner, those are the guys. And then Trey Tomlinson if you want a slot. I've got something for everybody here. So there are good corners
But
to be had.
that's what kind of corner class it is, right?
Yeah.
It's super deep, and there's so many different styles and types of corners. So you like DJ Turner as well?
He's so fast. Oh my God, this guy his closing speed is everything. And really, really efficient. You're going to hear me talk about when we're talking about corners is how efficient your movement is, especially of your feet on your recovery. Cornerback is all about recovering. You don't know what's about to happen. You're educated and you're guessing of what the route is going to be, but at some point you're going to get beat, right? The receiver knows where he's going. You don't know where he's going. Can you recover? And the best way to recover is with efficient feet. DJ Turner, unbelievable feet.
I like Cam Smith, the other South Carolina corner. I think he was a little bit miscast last year, and if you go back a year prior to that, you see a much better version and what he can become. The other two names I would throw in there, Terrell Smith from Minnesota. And there's a couple of people that are really high on this guy, and everyone else has him nowhere. And I think the difference is the ones that really like him are the guys that started with last year's tape and then discovered a worse backstory the further into his career you go. But last year's tape, that guy's a top 10 corner in this class easily. And then Mekhi Blackman from USC, who is a little undersized, but that guy has incredible tape, is super feisty. I think he's going to be a decent player in the NFL.
You were talking about him quite a bit yesterday. There's also some teams that are picking for the first time. Welcome to the party here on day 2 of the NFL Draft, starting with the Los Angeles Rams picking at number 36. Could this be a Will Levis landing spot, do we think?
I'm going to quote what I got back from Zach Robinson last night.
Are you allowed to do that?
Yeah, because all he said was LOL.
Oh.
And I said, you should draft Will Levis. Because, look, the Rams, I think, are in the backup quarterback market. They're also in the market for starting offensive linemen and starting receivers and starting corners and starting defensive linemen and linebackers and safeties. So they need a lot of different things the next couple days here in Los Angeles. But they've been scouting the quarterbacks. I asked their quarterback coach if Will Levis could be there, and it got an LOL. That means, I'm not telling you, I think.
What does that stand for?
We're not telling you.
Lots of love.
Lots of love.
Yeah.
Big fans. Could be Will Levis at 36.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing.
Will Levis could go to the Colts as well before that.
What did we got the you laugh? Jim Irsay tweeted out. He just asked a question.
Listen, I had
all
7-year-old
coaches.
Harry was putting his mock draft together, and he gave him Will Levis. I said, that's silly, Harry. They won't do that. And then 10 minutes later, Jim Irsay tweeted out that they could draft Will Levis. So
What do all coaches preach? Competition breeds the best results.
In all seriousness, we talk a lot about this on our podcast. Why wouldn't teams do this? What would stop teams from drafting 2 quarterbacks? If you need one, select 2 and figure it out, especially if you were considering. You don't do this. You don't have to do this every single pick, but if they were really considering Will Levis at number 4, why wouldn't the Colts draft him as well? I know what you're going to say, the reasons why you wouldn't do that. You don't want Anthony Richardson to feel bad. You don't want him to feel like you don't believe in him. But that doesn't matter. You need to find a quarterback. If Will Levis is on the board, it is not crazy for the Colts to draft a second quarterback and say, go, compete.
If they genuinely thought that Will Levis was worth the 4th overall pick, at this point, from a process standpoint, they should draft him simply because they think it's incredible value. Like, it doesn't even matter if they drafted a quarterback already. Grab the guy that you think is now a round lower than he should be going and figure out which one of them is going to emerge, how you break up that, work it out later.
Yeah, and the few historical examples, you have Troy Aikman was drafted by the Cowboys. The next year, the Cowboys drafted Steve Walsh in the supplemental first round. And then Troy Aikman won out and they won Super Bowls. You have Kirk Cousins getting drafted in the 4th round. The same year, RG3 goes number 2. And Kirk Cousins turns out to be the better quarterback for Washington and beyond. It is not crazy. You're going to give up a starter at a different position, but it's not crazy to bring in competition.
Anybody who's not big on Twitter is probably saying, why are we talking about this? Well, it's because the Colts owner himself, Jim Irsay, seemed to take a poll saying, Colts fans, would you want to take Will Levis at number 2 if you're on the board for the Colts 4 hours from now? Obviously, that was earlier this afternoon. They go Montana and Young for the franchise.
I said it's not crazy, but the end of that's a little crazy. Montana Young. I mean, we're just trying to find one here. We're just trying to find one quarterback.
No, you're hitting on both.
I also just think it's crazy to me that Will Levis has fallen as much as he had. I thought this guy, the profile of the guy, the traits was that NFL teams would love him. The quick release, tall, doing all that stuff, playing in the quote-unquote NFL offense from the past 2 years, Liam Cohen OC and then Rich Scangarello OC, who were recently in in the NFL, and Liam Cohen is the offensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams. So I thought it was like perfect match for him to go top 5. Whatever you wanted to say about the tape, I thought the traits and everything were a perfect match, and yet here we are, second round.
Do we have a perfect match other than, I mean, like we talked about the Rams, and the Raiders are picking there at 38. Think they'd pull the trigger on him? They're at 38? Because my thought process is, and I think we chatted about this a little bit earlier this afternoon, if any of these teams that we're going to mention here already picked in the first round, wouldn't they have picked Levis then if they liked him?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're already reaching the point in the draft, I think, where he might not be a starter for anybody. Like, he's a backup at this stage. Yeah. The league has effectively ruled on what they think of Will Levis already, which is backup, compete, a guy that maybe develops down the line to compete, but is not a day one starter. If he was, somebody would have already drafted him at this point. But the point where you open up the possibilities of a backup spot, all of a sudden half the league becomes an option again.
His fall reminds me more of Geno Smith back in 2013. I mean, Geno Smith was...
It's interesting because he's about to go back up Geno Smith in Seattle.
In Seattle, huh? No, I don't know. If they got Drew Lock over there, man. Look, there was a lot of rumors that the Titans...
Right,
the
sure.
Titans,
right,
the story was that the Titans were trying to trade up with the Bills, but the Bills didn't want to give up Kincaid. So the Titans were trying to get back into the first. There was supposed to be a lot of action for teams trying to get back in. Doesn't mean that it was definitely for Levis, but Tennessee's at 41.
I also don't know how much I believe that, right? How many we talked about this last night on the broadcast. Basically every team was probably trying to get out of their picks at the back end of the first round, right?
Probably. And there's probably a lot of teams.
So I don't know how much I believe that teams were desperately trying to trade up into the first round. Because if they were desperately trying to trade up in the first round,
they would have managed.
I think they would have been able to find some sort of trade partner. So I didn't mean to derail you. I was just, that report kind of came out, and I almost was like, is this a hindsight thing? Like, is this just somebody getting fed some information from an NFL team? Because we said that so many teams were looking to trade back last night. We didn't see nearly as much as we thought. Heck, both the Ravens and the Vikings both picked at 23 and 22, and I'd have bet you $100 that wouldn't happen for both those teams.
I'm just saying the teams to keep an eye on: the Colts at 35, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Seattle at 37, like you said. Raiders at 38. Titans at 41 for Levis.
I mean, look,
Falcons at 44. So, and then, you made the point last night too, Sam. Any team is in because Will Levis is now a good backup option. Like, the Panthers. At 38.
I was going to say the Panthers.
At 39. The Panthers might want Will Levis as a backup quarterback to Bryce Young.
Arizona for the first 7 games of the season before Kyler Murray comes back.
Oh, I have a different plan for Arizona. Different plan for Arizona.
What's your plan for Arizona?
Start Colt McCoy for the entire season.
Sure.
I don't care. Kyler Murray, you sit out the whole year, get healthy.
Get picks 1 and 2 next year.
Colt McCoy, you get pick 1, Caleb Williams, and then you just root against the Texans. You get their first round pick. You draft Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison Jr.
And then you could trade Kyler.
And that's what's happening.
That's
what Arizona wants. Caleb Williams from USC.
And number 2, Drake May from North Carolina, and we just keep doing this whole double quarterback situation.
Let him compete.
Let's get way
I'd take Marvin Harrison Jr.
Iron sharpens iron. That's what they say. You just let them, work against each other.
We have a pick.
You guys are absolutely out of pocket.
Get the pick, Trev.
We got a pick. The Pittsburgh Steelers have their pick in, and it's the guy that we thought, you know what? This would make a lot of sense if they went with this player in the first round. It's the obvious one. They take cornerback Joey Porter Jr., the legacy selection, baby. Is he going to wear his dad's old number, playing on the outside?
55?
Going to wear 55 as a corner?
He's allowed now,
Can
right?
corners do that?
I think now, right?
So.
Didn't the Chiefs make everybody change the rules? Now everyone can wear.
But I don't think it's
all
like
kinds
the
of
Wild
ridiculous
West,
numbers.
right?
All I know is
think it
defensive
expanded.
linemen can now wear single digits, and it's wrong and evil and shouldn't be allowed.
Oh, wait. How do you feel about that? Should defensive linemen be able to wear single-digit numbers?
When they first started doing it in college football, I thought it was super cool. A D lineman wearing number 1, like a nose tackle wearing number 1. It's kind of jumped the shark a little bit, if we're being honest.
Man, you guys are crazy.
But,
please redeem yourself.
I definitely don't want to see Joey Porter Jr. wear 55.
55 out there.
Why did Joey Porter Jr. fall to 32? Because everybody was picking for the Steelers thought the Steelers could have picked him at 17, where they started last night. They went with Broderick Jones at 13 or 14 as their tackle. They still get Joey Porter Jr. he fell to this point. We all thought he'd at least be gone by 25 or so.
Another guy who profiles in the way that I thought NFL teams like their corners, obviously the super long arm. First of all, the pedigree, like first and foremost, he's Joey Porter Jr.
Bloodlines.
The bloodlines. And then just the press, the long arms, you just thought this was a guy that's going to be a first-round pick, and honestly, maybe even a top 15 pick. So all the way 32 is obviously good value. The tape isn't the absurd tape. I think there's issues in his game, the balance issues, stuff like that. But I think with that arm length and that athleticism, high ceiling rate.
It's hard to imagine a better realistic scenario for the Steelers with their first 2 picks in the draft, right? You move up a little bit and you go get Broderick Jones. I think the only other player that maybe would have realistically been on the board for you as an offensive tackle selection is maybe Darnell Wright. If people out there like Darnell Wright more than they like Broderick Jones, okay, maybe you make that little bit of a switch because of a preference. And then for the corners that would have lasted, I mean, maybe you're switching him out with Emmanuel Forbes if you're going a lot with projections that we saw in mock drafts. Joey Porter seemed to be going a lot higher. Deonte Banks was really never falling to the second round. So it's hard to think that the Steelers could have started this draft any better with their first 2 picks.
Now, the only way it goes better is if Broderick Jones had lasted to their pick and they didn't need to jump the Jets to make it happen.
Yeah.
But they almost certainly did, so this is as good as it could have gone. They get their tackle. Joey Porter Jr., I think, is a steal at this spot. I suspect why he's fallen this far is the narrative on him the whole way along has been he's the perfect press man cover corner. But I think a lot of people use that as well, that's all he can do. He's only a press man corner. And if you don't run a press man type of system, which most of the league doesn't anymore, you don't want him. He's way down your list. He's behind Emmanuel Forbes. He's behind Deonte Banks or any of these other guys. So I think he's just slid because of the lack of suitors. But I do think he has more ability than that. I think he can be a pretty good corner in zone. He shows the instincts for it, even if he's a little off in what he's doing right now.
And so this puts a bow on the Steelers-Bears trade. The Steelers traded their 3rd wide receiver during the season, Chase Claypool, to the Bears for a 2nd-round pick. It wasn't crazy at the time, but after that pick, the Bears didn't win again, right? They didn't win another game.
Right.
And so it went from, this could be, pick 45 or something like that. Still risky for the Bears, but it might be pick 45. Turns out it's pick 32.
Yeah.
And so the Steelers basically got 2 first-round picks this year, and it's awesome for them. I think the Steelers have done a really nice job this offseason, filling a bunch of needs. They didn't have to force a ton of stuff, but this need and value matched up on the board for them. They get a starting left tackle, and I think Joey Porter Jr. can start right day one opposite Patrick Peterson, at least compete with Ahkello Witherspoon and give them a nice future at corner.
Okay, but the Bears got a guy who caught 14 passes in 7 games, for them. So where is it really? Where's the value there?
I love the Seth sarcastic laugh. It's going to be great over the next 2 days. Joey Porter Jr., 0 touchdowns allowed in 2022 on 275 coverage snaps, only 143 yards allowed in 2022 as well. So, he had a fantastic season this past year.
My favorite Joey Porter stat is in that first game against Purdue, they targeted him 14 times. Because they had Charlie Jones. They were like, we're throwing to Charlie Jones, come what may. So Porter got 14 targets. The rest of the season combined, he had 16. So, teams, he had 5 pass breakups.
So they watched
Charlie
the tape
Jones.
and they was like, all right.
They watched the tape and it was like, all right, it's time to stop throwing at Joey Porter Jr.
We have a trade.
We do have a trade. Go ahead, Steve.
Titans are on the clock at pick 33. So they were trying to get into the first round last night, I believe, because they just got up to pick 33. Is this Will Levis?
It's got to be Levis, right?
I'm fascinated to know who they absolutely
They're just
love.
hey, why don't we make the second round the first round?
Or is this Hendon Hooker?
Or could be Hendon Hooker.
We heard a lot of connections with Hendon Hooker going to the Tennessee Titans.
Is Will Levis back in the green room tonight? I don't want to see any more
sad.
sad.
I don't think he is.
Didn't want to go.
Okay, I don't blame him.
I would. Would you go back? I actually think I would.
It is.
Yeah.
If I was Levis, I would go back with a sleeveless tux with whole bananas to just munch on through the day and a jar of mayo and coffee and just embrace it.
Sure.
Yell it out.
I wouldn't have done that. It is, in fact, Will Levis going to the Tennessee Titans. So Tennessee comes away. Their first 2 picks, Peter Skoronski, Will Levis. Seth?
No, I love it. I think he fits so perfectly in that offense. there's a Tannehill to him. I comp him as like an advanced Jimmy Garoppolo kind of situation where it's like the quick release. I take my 3-step drop, I get the ball out, on these like play action slants and crossers and all that stuff, and that's what he did in college.
He's Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, he's a fitter Jimmy Garoppolo. Yeah, so I think, and then obviously Tannehill fits in that same group of type of quarterback, so I think it's a good learning environment for him, and obviously they need a quarterback in the future. Some point, Levis is, I think he fits.
Okay.
And this is, falling out of the first round, falling away from like 24 hours ago, he was one of the favorites to go number 2 overall. That's bad. But if that's going to happen to you, and you're now looking at the second round going, all right, where's the best place I could possibly land for this not to be a disaster? Tennessee is it, right? He can go in there. He doesn't have to start right away, but there's an obvious pathway towards him becoming the starter not too far down the line. So he's not in this, you are a backup immediately, you're never going to see the field mode.
No,
it's a pretty good spot for him.
Yeah, no, I like that as well. I've got the details of the trade here. Cardinals and Titans with a pick swap both in the second round and the third round. So the Titans obviously popped up to 33. The Cardinals are now picking at 41. Titans also received pick number 81, which is further down in the third round, and the Cardinals received 72. So it was just a pick swap in the second and third round to make this happen.
I'd say the Cardinals are probably doing the right thing here throughout the last 2 days and just like accumulating draft picks for next year.
Mm-hmm.
Even look, it's the third, but still, like now you have it, and you didn't need this pick right now because apparently they don't think they're going to win a lot of games next year. Mm-hmm. And so I like what they're doing.
Sure.
Yeah, and the difference in 8 picks right now is negligible. I mean, it is in the third round too where they got that, but. The other thing, you're going to hear, why didn't the Titans, if they didn't love Will Levis, they didn't take him at 11. They took a guard or a tackle, and Peter Skoronski, whatever they think.
They probably think
it's probably a Skoronski.
I mean, if you're taking him at 11.
I mean, we see guards go all the time, though.
You think?
Yeah.
I think he's more of a guard in the NFL, but I wonder if you're taking Skoronski at 11 when Broderick Jones is still on the board. Obviously, Anton Harrison's still on the board. Maybe they just didn't like those guys. But I feel like if you're picking him at 11, you're at least trying him at tackle before you slot him in at offensive guard.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Either way, no matter who, they liked Skoronski more than Will Levis, obviously.
Yes,
when they picked him. And so whether it's guard or tackle, I'd like to start him at right tackle. So you're going to hear, well, they didn't love Will Levis, but it became a value pick. Again, this is like Geno Smith was the 3rd pick for the Jets when they drafted him. May have been the 4th. They had a bunch of first-rounders, and they got him in the 2nd. Andy Dalton was a second-round pick. Derek Carr was a second-round pick. There are second-rounders. Geno Smith took a while to get going, but there are second-rounders who, get an opportunity to play. So
that's a very cheap trade, by the way. It didn't cost them much at all to get up to that spot.
Yeah, just a little bit of a pick swap.
Yeah, just good. 9 spots in the 3rd.
Yeah, basically. I mean, if you run the calculator, the sort of the Jimmy Johnson chart thing, the Cardinals actually lose that trade.
I feel like the Cardinals maybe got something else. I don't know if the initial reports are right. We'll find out.
Okay, all right. The Lions pick is in, but I'm gonna leave you guys with a little bit of a teaser before I announce what the Lions pick is. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna talk to the good folks out there about getting their life insurance settled. If you are forming a family big board, a long-term family plan, life insurance has got to be at the very top. A lot of people look at life insurance and they say, "Man, this is so complicated. I don't even want to get into it." Fabric by Gerber Life is there for you to make it completely seamless. They've got a fantastic online profile. It's very easy to read, very easy to figure out. You can take a little 10-minute quiz for them, and you can see exactly what you are going to want for you and your family. And it's all easy right there online. It was made by parents for parents to make it not only easily understandable, but also affordable. They've been around. They've helped millions of people for over 50 years. They've got over 1,600 5-star reviews on TrustPilot.com, so you know that you are going to the right place. Try them out. They'll give you a 30-day money-back guarantee. So you know you guys, again, are going to the right place, and you know you can shop safely. That is meetfabric.com. That's MEET fabric.com/PFF. That's where you can figure it out. Take the quiz. It takes just 10 minutes, and you can find the exact personalized life insurance and investment solutions that's right for your family. First tight end's off the board. It's not Luke Musgrave. It's Sam Laporta. Sam Laporta to the Detroit Lions. Fellas, how do we feel about it? How do we feel about the fit? So now the Lions have gone running back, linebacker, tight end.
We're working our way through all the lowest value positions for Detroit this year. I like the pick and I like the fit. I think Sam Laporta belongs in the conversation with these other guys as the next tight end off the board. Over Mayer is a stretch, but
I totally forgot Mayer's on the board.
That's crazy
Yes.
to me. That's crazy.
What?
yeah, I think that's definitely a stretch. But
Athleticism, though,
yes,
right?
Athleticism and dynamism with the ball in his hands. Like once you get him the ball, that guy is incredible. He broke 20 tackles last year, 10 the year before that. I think Mayer is better at getting the ball in his hands, so it's a trade-off there. But if you think you have a good offense and can get the ball to Laporta, that guy can make serious plays after the catch.
All right, so if we take positional value out of it, yeah, they went running back, linebacker, tight end. It's not the preferred positions that you would use with 3 picks in the top 34, okay? But if you look at the offense that Detroit is building, everything you just described about Laporta, space player, ball in his hands type of deal, same thing you could say about Jahmyr Gibbs, the number 12 overall pick last night at running back. Same thing you could say about last year's number 12 pick, Jamison Williams, take the top off the defense. At the very least, Detroit's creating a scary offense, right, where you do have to account for a whole bunch of different athletes. Amon-Ra St. Brown, of course, tough to cover in the slot, outside, whatever you have to do. So Detroit's doing a great job there. So it does seem like their strategy in this draft is fill specific needs. They wanted a dynamic playmaker in Gibbs at running back. They wanted a starting linebacker. They did need a tight end. They're drafting for need. I think they're picking good players. Mm-hmm. The question is going to be about where they picked them in relation to the board and positional value and all that fun stuff. But I think they are getting good football players, and they are creating a scary offense.
Sometimes when you're in the right spot as a team, you can maybe veer a little bit away from positional value if it fills something that's really going to advance your winning window if you're in one currently.
That's what they feel like. I mean, they feel like they're the leaders in the NFC North.
Right.
With Rodgers gone, the Lions feel like they're the team, and they're putting, the finishing pieces on this roster.
Yes, I agree. We had the Colts on the clock. Now we have the Las Vegas Raiders on the clock. So they pop up a little bit. I believe it was pick 38 is what they had. Now they have 35. And we are seeing the tight end run now. Michael Mayer comes off the board, the tight end from Notre Dame. A lot of people thought that he would be tight end 1 in this class. And if you look at how late the tight end run started in round 1, now it makes sense that since we have kind of started here, now nobody wants to get left out. Everybody wants to get in on this tight end class before it's all dried up. And so this seems to be the sweet spot for tight ends. How do we feel about Michael Mayer? Seth, you had a big reaction when you saw this one come across the wire.
I don't know why the NFL is overthinking him. I get the athleticism issues. He's the second best route runner probably in the class, including receivers, in terms of his intelligence and understanding how to set defenders up and how to actually run a route. It's incredible. The production is off the charts, so I don't have any idea why he would fall this far. Again, minus the athleticism. It's a great pick.
But don't you also think, not just the athleticism, I think he did himself a lot of harm when he showed up lightweight and still didn't work out well. Now, the question, Chris seemed to make it sound like the 265 was a legitimate weight, and he consciously, as a pre-draft process, went out of his way to lose weight, to come in, be under 250, maybe try and work out better, but he didn't, and he also was 15 pounds smaller than he was supposed to be. So now it's like, well, you traded away the thing that you had that was special, which is being a giant relative to some of these other guys, and you still didn't work out particularly well. Like he weighed 4 pounds more than Laporta, but Laporta blew the doors off him relative to all the measurables and athleticism scores. So I think he really hurt himself. If he just stayed at 265 and still had not a good workout, now you go, well, okay, but at least he's huge and can run routes and all those kinds of things.
Michael Mayer's percentile, 6'4.5", it's 52nd percentile, 249, that's only 33rd percentile. Arm length, just 31 and 5/8, that's 7th percentile amongst tight ends. 40-yard dash was 4.7, that's 66th. Vertical jump, 32.5, that's 42nd. Broad jump, 118 inches, that's also 68. So clearly, he wasn't the size of the player that, just to echo what you're saying, it wasn't the size of player that they thought they were getting, or maybe the athlete that they thought they were getting, and that seems to be why he's fallen a little bit here.
Interesting offseason for the Raiders. Of course, we were trying to figure out, are they going to start over at quarterback? They decided to go Jimmy Garoppolo, bring him in, bring him back to be with Josh McDaniels. They traded Darren Waller, replacing him with Austin Hooper, and they brought in O.J. Howard, as well.
Buccaneer
and
great.
now Michael Mayer. So it's probably Michael Mayer and Austin Hooper. And of course, they bring in Jacoby Myers, about $11 million a year, to be wide receiver 2 opposite Devontae Adams. They still have Hunter Renfrow. It's a decent group of playmakers with the tight ends. McDaniels always he knows how to use 2 tight ends. He's done that in the past. They always like to do that in the New England scheme. So the Raiders have a good group there, I think, for Garoppolo.
Something that I wanted to note about Michael Mayer, we've talked about the lack of athleticism, maybe the lack of separation ability, whether it's getting vertical up the field or changing direction left and right. He was number 1 in college football for contested catches amongst tight ends this past year. So you can look at him and say, hey, he doesn't separate as well as you would want, and that's true, but he's a pretty damn good contested catcher, so you could take that into his scouting report as well. So Michael Mayer off the board as tight end 4. Is this tight end 4?
3. Kincaid, Laporta, Mayer. Nobody else went, right?
I feel like we're forgetting somebody. We're
I
not
think that's
forgetting another tight end? Or is it tight end 3? All right. Phew.
Darnell Washington's still up there.
Way too early for me to be forgetting stuff, Trev.
Rams are up.
Way too early for them.
Rams get to pick now.
There we go. It's been a long time.
Quick, text your source.
Yeah. Who are you taking?
LOL.
Who are you taking? You're just going to respond.
He's not at the house. They rented
He's
the
going to
cool house
respond.
again.
Lose my number. Nice try, or whatever it is.
The Rams rented the cool house again and everything?
Not the same one. They rented a lower budget version, apparently.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They have a lot more picks. They got more work to do this year.
Everything on the board here for the Rams? Basically every position?
I'm just kicker, punter, long snapper as well.
I'm using the PFF live draft tracker, and we put needs there, and we have 2 rows worth of needs for the Rams, and they made a pick to fill one of those needs.
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
Steve Avila, the offensive guard from TCU. Guy who's got a little bit of versatility for him. Played center starting when he was getting a starting spot at TCU, moved over to guard. A lot of people think that he is better at that guard spot just because carries a little bit more weight, carries a little bit more power. But Seth, what do you think about
No,
it?
I like him as a prospect. I was curious where you guys think the Rams are. Are they rebuilding? Are they going to try and go for it next year? Because you still have the quarterback who's older and he's like, you got to go for it, kind of. I only asked because taking a guard, now it's a second round, so it's a little bit different, but we know that guards take their time. So it's a very good chance that by the time Steve Avila is the player that we all think he might be, it's 3 years from now. And then it's where are the Rams?
They're trying to fill starting spots. They legitimately are just going down their board saying who are the best players that are going to start at positions of need, which are now everything.
Yeah, they've done the exact opposite of the thing we preach to do, which is fill all your needs so that when you get to the draft, you don't have to go chasing starting spots to fill. The Rams have gone the exact opposite approach and said, okay, we're going into the draft, and with our first 6 picks, we need 5 starters.
Yeah. They thought you meant create all your needs and then solve it in the draft.
The interesting thing about this draft, though, where they're picking in the middle of the draft, I think there are starters, or at least contributors to be found there.
Well, on this roster, sure.
I think it's tough to call it a full rebuild for the Rams. They still have Matthew Stafford in the NFC, right? They still have Matthew Stafford to Cooper Kupp. You still have Aaron Donald. You still have some playmakers on both sides of the ball in a wide open NFC. There's definitely some better teams in the NFC, but it's not like if you're in the AFC, you're the 13th best team. In the NFC, you're still competing for a playoff spot.
Sure.
So that's why they're kind of caught in the middle. And if they hit on some of these picks, that was what has worked with their strategy previously, is finding starters in round 3, round 4, round 5. If they can do that again, find 4 or 5 starters in this draft, that's a big ask. They're pretty competitive again, I think, this year.
I think they're competitive in the sense of Sean McVay, Matthew Stafford, Cooper Kupp, Aaron Donald is going to take you quite a long way in the NFL. They're not competitive in terms of it won't take you as far as it needs to, and half the league is better than them. So
yeah, I'm saying I think they could compete for the playoffs next year if they hit on a few draft picks over the next couple days.
I think you could convince yourself, if you're the Rams, and I might do it too as the offseason progresses, that, like you said, with a Stafford, Kupp, and McVay on offense, you could bring back the magic of 2 years ago. I think you can convince yourself that, and especially in the NFC. So yeah, taking a guard, maybe he should slot in right away and upgrade your offensive line a little bit, hopefully. So I don't think it's that far of a stretch.
It's the right place to start, I think. The Rams have shown over the entire Sean McVay era that they need offensive linemen for this offense to function at all. So the offensive line completely fell apart last season. The entire thing was in rack and ruin. They needed to add offensive linemen. Like, it really didn't matter almost which spot they chose. Just grab an offensive lineman that you think can come in and upgrade that group.
And I thought Avila had a great Senior Bowl. Like, I love what I saw from him at guard. I actually feel like he and Osiris Torrance are in a similar tier prospect-wise to me. It felt like Osiris Torrance was always going a little bit higher than he was in the draft or in mock drafts, but Avila's got a little bit more lateral quickness to him. I think that's a weakness of both of their games, but I feel like Avila masked that a little bit more. He's got a little bit more anticipation when guys are coming late, when guys are trying to stunt and twist over him from one gap to the other. He does have a good feel for it, and I think that he's got some good anchor to him. And again, I'm echoing a lot of what you guys are saying. If you're kind of a mess in both trenches, that's not good. That's where you have to look when you have some of these premium picks. And so that's what I thought of Avila, and I do like it here with the Rams.
Yeah, Osiris Torrance definitely not for everybody, probably not a good scheme fit for the Rams anyway, but I think Osiris Torrance still being on the board, he feels like more of a plug-and-play guy for me than Steve Avila, especially in the right scheme.
So I was wondering when this player was going to come off the board. We've got the Seattle Seahawks on the board right now. They selected Derek Hall, the edge rusher from Auburn. I felt like the range with Derek Hall was all over the place. Some people liked him at the beginning of the second round. Maybe he's a fringe first rounder for one of those last couple of picks. Seth, I'm going to come to you because you're pointing to yourself. And other people said, man, this guy's more of a late third rounder. Maybe he'll make it into day two. So, Seth, you said you like Derek Hall a lot. What do you like?
Dude, off the ball explosion. He's got all sorts of moves. His long arm is nasty. Like I said, the first,
too.
Yeah, his first step just off the ball is so good, and this is the thing that's underrated when we talk about defensive ends. It's like, can you get that first step? Can you jump the snap as good as anyone else? He does it. I think I like him versus the run, stack and shed type of player versus the run. Oh, I love Derek Hall. Absolutely love Derek Hall.
Sam?
I would be at the other end of the scale.
That's why I went right to you.
I was using Derek Hall almost as my barometer for when I was ranking edge rushers for the guys that I think might actually be useful in the NFL, and then the people that aren't. I think Derek Hall just wants to win with power basically every single snap.
Yeah.
And when it doesn't work, he doesn't have an awful lot else left. But he does have explosion. Like, he's got tools to work with. If you can teach him, a few more things and make his attack profile a little bit more versatile, there is a player in there I think that could be productive. I just think there's a lot better kind of skill sets available.
I think I lean a little bit more towards where Seth is because I like Derek Hall a lot. I do. Something that confused me about his tape is I felt like even when he was able to get even with offensive tackles and really attack the outside shoulder, win with that burst off the line of scrimmage, he would almost still seek the contact. It's almost like he would still want to get into offensive tackles' chests before he really tried to swipe their hands away or hit him with an inside move or whatever it was. If he wasn't using that long arm, it's almost as if he still wanted to win with power when he didn't have to. So I feel like if he just kind of retools how he attacks offensive tackles, he does have a good combination of length, of strength, of athleticism. So I do like Derek Hall, but I just was very curious to see where he was going to go tonight.
So Seattle goes back to the well in the second round for pass rushers. Darrell Taylor and Boye Mafe, former second rounders. Hall. I mean, Sam, you mentioned at the top, Seattle seems to be doing better as far as drafting with the consensus in the first round.
Spoke too soon.
But this is back to Seattle, right? Where is that athleticism we talked about? 90th percentile arm length, over the 90th percentile in 40-yard dash, in 10-yard split, in broad jump, in 20-yard shuttle. I mean, so he is an explosive, powerful player. He's also one of those guys who's, if you just look at his grading profile, much better pass rusher than run defender. So as a developmental pass rusher, I liked him as a developmental pass rusher in this class. So probably a little high for that, but a very Seattle-like player. They like to take these edge rushers in the second.
We got a trade here. I thought the Atlanta Falcons were a team that was poised to move up from the second round into the back end of the first round. They don't take that jump, but they do jump up a little bit here with the Indianapolis Colts before we get to their pick, because their pick is in. I want to tell people once again about our friends over at Game Time. This is the fastest growing ticketing app in the United States, and the reason is because of just how easy they make ticketing. Whether it's sporting events, whether it's concerts, whether it's theater, comedy, anything that you need. Last minute tickets, if you're looking for a last minute event, Download the Game Time app. They're going to have the tickets available for you, and they've got the lowest prices guaranteed. If it's a sporting event or a theater, you can see exactly what the view is for your seats before you even buy them. And when you buy them, boom, it's 2 clicks. It's right in the palm of your hand. It's right there on your phone. So you don't got to deal with any other type of ticketing things. It's right there for you. This is the best place to buy any type of tickets. Download the Game Time app. Use the promo code PFF when you sign up for an account, and you'll get $20 off whatever your first purchase is for any event. So download the Game Time app. Use the promo code PFF for the lowest prices guaranteed, and you'll get that 20% off as well when you use the promo code. It's an offensive lineman here for the Atlanta Falcons, and one of my favorite players in the draft, baby. Syracuse offensive lineman Matthew Bergeron. I don't know if he's going to play tackle. I don't know if he's going to play offensive guard. All I know is he's going to be a good offensive lineman. This guy is just so natural with how he wins. I feel like he didn't necessarily have the length that teams were going to covet. Maybe didn't have the top-tier athleticism that teams were going to covet, but he felt like when you watched his tape, whether he was playing on the left side or the right side of the offensive line, because he has played both, he just felt like such a natural. It's like this dude was born to play offensive line, and for a team that loves to run the football, that loves to win up front first and foremost, this is the kind of pairing that I absolutely love. What do you guys think about Matthew Bergeron?
So first off, I want to see where he fits in this Falcons offensive line. The investment that the Falcons have made in the line just this offseason, right guard Chris Lindstrom, record contract for guards. They brought back Caleb McGarry to play right tackle. I think Bergeron's going to play left guard
I think so
for
too.
them. So when I watched Bergeron, he was one of those guys where my heart was saying yes, but the data's saying no, because he started off slow in his career, but he's kind of a late bloomer in football generally, so he has gotten better. I thought he was a better guard. I liked him at guard more than tackle. He's going to play left guard for the Falcons. They'll move Matt Hennessy into center, and they've got both of their tackles locked up, Jake Matthews, Caleb McGarry. So I think they're going to have their offensive line locked up 4 out of 5 for the next 3 to 4 years. The Falcons went up to go get Bergeron. They believe in him a lot. I think he ends up playing left guard. I think he's a solid prospect. I don't love him as much as you, but I like him a lot more as a guard.
Where's he from? Anybody know?
Canada.
He's from
Montreal, Quebec, Canada.
Yeah.
Right, so he doesn't, he's still learning.
Still learning,
right?
As you know, very different sport down in Canada.
It is. They're used to 12 players, and everybody can move whenever they want and everything.
Did you say down in Canada? Which way are you? I guess, you could go down and still get there.
Yeah, from the North Pole. Santa says down in Canada. That's about it.
I love Bergeron, even if he's playing at left guard. And again, the Falcons draft Bijan Robinson in the top 10. So we go, what are you doing? Running back going in the top 10. Where's the value there? And sure, I think maybe people would have said, hey, go with the offensive lineman if you're going to draft an offensive lineman in the top 10. Get a running back at some point here. Like, the opposite of this, or the other option, would have been Skoronski at 8, Zach Charbonnet here, right? I think that's maybe something that you could trade out. But either way, this is them saying we're going to be as rock solid up front as possible. It's not like, hey, we signed our 2 tackles to big deal, or we signed 2 of our best offensive linemen to deals. We're going to be good. We're just going to, bargain bin shop with the rest of the positions, and we'll be fine. They're making an investment along the offensive line, and I love this Bergeron pick for him.
The only team in the NFL that called run more often than they called pass last season. They want to run the ball. They're adding Bijan Robinson to a backfield that already had Tyler Algier, Cordero Patterson to it. The level of athlete they have across the board with Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Mac Hollins, then the smaller speedsters, Scotty Miller. Like, this is a fun offense. Only, Desmond Ritter's running it.
Got the next pick in. Carolina Panthers. They needed a wide receiver. And they got your boy.
Yes, they did.
Jonathan Mingo is wide receiver 5 in this class, the Ole Miss wide receiver.
Where's he on your board?
Knew I should have pushed him higher. Where did I end up with him? 6, 7?
Convictions.
Are you too low?
Is a lesson for next
7.
year.
7, and I knew he should have gone higher. I was saying it from day one that I had him ranked too low at 7. I love Jonathan Mingo. You watch that guy's tape, and there aren't reasons to not have him high in the rankings. He's good at everything. The only reason is that his production in college was not good. And you can't find explanations for that in the tape. It's just
you
a
can
weird
find it
quirk.
in the tape. It's called the quarterback.
Yes, yeah. But it's not, you can't find reasons, that he's responsible for within his tape. You look at it and you're like, why are we not talking about this guy as a potential first-round receiver?
I like him. He's big, strong, fast, lines up in a lot of different positions. They need receivers badly.
Yes.
Badly. They don't really have a roster of NFL receivers right now, or a light sprinkling of NFL receivers on that roster. So yeah, I like this pick for him.
I'm always fascinated by the second round where teams start trading up. Like, there are guys that they just have to get. Even though a bunch of us evaluated this class as like, is there really a difference between, player 30 and player 70? Is there really that big of a difference? And realistically, no. But for every team that says we trusted our board and all, they're all filling needs right now. I mean, they're all filling needs and filling specific goals that they wanted to come away from the draft with. The Falcons clearly wanted to tidy up their offensive line, and the Panthers wanted to develop their pass catchers. When you looked at their depth chart yesterday, we talked about Adam Thielen and bringing in DJ Chark for a year. They had a stitched together veteran group, which I think is reasonable for Bryce Young from day one. But now he has a guy to grow with in Jonathan Mingo, who does have incredible potential. And there's a whole bunch of Josh Downs, shorter receiver, and Tank Dell, shorter slot receiver. And we said, look, we love these guys as receivers. A lot of us like them quite a bit. But there's not the big fast guy after Quentin Johnston. You don't have many of those guys in this draft, so that's what made Jonathan Mingo go to the second round here.
Yeah, Jonathan Mingo, big, strong athlete. Height, he's 60th percentile. Weight, 88th percentile. Hand size, 96. So the guy's got the big mitts. Vertical jump, broad jump, bench press, all above the 90th percentile. He had a 70th percentile 40-yard dash at 4.46. This guy just was a well-rounded, really good athlete. And I think going back to Seth's point, quarterback position is probably the only thing that had this guy not filling up the stat sheet every single week because he was fourth in the SEC in yards after catch. So anytime he got the ball, he turned into a massive playmaker. If you're a big fan of Jonathan Mingo out there, which I know you are one of, this is also a great landing spot to see what he's made of.
Yeah, and he did really well at the Senior Bowl as well, which was a big thing for him. But the other thing he has in his favor is all those measurables, the size that you talked about, and certainly at the top of this draft, there's not a lot of that. The top guys this year tend not to be big or fast or strong, like 220 pounds. That he's the one guy that you would kind of gravitate to, I think, as the antidote to that. If you're looking at the top of this draft going, we need receivers, but there's all these 5'10", 170-pound guys, like, what is this? Mingo's, I think, the first name that you would go, all right, that's more what we're looking for.
He has a lot of spectacular plays. A lot of spectacular plays on tape. Got to polish up the route running. I mean, every player that gets into the second round here, we're going to say there's a lot of good, but here's the reason why they're in the second or third round or whatever it might be. So the upside, though, with Mingo, I think, is extremely high. There's a reason why you and others, had him as potential top 5 receiver.
And it's not just the scope for all of the tombstone puns that are out there.
We've got the New Orleans Saints on the clock right now.
Just brushing right through that reference.
Oh, well, did I miss it?
I didn't get it, so it doesn't matter.
Oh.
Nobody did.
Was it good enough to repeat, or should we move on?
Well, not if nobody's seen Tombstone, no.
I haven't seen Tombstone.
I know, we've had this
See if the
conversation.
chat
I've eaten Tombstone pizzas. Does that count?
No.
Okay, sorry. New Orleans Saints on the clock now. Seth, I won't ask you. I won't ask you. Oh, did they trade, or did they picks in?
Back to the trenches.
Okay, all right.
I'm going to call it.
I don't see it, so if you see it, yeah.
Notre Dame's Isaiah Foskey, edge rusher to the New Orleans Saints.
So I was going to ask you, is there a position that you felt like they should have gone after picking Brian Brzee in the first round? Would edge rusher have been there?
Interior offensive line, edge rusher would be my 1-2, basically, I would say. So positional-wise, no problem. I was not Isaiah Foskey pilled as I watched the tape. I will say that. But it fits a need that they kind of needed since Marcus Davenport left a couple months ago. Peyton Turner hasn't turned out to be the player that they thought he was going to be.
Sure.
So, and you lose Trey Henderson a couple years ago. So, it's a need. It's a big need.
I'm a little surprised about this one because I think the size profile probably makes sense for the Saints. He's a bigger defensive lineman, they love those kinds of players. But we got Adetomiwa Adebawore on the board, B.J. Ojulari, Keon White
is the one.
Carl Brooks.
I don't think he played with the power that you want in a body like that. I thought he was more of a speed guy when I watched him, and he could use the speed to get around the edge, but the power I don't think showed up enough on film for me at that size. But you can develop him, and that's the guy. Again, you said it. this is the defensive end that the Saints have always wanted, the bigger body guys who can play against the run and still rush the passer.
Yeah, at 6'5", 264, 34-inch arms, ran a 4.58. He's a good athlete. He's not a great athlete. Some of the other numbers are average, but I think a lot of people, before they really dove into the film, thought that Foskey was a fringe first-rounder type, right? Because
I had him that way going into the season.
Right, because going into the season, you're like, of course, this guy, he's got a lot of sacks.
He's about to break the Notre Dame all-time sack record.
So to me, there's just a lot of nothing pass rushes on his tape. You know, he's all right at everything. He's pretty good at everything. But the Saints had to, right?
He's in the giant.
Say it.
He's in the giant stretch of beige in the middle of this pass rushing group.
There's a whole bunch of edge defenders in the same range right here.
Even the model basically has the beige.
He's one of those guys in the same range.
Yeah, you just need to. You need to recolor the yellow in the model as just beige. That's what those guys are.
Him and Derek Hall are in a similar range here, and B.J. Ojolari and Keon White, and all of those guys are in a similar range, and it's about what style do you want, and he looks like an upside type of player because he's got some burst and some length and size to him.
Well, just like Penning last year, the same type of upside. Well, he's got the height, weight, speed. Tape I didn't love. Brissy this year, height, weight, speed, tape I didn't love, and now Isaiah Foskey, height, weight, speed, tape I didn't love. Now I'm not the best evaluator. I'm barely an evaluator at that, but for me the tape didn't match up to the traits.
You're selling yourself short. Clearly, you know exactly who the Saints are going to pick every single year.
Yes, I know.
It's why we have you on a desk. I want to get to some of those green and blue players that you have left, but before we do that, I want to tell people that this show is sponsored by our friends over at Underdog and the biggest fantasy football tournament ever, Best Ball Mania 4. If you don't know what Best Ball is, it's simple. You just enter Best Ball Mania on Underdog's slick mobile app. You draft your team, and that's it. Yep, you just set it and forget it as Underdog optimizes your lineup weekly to create the highest scoring one that could be possible on there. It's here, Best Ball Mania 4. It is your shot at a first place prize of $3 million, folks. Get signed up today on UnderdogFantasy.com or via their app with promo code PFF, and you'll get your first deposit doubled up to $100. It's Underdog Fantasy, promo code PFF. Must be 18 and present in states where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ncpgambling.org. What blue-green players we got left? Who we highlight?
Well,
who's the best available from the model? People can see it on the draft tracker. Everybody's over on PFF's draft tracker. If you're not, get over there.
Here's where the steals are coming from. North Carolina wide receiver Josh Downs.
All right,
So you take Downs. If you want a running back, Zach Charbonnet, I'm not really different from anyone else. I think everybody else has running back 3 for him. John Michael Schmitz and Luke Whippler. You're getting a starting center. There's a couple teams that need centers coming up very soon. Mm-hmm. Those guys are plug and play. They're going to be legit. The 2 corners I mentioned at the top of the show, DJ Turner, Darius Rush. Those are the guys you should be looking at right now.
That's the model.
And Brian Branch.
There we go.
Get Brian Branch in there. He's going to be one of the most valuable players.
One of those players just went off the board, I think, if I heard you correctly.
Not one of my players.
Okay, never mind. Maybe I was wishing to hear that because he's one of my players, so I like. It's B.J. Ojolari, the edge rusher from LSU. Player, it's, in a class that's doesn't have a lot of bend in it. Not a lot of guys that consistently can attack that outside shoulder. B.J. Ojolari at least shows that and an understanding of it. He's got the athleticism to do it. He's got the flexibility to do it. He's not the fastest, most explosive guy in the world, but he understands how to get in the backfield, understands how to get to the quarterback. What do you think of B.J. Ojolari, Sam?
No, I think you're right. He's got some tools to him. He, again, was another one of these guys that was in that block of beige. He's okay. He's got a decent suite of tools.
When you say it like that, I don't like it when you say it like that.
No, I mean, it's not a good thing.
He was just bringing this on our Edge Defender show. We were trying to separate Edge 6 to 15, and they were all in a similar range. So you used beige as a descriptor.
We've been talking about this draft as a whole as, a group that has not that much star power, not that many, guaranteed stars in it. And when you get the edge rusher, you don't have to get that far into the class before you're like, I don't know what the ceiling is for these guys, but it doesn't feel that high. And, Ojolari's in that group, I think.
I have a theory, more of a, we'll expand on it tomorrow during day 3 of the coverage where we have 8 hours to talk about this
Can't
stuff.
wait.
But, so when you talk about this cluster, and I think we see this every year, and it's the 3 positions, in my opinion, that you see the cluster. It's wide receiver, edge, and corner to a certain degree, but certainly wide receiver and edge. And to me, that's just, there's so many good players. There's so many good players at those 2 positions every year.
Yep.
I think it's the private coaching that these guys are getting from a young age. So you're getting to the NFL. You're a draft prospect who has had so much coaching, how to run a good route, how to get to the path, how to get to the quarterback if you're an edge rusher. I think that's why we see so many. There's like always this big cluster, always these runs in the second and third round where there's always good players. There's always good edge rushers, always good receivers in that range because they're getting coached from such a young level to be good players. And Bijan Ojulari is a good player.
Thank you.
He's got it. Like you said, no bend.
He has.
But he's got moves. He's got hands. He understands how to get to the quarterback.
Bend.
No. He's got better bend than a lot of these guys. Better than Isaiah Foskey, for example.
So
different type of player though.
So he'll have an opportunity to step right in as a pass rusher for Arizona because they have
no matter who Arizona takes today and tomorrow, they have a chance.
They have starting opportunities. Cameron Thomas, Myjai Sanders from last year, they got him in the second and third round. I think they're all battling for playing time there. My concern with Ojulari, on the good side, he had number one that we've ever seen in cleanup and pursuit pressures. So usually we use that as a negative. If you just say, hey, his pressure rate was high, we say, yeah, but they were all cleanup and pursuit pressures. But I'm going to flip it and say it's a positive. The guy's got a high motor and, he uses his hands and he's feisty and he just, tracks down quarterbacks and does all that stuff. He just doesn't win cleanly a lot. He doesn't have a lot of clean one-on-one wins. So don't make the face. I know.
What's the face?
I'm not
Packers pick is in.
I almost misspoke and you almost caught me on it. Let's go.
We thought they might go tight end in the first round. They go tight end in the second round. Luke Musgrave.
Oh, they didn't get the Mercedes Lewis replacement.
I am very shocked now that Darnell Washington is this far down the tight end list.
I'm not that shocked because he's known as everybody drafted ahead of him is a better athlete and pass catcher.
I mean, I was shocked that he was ever being talked about as a potential first-round pick in the first place. Like
he's 7'2".
Whoa!
You're gonna get talked about as sorry. You're gonna get talked about as a first-round talent with that type of athletic profile, right? Well, I agree with you. I think the tape is necessarily first round.
I mean, there have been giant tight ends in the past. It doesn't actually make them great tight ends. Like it's not necessarily.
We'll talk about Washington when he eventually gets picked. But what about Musgraves here going to the Green Bay Packers? Does this fill their tight end need that we had talked about them potentially addressing even in the first round?
They lose Robert Tonyan this year. Mm-hmm. They still have the ageless Mercedes Lewis, but different type of player, like you said. Musgrave, long.
Yes.
He's got the longest legs I've ever seen. Yeah. Really, really great athlete for the position, and just eats up space in his route running, and after the catch as well because of those long legs. It's like really, really interesting player. Injured for most of last year, but it looked like he was going to break out in the 2 games that he played, and then, but yeah, just really good player.
Yeah, it's a really small sample size of data for him, but long is the word, like literally the first word I have in my notes for him. He's such a fluid athlete. He's got speed. He will scare defensive backs and linebackers that have to try and cover him. But 80 career targets. Yeah. Like guys have that in a season. He lasted, just the 2 games last season. So it's a lot of projection with him. But a guy like that being available here is why they probably didn't go Dalton Kincaid in the first round, went in a different direction, knowing that there's a lot of strength in this tight end class, and you can come back in the second round and have Musgrave, in addition to Darnell and Washington available. You have a choice of who you're going to pick here, and that's the guy they go with.
I don't think he was on any radars until before the beginning of the season, right? Again, he had low 60s and 50s grades for 3 straight years at Oregon State. Great start to the season against Fresno State and Boise, and that was it. And then he gets hurt. He's out for the rest of the year. He looked like he was on his way to having a really nice season. It would have been this potential first-round pick. So it's a bit of a projection play here at tight end because of the size, because of the athleticism that he showed. But we're really working off of about a 2-game sample of good play for Luke Musgrave. So that's where the risk is. And, much like Laporta and some of the non-Michael Mayer tight ends, run blocking is going to be a question for him as well.
Jets are now on the clock at 43. I'm still just shocked that Brian Branch is available. Mm-hmm. Best available, we got Brian Branch. Osiris Torrance is still there. We mentioned DeJuan Jones, John Michael Schmitz. Darnell Washington is the 5th best available for us. You guys can see that on the screen right now. Then we got Josh Downs, Cam Smith. Tank Dell, Tyreek Stevenson, DJ Turner there as the 10th best available for us. A couple of guys on this desk were raving about DJ Turner before the draft began. I think he'll come off the board pretty quickly, but Jets on the clock now at 43. I do think this is a Brian Branch landing spot. I do think there's a chance we could get him off the board here.
I'm curious about the center run. If the Jets, if Seattle's coming back up again, might see Pittsburgh could go center too. I mean, there's a few teams that could go center along the way. Maybe not Pittsburgh, but there's a few teams coming up. Could be in that market.
Do you think the tight end run here is going to put the wide receiver picks on hold a little bit? Before
good
we
receiver
get
value.
There's really good receiver value, and when the run hits for receivers,
Yeah.
it's going to hit hard. Okay, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of like, how many receivers? I mean, you mentioned there's always so many receivers.
Yeah.
That literally happens every year, where it's like, how do I rank these 15 guys? There were a lot of people that were high on Jalen Hyatt and Cedric Tillman and Rashee Rice and Tank Dell and Josh Downs, and all those guys are still available.
I mean, they're all, yeah.
So on one hand, it's like, I'm going to get one of those guys. I'll get somebody before the fourth round if I want to. At the other hand, like some team is going to have one of those guys as like wide receiver 3 or 4 and be like, okay, that's my guy. I'm going to get.
Yeah, they're so wildly different receivers. Like in the same kind of ballpark of range, you've got 220-pound Jonathan Mingo and 166-pound Tank Dell. You know, like these are not vaguely comparable players. If you're looking at one, you're probably not looking at the other, but they're all sort of available in this type of range.
Steve, you wanted to know when the center run was going to start.
Been waiting for it.
Starts right here with the New York Jets. They go Wisconsin center Joe Tittman, the first center off the board. Very curious to hear what you guys think about that, because we got John Michael Schmitz still on the board. Osiris Torrance is still on the board, but he's just more of an interior offensive lineman than he is a center. Thoughts on Tittman? Did you guys have him as center one in this class, or what'd you think? You're shaking your head no.
No, I think he was the third best, in my opinion, behind John Michael Schmitz and Luke Whippler. I think they're reasonably closely matched as a trio, which is why I think Steve was talking about it being a center run rather than just, the first guy is going to come off the board. But I think the other two guys have cleaner profiles. John Michael Schmitz has a run-blocking profile that puts him pretty close to Tyler Linderbaum from a year ago, just doesn't have the same kind of athletic profile. So this is an interesting pick for the Jets.
Yeah, he's a powerful player. I mean, I understand the concerns with John Michael Schmitz or even Luke Whippler. They're a little smaller. Tittman's a taller, longer. You probably trust him a little bit more, maybe in pass pro. But they're all really good run blockers, strong guys. Like, I can understand why teams would go either way. Again, I agree with Sam. I'd probably have Tittman as the third of that group, but I get it. And so it's a fine pick. Jets, I think, wanted to come away with a starting center, and this is where the value is. I didn't know if teams were going to force centers at late first. There was no real – I don't think the league thought there was an elite center prospect. Usually you get one or two of those, right, that go in the late first or whatever it is. So there's a bunch of second to third round starting centers, and this is one of them.
I wonder if the shoulder surgeries with Joe Tittman is going to show up at some point, because when I was watching his tape, I felt like his hand placement was inconsistent, and he's a little bit taller of a center, so naturally it's a little weird for him, right? When he snaps the ball, he pops up, and because he's 6'6", normally you're looking at centers who are closer to 6'2". He's still trying to stay down. He's still trying to not lose leverage, but when those arms and hands come up, it's almost like he goes into guys to almost like hug them. Like the hands go to the outside of the shoulder pads. And sometimes there's a little bit of technique like that because you're trying to contain the guys. But he wasn't really able to get his hands inside as much as I thought that he was going to. And I wonder if that's because of the labrum surgeries that he's had on his two shoulders. So if it's a technique thing, maybe you change it a little bit. He can be a little bit more reliable and get those hands inside. But outside of that, if it's because of the shoulder surgeries, if it's a mobility thing, I get a little bit worried if that's something that's affecting him and it's going to be a long-term thing with him. So I do like Joe Tittman, but that was something that I kind of learned about his background, saw maybe hints of it on tape that make me a little bit nervous. So
most importantly, does that make Aaron Rodgers happy? I mean, Rodgers has to touch his butt 1,000 times this year, so this is his guy.
When you put it like
You
that,
got to make Aaron Rodgers.
Let's talk about that.
Sorry. I'm just saying, every pick is about making Aaron Rodgers happy now for the Jets, right?
Still no receiver. Like, the teams just seem relentlessly obsessed with not
He's got
giving Aaron
receivers.
Rodgers.
He has receivers.
You'll always want to know.
Garrett Wilson and Alan Lazard. What else do you need?
I mean, just give the man a
I
shopping
don't know if I'd
list.
ever hear that sentence.
McCole
in my life,
Hardman?
but-
I mean,
Hardman's
Rodgers thinks
good.
Lazard's a 1A, 1B. So
Did they have Cobb? Did that go through? I can't remember.
No, I don't think
No, it was just we were
they'll
just talking
boot
about
Corey
that.
Davis out soon enough to make room for Randall Cobb, though.
Okay.
I'm sure that'll happen at some point.
The Indianapolis Colts pick is in. It's cornerback Julius Brents. So we had a handful of corners that were on our best available. Julius Brents, the Kansas State corner, was not one of them, but he had a really good draft cycle. I thought he showed up and played well during his time at the Senior Bowl, and then he just put on a show at the Combine.
The most important thing he did was stand there and let people measure his arm length and everything, and that's where he wins.
Sure.
You just said it. Senior Bowl tape is legit. You're just totally locking down players in one-on-one. You don't see it on the film as much at Kansas State. Mm-hmm. And it's definitely a different defense. They're playing 3 high safety, so your leverage is going to be completely different than what you're going to see coming forward in the NFL. No one plays those type of defenses in the NFL yet. So I watched him at the Senior Bowl, and I was like, oh, this is a round 1 talent. And then when I eventually got back and watched the tape at Kansas State, I was like, okay, it's closer to mid-second, third, and this is where he went. So, like you said, big, long arms, huge corner.
Yeah.
Huge corner.
Yes.
So you love the upside capabilities. And like you said, his past 3 months have been the best of his career.
You want the breakdown, measurables-wise?
Yeah.
So I was looking through the PFF database. There's only 2 corners where you put certain thresholds on. There's only 2 corners that show up when you put the size and arm length and movement skills and power and all that stuff. It's Julius Brents, and then last year, Seattle 5th rounder, Tariq Woolen.
Yeah.
Right? So Tariq Woolen had one of the best combines you'll ever see last year at cornerback. Brents was about the same minus the 40. So 34-inch arms, 100th percentile. 100th percentile broad jump, 90th percentile shuttle at 6'3", right? All of this stuff combined.
Nuts.
97th percentile 3-cone at 6'3". Now look, there were other 6'3" guys a couple years ago that had that type of movement skills. Akilla Witherspoon and Kevin King. 2nd, 3rd round prospects that looked like unbelievable upside picks. Those guys didn't really pan out, but Tariq Woolen did last year. So that's what the Colts are banking on here, is the size, length profile, and the upside for Brents.
But those 2 change of direction numbers are the huge ones for him. Like, you do see sometimes these big, long corners that are explosive, that can run fast in a straight line, but almost invariably they struggle to change direction in short spaces, and shorter, quicker wide receivers, which is the way the league is trending at the moment, are the ones that give those guys absolute fits. The short shuttle time, the 3-cone time of 6'3", the 97th percentile time for all corners, not 6'3" corners, that gives him a chance to stick with any receiver in the NFL.
I'll say cornerback, when you have that type of athletic profile, I said it last night, you can ignore the production a little bit. So the PFF grades on Brents are not great. As you mentioned, Senior Bowl, his entire offseason was outstanding. Mm-hmm. I think there's certain positions where you want to use PFF grades. Honestly, every single team has it. Every single team has access to all of the data that we're using, right? It is negligence to not use it for certain positions, to really focus on it at certain positions. At cornerback, you could push the production aside a little bit if you have a crazy athletic profile like a Julius Brents, like a Tariq Woolen last year. So that's what makes him a 2nd round corner, where the tape might say 4th or 5th round corner. The size, the length, and the upside for Brents is legit at pick 44 for the Colts.
This is PFF.com. You can get this information?
Yes, PFF.com.
Thank you.
And if you don't have a subscription,
teams can do it a little bit. They get a little bit more than that. Yes.
Well, if you don't work for an NFL team, you can get
PFF.com.
You get it at PFF.com. You get all the same data.
And you can get a subscription. You use the promo code DRAFT40.
Now the Lions are coming back, baby.
Do you see
The
what the
Lions
pick
are coming back.
Do you see what the pick is?
I do.
Go ahead.
Brian Branch is off the board
Our guy,
for the Lions.
finally off the board.
Now, it is funny because in a vacuum,
The roar is restored.
positional value-wise,
Are they actually trying to tick off every single low-value position in sequence?
let me just say, because my heart is torn here. They have gotten 4 of my guys
Yeah.
with all of their picks, but at low-value positions.
I just feel like they're trolling at
Branch
this
at
point.
45.
But Branch is great. Of course, I mean, it's a great pick. He's a
Okay,
first-round
okay,
player.
okay, all
We
right.
said yesterday, maybe if the Lions flip their draft upside down, it'll look better, right? Just pretend that they got Branch in the first, because I would have taken him at 12. Mm-hmm. I don't care.
Yeah.
And they got Gibbs in the second. But they got 4 of my guys that I feel good about projection-wise. They just got him at weird positions and in weird orders.
They signed Chauncey Gardner-Johnson this
They did.
offseason.
Yep.
Yeah.
Started his career as a nickel in the slot for the Saints, and then moved to safety. That's kind of one of the reasons why he got traded to Philadelphia last year. playing deeper safety, where do we see them lining up? They also have Tracy Walker, Kirby Joseph. Like, where do we see them lining up to best utilize these guys?
They'll figure it all out. I mean, Cameron Sutton can play inside and
You're
out.
right.
They
Cameron
can
Sutton's another guy. Yeah, exactly.
Positionless defense, baby.
Here we go.
Positionless defense. Play matchups. Doesn't matter.
3 high defense. We're rolling.
3 high.
Oh, yeah. Let's
Three
start
high.
talking tight and mint, and let's get into all the stuff. I mean, I just want versatility in my secondary. I want depth in my secondary. We just talked about how much you love Jonathan Mingo. One of my favorite plays of the entire draft cycle was Brian Branch, one-on-one, two-way go for Mingo, and he hangs with him on a seam route and breaks up the pass, looking like a legit corner. I know you think that Brian Branch has legit cornerback skills.
Yeah.
If they wanted to try him on the outside, even though he's slow for a corner, if they wanted to, he's that good of a football player.
So he ran a 4.58. If you took a tenth of a second off him, I think he could play every single position in the secondary. Like, that's the only thing stopping him from being able to play everywhere in your entire secondary. I think right now he can play in the slot, or he can play either of your safety positions. He's exceptionally good against the run, one of the best tacklers in the draft at any position. He can cover wide receivers from the slot. He can cover bigger guys as well. I genuinely have no clue why he slid this far, because I don't see a way that you're not using him as a really important part of your secondary, even if it's a slightly weird hybrid dynamic or, you know, a sub-package player. Like, he's a critical part of what you're going to be doing.
Some PFF stats for Brian Branch and more reasons why we loved him and he was so high on our board. 89.5 PFF grade in 2022. Only safety in the country with an above 85 coverage grade and run defense grade. And then he only missed 4 tackles in his entire career with over 170 tackles made.
1.7% of his missed tackle percentage. 1.7%, by far the best of any safety we've ever seen.
By far
Not
the
even
best.
close.
Yes.
The Lions have gotten 4 good football players. We expected them to. They may not have been the order that we expected, but they did get 4 good football players so far.
The 2 teams that I'm enjoying the most, the Lions and the Seahawks, for the same reason. Trade their best quarterback in history for all these draft picks, and now they're almost in a better spot than the team that took that quarterback. Obviously, the Rams won a Super Bowl. It's a different story. But going forward, they're in really good spots, and they have all this draft capital. So yeah, we can talk about like positional value, talk about like the film, like, oh, I don't like this guy, I like him, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, they're taking a lot of players. Some of them are going to hit, I would imagine. And so it's exciting for Detroit and Seattle.
All right, the New England Patriots pick is in. Before I announce, I got to talk to people about life insurance, what it is and where to get it. It's our friends over at Fabric. Life insurance, it gets a bad rap. It really does. A lot of people look at life insurance and they think it's going to be incredibly confusing. It's going to be incredibly difficult to sign up for. It's not. With Fabric, you can go check out their great online dashboard and you guys can see everything that's there right in front of you, and it can be personalized for you and your family. Take their quiz. It only takes 10 minutes, and you can see the personalized coverage that they're going to get for you. It's made by parents for parents, so it's affordable. Everything's super straightforward. Life insurance, wills, financial solutions, everything. Go to meetfabric.com/PFF. That's MEET fabric.com/PFF. And you guys can take the quiz, get a personalized life insurance plan for you and your family. The Patriots pick is in. It's Keion White. The guy that we were surprised to see get invited on night 1 of the NFL Draft. We felt like this was going to be more of the sweet spot. This was going to be when he was going to get selected, so it was a little odd to see him be a top 20 player.
There were 4 players that were invited to the draft, didn't get selected on round 1.
So it's a career high?
So Brian Branch, Keion White, Will Levis, I forget who the 4th guy was, but there were 4 players in that green room that didn't get drafted night 1. That's pretty cold.
So it's later, obviously, than what Keion White maybe was expecting to go in this draft. But what are the Patriots getting in this player who generated a ton of buzz? You're laughing a little bit.
Sam's got some,
what are they getting?
some takes here on Keion.
Keion White reminded me of, bullfighting, right? There's a giant bull in a ring. It's about to, annihilate anybody in its path.
Yep.
You grab one of those, stick a helmet on it, slap it in the ass, and tell it to go get the thing with the red jersey. That's Keion White. No clue what he's doing. Just manic, plows through an offensive line headed towards the quarterback. And now Bill Belichick just got that guy. I am all for that. That will be hilarious to watch how he pans out, because right now, I'm not sure I've ever seen a defensive lineman on the floor as much as he is. I went 8 straight snaps with him winding up on his face before he finally ended the play still upright. But his tools are insane. And if Bill Belichick's actually able to, teach him how to play football a little bit, I mean, he can cut a swathe of destruction.
Kind of an old school Belichick power edge, right? This is what, a decade ago, this was the guy that Belichick always brought in as an edge defender. He started to get more explosive players and everything, but Keon White, who's just a pure power player, incredibly strong hands, does not have the best contact balance, doesn't always use his hands properly and all that stuff. So I think he is the type of player I think they could tidy up some of his technique and everything. He was a tight end just 4 years ago, 2018, at Old Dominion. So he's a young edge defender, was hurt off and on the last couple years, hasn't played a ton of just defensive football. So it is an intriguing pick for the Patriots in the second round to get him as a developmental guy.
No, I'm with both. He just doesn't know how to play defensive end yet. I mean, it's very obvious. He's just a little out of control. The thing that scares me is like, there's athleticism, but he felt like there was a lack of burst though, which I don't know if you gain down the line, which would be a little scary. I do think he fits, like you said, fits the Patriots. They like those hard-nosed guys who's just gonna like get their nose dirty on every snap, especially on the defensive line, linebacker, front seven type. So probably fits for them. He's a long way to go.
And I do think he developed a bit as the year wore on. Like the very start of it was complete manic, out of control, just lunacy. As the year wore on, you started to see a little bit more of an idea of what he was doing. So at least there's an indication that he can develop and learn in a reasonably short period of time.
Commanders went with the ball-hawking corner Emmanuel Forbes in the first round, and they get another secondary player, Jartavius Martin from Illinois.
Wow.
Guy who plays safety, he can play free safety for you, he can play nickel corner, very versatile player. Anybody have initial thoughts on him? He was another crazy athlete at the Combine that it felt like as this process went on, more and more people were really starting to fall in love with as they got to the tape. As you guys watched him, did you feel like he was this mid-second round pick? Did you think he was a little bit higher, a little bit lower? Steve, what did you think of him?
He's another one of those guys. I think the production profile is just okay. I mean, Illinois is just churning out defensive backs right now to the NFL, by the way, the last couple of years. Kirby Joseph last year.
Yeah.
But Martin, listed as a safety, played nickel for Illinois, moved around a little bit. So I think what you've mentioned, Trevor, with the athletic profile, that's what they're banking on here. Mm-hmm. I think he was an okay production-wise football player that has some upside because of the athleticism.
Yeah, I think the cornerback group now is going to start getting some really interesting names because people are going to see this collection of corners in a completely different way, like each different team. So almost no name from whatever rankings you have would be shocking to see come up at this point.
How high did you have him?
48 on my board, I think.
So you're way higher on him.
Cornerback 48? I'll see myself out.
Our guy Dane Brugler had him as his number 3 safety. He was a lot higher on some other boards. Like he was higher on some boards and nowhere else on others.
Yeah, I think I had him. He was 48 overall on my big board, and I like him a lot as a nickel corner. And I like him a lot because of the athletic profile that you mentioned when you started talking about him. You look at his explosiveness, 44-inch vertical jump, 133-inch broad jump. That's 98th and 95th percentile. And then when it comes to the 10-yard split, how quickly he goes from 0 to 30, if you will, 1.47, 96th percentile. This dude can fly when it comes to change of direction. I love him in the slot because of that reason. I think he's going to be a nickel corner at the NFL level. I think he can play free safety a little bit for you, so you can keep him as a safety, keep him versatile, that three position player. But I think he's going to find a home in the slot because I think if you play off coverage against these guys, you let him keep his eyes on these players on the quarterback, and when that receiver breaks on the route, this is the kind of guy that's got the recovery speed that put his foot in the ground, change direction, break on the ball, go make a play or go make a tackle. So I really feel like this is going to be a good football player at the NFL level at that position.
And Washington doing your favorite strategy, double dipping at an important position of value and snagging 2 guys in the first couple of rounds.
Well, I like that a lot.
It's like the issue is like and it bothers me that teams didn't think this way before. Like there's literally 2 corners on the field. In fact, you could argue there's 3 corners on the field, right? So it's like, it's not just like, we're double dipping. You need 11 players on the field at all times. So we can say left corner, right corner are 2 different positions. So you're double dipping, but in a sense you're just filling out your roster.
Really 3 starters though. I mean, there's 3 corners, and he's got safety versatility. Yeah. He's a safety for most people that will play nickel. So A lot of versatility there.
Bucks moved up 2 spots from number 50 to number 48. They gave up pick 179 to do so, so not a heavy price there. But from the team that brought you Ali Marpet, signed Ryan Jensen to a big contract, drafted Alex Kappa, now drafting North Dakota State's Cody Mock. This is the perfect pairing. I knew this was going to be one of Jason Light's guys. He loves the small school type of spit and vinegar, eat a bowl of nails for breakfast kind of offensive line.
That explains the teeth.
Without any milk. Yeah, what do you guys think?
Just eroded from the vinegar.
What do you guys think about Cody Mock? Because his story is incredibly interesting. Was a walk-on tight end. They packed about 60 pounds on him, let him play at offensive tackle, plays at offensive guard and center at the Senior Bowl, where, I don't know, the NFL might think that he ends up ending up, but a ton of versatility there, Sam. So where do you think he plays, and then just what do you think overall about Cody Mock?
Yeah, I think he's a really fun player. Like you said, it's a great story. 3 consecutive years of pretty good grading at left tackle for North Dakota State. Rarely gave up any kind of pressure. I think gave up 2 sacks in his entire college career. But he's another one of those guys that does have, shorter profile in terms of athleticism measurables. They're going to project him inside. He's probably a guard. You were saying you liked him at center, right?
I think I like him the most at center. The Bucks aren't going to play him at center, I don't think. Now, they have a lot of versatile offensive linemen on that team. Robert Hainsey's somebody who's played both spots for him. Luke Gedeke obviously can play a couple of different spots for him. They like him as a tackle and a guard. So I ultimately don't know where they're going to place him. I can't imagine they're going to place him at offensive tackle, even though that's the need that the Bucks immediately have.
Agreed.
Could he be their best right tackle option? Because Luke Gedeke struggled at guard last year, played right tackle in college, but I don't think he projects as a tackle in the NFL either. They have a bunch of guards on the team. Brought in Matt Filer. I get maybe Filer could kick out to tackle. He's done that, but that was years ago. Robert Hainsey's there. They have 5 guys on the team now who played college tackle,
and that's
but
why
project as guards for the NFL. That and the Mock is the next one. So it's an intriguing group, I think, for the Bucks.
And that's why I think the personality and player profile fits a lot for what Tampa Bay has gravitated toward during the Jason Light era of him being the general manager. But I don't think you could play this guy at offensive tackle. 6'5", 302 pounds is what he showed up at the combine. That's 30th and 12th percentile. Wingspans just under 79 inches. That's 5th percentile. Arm length is 32 and 3/8. That's 5th percentile against offensive tackles. So if you're playing him at tackle, you just have one of the smaller, shorter offensive tackles in the NFL, and so it's a tough bet to make. Again, that's why I thought
with
he
a lot
could
of
be a
development to go.
For sure.
So that would be the scary part, I think. I agree with you.
And, the step up in competition. Like, if the NFL is going to give a guy like that the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, he doesn't have the ideal measurables, the tools that we normally want for a left tackle, but we've seen him doing it, at a really high level against elite competition, let's give him a shot. It's going to be because a guy was in a good conference facing good players all the time. It's not going to be a guy from North Dakota State.
Steelers pick is in. I just took a peek at it. This team's hitting a home run. They're just stepping up to the plate, and to me, it's home run after home run after home run. Broderick Jones in the first round, Joey Porter Jr. at the top of the second round, and now they get Wisconsin defensive tackle Keanu Benton. I mean, I've tried to make perfect mocks for every team. This is essentially what would be a perfect mock for the Pittsburgh Steelers at this point, outside of unrealistic expectations of guys taking a tumble down the board. This hits 3 of their biggest needs with really talented players. Benton, I think, was a guy who made his name at Wisconsin for being mainly a nose tackle, a run stuffer for his first 2 years as a real main contributor for Wisconsin. But then this past year, really wanted to get better as a pass rusher, wanted to make sure that he could stay out there for all 3 downs. And I thought he got better as the year went on, and I thought he really showed that at the Senior Bowl. I know we've got some clips of him at the Senior Bowl and how well he was able to use his hands and flash into the backfield with those one-on-ones. Sam, what do you think about this guy and the Steelers landing him here?
Yeah, and the thing is, the story you told of, starting off as a nose tackle, a kind of dominant run defender, I think you see that in the way he rushes the passer. Like, he uses that power, hand usage, the ability to control offensive linemen. That's how he wins, just that immediate initial contact, which is what you need to hold up against the run as an interior force.
So the grading profile is interesting. I looked it up historically. His run defense grades historically are actually not very good. Pass rush profile is outstanding. So like the stuff we just saw at the Senior Bowl, the quickness, some of the highlights that he has, how quick he is off the ball and everything, are out of this world. There's 3 guys who are at this really high level of pass rushing and really low level of run defense grades. 2 of them are in this draft class: Brian Brzee, Keanu Benton, guys that were just pass rush specialists as far as grading profile goes, and then Robert Kemdiche from years back in the first round. So I think, to me, if the Steelers think that they're shoring up their run defense with him, I think you got to temper expectations. He's not, the guy's not great against double teams and all that stuff. Interior penetrator, though, interior pass rusher next to Cam Hayward and the edge rushes that they have, I think immediate impact, Keanu Benton.
So going to Pittsburgh, 3-4 defense, I assume they're still going to play a 3-4. So you're going to get those one-on-ones with the center, which is where he's at his best. We just saw some clips of the Senior Bowl just dominating centers one-on-one in the run game as well. Again, not as much as in the pass game. Also, Wisconsin, one of these new age defenses-ish, a lot of movement, a lot of stunts and blitzes and stuff like that. You saw him get around the corner a lot, having to move from nose all the way to the edge to contain while a blitzer came inside of him. He shows all sorts of bursts when he does that. I really like it. Big fan.
So we got the Packers pick now. They're coming in. They're coming in fast. You guys got to try to keep up. It's a wide receiver. Didn't think it was going to be this wide receiver. Jayden Reed, the Michigan State wide receiver, another Senior Bowl guy. I know he's got a lot of fans out there. I feel like when I put out my wide receiver rankings, he wasn't in my top 10. And I had a lot of people go, "Where's Jayden Reed?" And I was like, I like this player. I just didn't necessarily think he was a top 10 wide receiver in this class. Steve, I don't know, did you like Jayden Reed? Did you get to watch him? Is the model
I
there?
didn't put him in the top. I didn't put him in our top 15 when we did our top 15 there. So.
I had him right around that area of kind of a fringe top 15 guy.
Again, the whole position is going to be a flavor thing. I mean, he's a good receiver. He runs pretty good routes. You can see stuff on film where he high points it. You can see stuff on film where he creates after the catch. I didn't think it was consistent enough, but you could see it all. And this is why, depending on which games you watch and all that stuff, you can like these players.
No, but it's really interesting because it's like you talk about the flavor, and it's like, and a guy like Jayden Reed is a perfect example of this, because when I looked at him, I said he's above average in so many different categories. So if your eye catches the stuff that you like, if you're like, oh, I love contested catch receivers, he's like, okay, well, he's above average there, and I saw a lot of plays like that. Or you like a guy who's a yak guy, like you can find that on Jayden Reed's tape. So I think I agree with you. Wasn't in my top 10, top 15, but I think you can find a team that's going to like him a lot, and
clearly.
And I also, you talked about this before with a few of these positions, wide receiver being one of them. There is that block where there's not a lot separating all these guys. I didn't have him in my top 15 either, but I could easily entertain an argument that would push him into that top 15 without problems. He is a really good route runner. He's good at a lot of these things. Like, there's not that many weaknesses to the guy's game. He's another one of these sort of undersized wide receivers, 5'11", well under 200 pounds, didn't run lightning fast, but was fast enough. You can absolutely imagine why a team and a lot of people, would attach themselves to Jayden Reed and love that guy.
I like Jayden Reed. Him at pick 50 with the wide receivers that we have on the board, definitely a reach for me.
So he's at number 91 on the consensus board. So from a consensus board standpoint, he's about wide receiver 15 and the lowest of the third round prospects, guys in the 70s, 80s, 90s basically. Just where the consensus had him versus where the Packers took him.
This is the biggest discrepancy, right, of players that we've had so far who have been picked versus the consensus board. It feels like
it probably is. Pick 50 versus 91, 41. Yeah, it's the biggest consensus board reach so far. I understand. Things can be overrated, but that's what it is.
It's like you were saying, it's what's on the board, particularly at wide receiver. I can absolutely understand people ranking Jayden Reed higher than I would have him, or it sounds like we collectively have him, but I really struggle with how you put him above a couple of the guys that are still on the board. Like how Jayden Reed gets above Josh Downs or even Tank Dell or those guys. That feels difficult for me.
Yeah. We've got the Miami Dolphins on the clock for the first time in this NFL draft. Seth's very happy about it. We're going to break down a little bit of who the Miami Dolphins could be targeting here at pick number 51. But before we do that, you ever look for tickets in a sporting event and then you end up buying them, you end up getting the seats, and you go, this is not the view that I thought I was going to get. Well, with Game Time, you don't have to worry about that. Game Time is the fastest growing ticketing app in the United States, and they've got a feature on there where you can click on the exact tickets that you're thinking about buying, and you can see exactly what you're going to see once you get there. So you're never fooled again. They also have the lowest prices guaranteed, whether it's sporting events, whether it's theater, comedy, music concerts, whatever it is. They guarantee they're going to have the lowest prices. Sometimes you're saving as much as 60% off of what you thought you'd be paying for these tickets. Download the Game Time app. Use the promo code PFF. When you sign up, you'll get $20 off of whatever your first purchase is. Game Time app, promo code PFF, $20 off. Check it out. No matter what you're buying for tickets, you can find it on Game Time. So what do we think about the Miami Dolphins now on the clock for the first time in this draft? I actually have the pick. Did you see it?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I was going to ask you to guess. It's your guy, though.
It is.
I want to give you the opportunity.
I like it.
Go ahead and say it.
Cam Smith, South Carolina corner.
There it is. Your guy.
He's a first-round talented corner, I think. Now, my only concern is they already have Xavier Howard. They got Jalen Ramsey. I hope this means they're not going to put Cam Smith in the slot where he did play. I just don't think that's where he's at his best, and I think that actually exposes him to some of his weaknesses. But
keep Ramsey in the slot potentially, though, right?
Right. That's what I would hope they would do. Because Cam Smith, like they played him in the slot against Jalen Hyatt in Tennessee, and he was playing egregiously far off the line, but he actually did a pretty good job against him. I think there's the talent there for him to be really, really good. He's got prototypical size, length. He's really patient in zone and off coverage. Sits in space, understands what's coming. If Devin Witherspoon reads the game the fastest of any corner in this class, Cam Smith's, I think, the second best guy I saw at that. He reads it really quickly. Now, he doesn't have the same trigger as Witherspoon. Like, when he reads it, he doesn't always bam and immediately go. That Witherspoon's incredible at that. Smith sometimes is a little bit hesitant, but that's a lot of things that he does well. And given some of the corners already off the board, I think that's amazing value.
Incredible closing speed. You've got Vic Fangio's defense, right? They're going to play off coverage most of the time. Plays to his strengths. I think the fit is absolutely outstanding. You find a way to get Cam Smith, Xavier Howard, and Jalen Ramsey all on the field at the same time.
Dogs.
I love it, man. You always want to have three awesome corners on the field at any given time.
I'm going to say something. I hope this isn't. I know that eventually Jalen Ramsey will have his transition to safety later in his career. I still think he has some good years playing outside corners. I hope it's not this season, but it looks like it might be.
Oh.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if they're going to take Cam Smith,
you're going to put
Charles
him free?
Woodson role. Just play. I mean, the same.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree.
Play in the slot.
That's what I'm saying. It's going
around.
to happen. I just think I think he still has some good years playing like relatively exclusively outside corner or more outside corner than
no offensive line for the Dolphins. We shocked. Felt like that was every single mock draft at 51 for the Dolphins.
Yeah, I mean, they still need offensive linemen to be added, but when you look at the value and a guy that, again, depending on how you see this group, like, I think Cam Smith's a first-round talent. If they think the same thing, you take him over
Good
the
for
offensive
the
line
there,
that left.
Seahawks are, it feels like drafting just fan favorites of draft Twitter at this point because they go Devon Witherspoon and Jackson Smith-Njigba yesterday, start things off with Derek Hall at the beginning of the second round today. Now they take UCLA running back Zach Charbonnet, the third running back off the board here at number 52. So now it's a backfield.
Marshawn Lynch, man.
Now it's a backfield of Kenneth Walker
and Charbonnet.
And Zach Charbonnet.
Yeah, we're not going to let Geno cook anymore than we let Russ cook.
They're back. They're back, baby.
Second straight year now they've drafted both a running back and an edge in the second round. Isn't that right? They got Mafe and Walker last year.
Yeah.
An edge and a running back. I mean, Charbonnet, power player. Just tacklers bounce off of him. I've seen Marshawn Lynch comps. There's certainly a few plays that look like that. I mean, Osiris Torrance would have been a real good Seahawk pick, but this is also a real good Seahawk pick.
I wonder if there's something up with Torrance health-wise. Like, do teams not believe that he can really keep his weight down where it needs to? Because I think he played 350, 360 this past year, and he's lost a lot of weight throughout this draft process. But I think it might be a question of, can he maintain that body weight? Is he still physically imposing at a more healthy 330, 335 than he was closer to 360? I just wonder if there is something up with him medically or weight-wise because, man, outside of that, even if, Steve, you mentioned it, O'Cyrus Torrence, maybe not for every team, but it feels like he would have been for some team at this point within the top 50.
Downhill running teams that are heavy inside zone, you run behind him with the double team. O'Cyrus Torrence, I think, is as good as it gets in this draft class, but we'll see when he comes off the board.
Chicago Bears, the pick is in for them, and it is Florida defensive lineman Gervin Dexter. So not the Florida Trench player we thought was going to go next from the Gators program, but Gervin Dexter. Not much of a pass rush profile, so kind of shocked to see him go at 53, but so uniquely built, so uniquely strong. What do you think about him, Seth?
There's a lot of people who I talk to who really, really like him. I didn't feel as strongly about him. Maybe the worst get-off in this draft. Truly,
yes.
One of the worst I've seen in a long time.
Always the last out of his
always the last one, and it's like you're just not going to win consistently like that. Like, period. It's over. But
it's over.
Look. Can't you learn that stuff? Can't you just get better at timing the snap and getting off the ball? Like, I feel like that's a very fixable thing. So if he fixes that, then you're getting better, a better player, right? Because once he gets connected to offensive linemen, he can actually do some things. But the slowness off the ball is not good.
I was wondering what words were about to come out of your mouth there.
I don't. He's a good player. It's just like
he's been a projection for multiple years now, hasn't he?
Well, he's a 5-star guy, so he comes in and you go uniquely built interior defensive lineman. I think a lot of people, Steve, you and I are Florida guys, so a lot of people thought when he was coming in with the recruiting cycle, they're like, he's going to turn into this monster pass rusher, and he just hasn't. Now, if you think that he's just a run defender, then I suppose the slow get off, him being one of the last guys out of his stance, is not the worst thing in the world because he's still big enough, he's still long enough, he's probably still going to dictate the point of attack when he's not getting double teamed, and even against double teams, he's going to hold up. But it's hard to draft this guy and project him to anything else other than just a stout force in the middle to really maintain the line of scrimmage. I just don't think he's going to be a backfield productive player for you.
It's tough. It's tough to project.
I have concerns. 6'6", 310. It's a pure projection, like you're saying. Career grade of 64 as a pass rusher and 66 as a run defender. Both of those 11th, 12th percentile historically against draftable NFL prospects. That doesn't project well at the next level. I got some concerns about Gervin Dexter.
I think that's pretty much everybody does. Yeah, the only real thing supporting him at this spot is, as you said, look, a former 5-star recruit, a guy that has physical ability, the tools, the potential to be something more than he has been in college. And when you look at that position in particular, like it's another year where it's just not a great year for these interior guys. And if you need something, let's try and grab the guy that we can at least project to that, even if we've been doing that for a few years already and it hasn't happened.
Yeah, Gervin Dexter, just to give you guys a PFF stat here on him to fortify what he can be in the middle of your defense for run defense. 28 defensive stops in 2022. That was first amount amongst SEC defensive tackles from last year. You guys can see those stats if you want by going to pff.com. If you got a subscription, it's right there in front of you on Premium Stats. If you don't, Draft 40, DRAFT 40 to get 40% off of PFF subscription. It'd be a great time to get it, obviously, with the deal that we got here. Chargers are on the clock. Ironically enough, I think the Chargers could have used a big interior player like Gervin Dexter. Now he's off the board. They go Quentin Johnston in the first round. What do you guys think here? I think edge rusher is something that they really need to look towards. Fortify that depth. When Joey Bosa missed that time last year, they were exposed at edge. I mean, they just had Khalil Mack, and obviously Khalil Mack, I don't think is exactly the same player that he was in his prime a few years ago, but you got a lot of edge rushers on the board to maybe change that. Is that
anywhere in defense? Anywhere in defense, I'm cool with that.
Any defensive line. I mean, there's a slew of nose tackles.
Good word.
Siaki Ika. You know, they've needed this 330-pound run stuffer. You know, like Mozzie Smith to the Cowboys. That's been this year-over-year issue for the Cowboys. It's been the same thing for the Chargers. I'm intrigued by what they think of J.C. Jackson. They made the huge investment in him last year. He gets hurt after struggling. Do they go corner and continue to shore up that, or do they trade with their division rival Chiefs? That could be the other thing that they do. Do we know what they did? Oh, the Chiefs have traded up.
Oh.
They've traded with the Chiefs.
I'm
on the PFF draft tracker if you want to be ahead of the game.
Slow internet
you are
out here.
So smart. It's unbelievable. You knew it was going to happen. That's incredible.
Yeah,
You're
thank
so
you
good.
very much. That's what I was doing all last night. It's the Mayock.
He's got the.
Yeah.
No, I think you just felt the energy for the
Oh,
Chiefs
wow.
trade.
Vibes.
Old drafts, you could
Vibes.
tell when they were doing that. They'd be talking about one position. They're like, oh, it could also be the kicker. And we have a kicker pick in here. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
So the Chiefs have. Who would the Chiefs be trading up for? One of the receivers? Jalen Hyatt, maybe.
So they took Felix
Speed?
Uzama, pick number 31, one of Seth's favorite picks last night at the end of round 1. Yeah, we got some wide receivers on the board. Jalen
Which
Hyatt,
flavor of wide
Tank
receiver
Dell.
do the Chiefs want here?
Wasn't it, the Chiefs were a team that Chris kept talking about for DeJuan Jones? Wasn't that
That's
right?
true.
Look at you,
Very true.
sleuthing right now.
Are you cheating?
That's good.
Are
No.
you cheating?
I'm not.
I think you might be cheating.
I cheated, but you didn't. So if you win,
I'm not cheating.
this is you. They
I'm
do
also
have
following
a
your
right
wrong.
tackle
Jones.
question mark for sure.
Yes. With Juwan Taylor moving over to the left side.
I thought Darian Kinnard could play tackle at the NFL.
I think he can.
He might, but
He's
think he
healthy enough.
yeah.
I don't want to.
Thought he was probably a guard full time in the league.
But when you're a team like the Chiefs,
Maybe
do you
the
really
Chargers
want
are back on
do
the
you really
clock.
want to roll?
Oh, are the Chargers
that
back on the
dice?
clock? Did
Chargers
we get
were
duped?
back on
we
the
got
clock.
duped. We got duped.
Wow.
Hoodwinked. Bamboozled.
The word in your ear.
Led
turned out to be
astray.
wrong.
Yeah, they
Run
lied to me.
amok.
Huh.
Chargers made a good pick though.
Tuli Pelotu from the Chargers. We mentioned edge rusher.
Missed a syllable. I always add extra syllables to his name.
Did he? I miss a syllable?
I add extra ones.
How do you say it?
You said it the right way.
How do you say it?
Doesn't matter. Tui Peloto. We've settled on it. He's awesome. He's
There
a
we
good
go.
player.
There we go. Wait, or is this it? Oh,
What
the
is
Chiefs.
happening?
It's really the Chargers.
The Chiefs traded with the Lions, which are on the clock now.
Oh, that's what it is.
Okay, so Tui Pelotu.
So the
how do
Chargers
we, how do we
pick
feel
is
about
in.
him?
Well,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
they need anyone on the defensive line, like we said. He's got. I wrote he's the bag of tricks. Like he's got all these type of moves. Loves doing a whole bunch of stuff to get to the quarterback. Above average versus the run. Likes to use his quick. He's quick. That
Yep.
lateral ability, can use it against the run too. The knife inside players and make tackles in the backfield. I'm a fan.
I kind of wonder what size he's going to end up playing at the NFL level. Like he was 266 or something like that, right?
Why?
when he weighed in?
Because USC listed him at 290 and he showed up at 266 at the
Was
combine?
he ever 290?
You feel upset?
Was he ever that high?
No.
But I
Was he
do
ever
think
close?
He was never 290. I bet he played between like 270 and 275.
Yeah. But
Because people
I mean, he was a
thought,
power edge.
people
for
thought
them.
that he was like almost like an interior defensive lineman.
Right.
And I actually went to study him for the first time as a DT.
Yeah.
And I get 6 snaps into his tape and I go, all right, I'm gonna watch him next week when I watch edges.
But he
'cause he's
plays.
clearly
I mean, I think he can play like all along the defensive front, and particularly if he's playing at 275 rather than 266. You know, with a little bit extra size in there. Like I do think he's a fun player that has power. Again, particularly if he's got that extra little bit of size. He's got a lot of moves. He just keeps plugging away at it. He struck me as like really workmanlike. That if you just gave him long enough, he'll eventually get there. You know, and there's a lot of mileage in that.
Yeah, he's not great at anything, but just good all around. Just a really good football player. Second, like why is he in the second round? Average get off, average everything.
He's my favorite of the beige.
Favorite top end beige. He's just a good
priority.
productive
He's a priority beige.
football player. 87th percentile run defense grade. I'll just say that too with Khalil Mack, Bosa, Julie. They've got some good run defenders.
Oh.
Oh.
Now, this is fascinating. The Chiefs end up trade up,
There we
and
go.
they get Rashee Rice from SMU, who is one of the most enigmatic wide receivers in this entire draft. It is impossible to work out what is happening on his tape. But you, I think, had the best theory that I've heard for why his tape makes no sense.
Rashee Rice thinks he's 6'4".
Yes.
He thinks he is 6'4",
But
220 pounds.
but he
But in
is, in
reality,
fact-
he's 6'1", 200 pounds.
204 or something, yeah. Like
And when you watch, the best moments of Rashee Rice on tape are contested catches.
Yes.
And when he plays, he almost seeks them out.
Yeah.
There are times when he could actually blow by a defender and probably get behind him.
Yes.
And he doesn't. He almost turns around and starts to box them out before he even needs to, because that's his style of play.
Look at this. I literally articulated exactly the same thing, right? He goes looking for contact too much, gets stuck on these guys that he's on the way past.
Yep.
And then the next note I wrote was, does he deliberately reinitiate contact after flying past people?
And he does. Those are his best best plays because before I watched Rasheed Rice, who graded very highly, I think that he had a really good receiving grade for us for a long time. I don't know. Okay, so we ended as an 85.9, but even at a higher grade during the season, I was like, okay, a lot of people talk about this guy as a contested catch monster, and I go watch him, and I'm like, he doesn't need to be. He actually looks more explosive than he does strong.
Yeah.
He goes to the combine, guess what? He tests like an explosive athlete. So I don't think Rasheed Rice is like not an NFL player. But in order for him to succeed, in order for him to actually make the most of his strengths, he almost has to completely retool how he approaches playing the receiver position.
That's good.
You watch
That's good.
you watch the Cincinnati game specifically. Cincinnati gets up in his junk. Like Cincinnati goes up to the line of scrimmage and absolutely bodies him, and he doesn't know what to do. It's almost like the competition that he's gone up against never challenged him like that.
But it didn't.
And so he needs to have that speed, explosiveness part of his profile. And yeah, I'm shocked that he went 55.
But if you're going to send that guy anywhere in the NFL.
Okay, we could say this literally about any offensive player.
But obviously any offensive player going to the Chiefs offense is going to, like, that's the best place you could go. But for a guy that specifically needs a lot of work to just actually figure out how he's going to have to play at the body type that he is, not the body type that he wants to be, pairing him with Andy Reid and that Chiefs offense, it can't get better than that. There's no developmental environment that's going to be better for him to at least zero in on how he has to play the game.
A lot of people like this pick. A lot of people like Rasheed Rice.
I'm just glad that everybody was so confused and upset watching this film. Because that's just how I felt. I was
It made no sense.
He looked slow. He looked like he was okay being slow. I know he played with a foot injury last year, so he's probably more healthy by the time he got to the Senior Bowl. But every now and again, he'd snap off this incredible route, and then other times he'd be like, "Hey, come on, corner!" Like you said, let's just play jump ball. Let's just do rebounding drills together. So he felt like a guy I wanted to bet on, though. I felt like he's just a talented guy who needs that refinement.
Yes.
I love the way you describe him, Trevor. I want him on my team.
He
has a great vertical, a really good 10 time. He felt so slow, but he's got some of these good workout numbers too that don't match the film.
He also plays with some real want to with him. He reminded me a lot of the way Isaiah Pacheco plays with that I'm going to be more violent on this play than you are willing to be to stop me. And that took Isaiah Pacheco a long way last year.
Sure.
So for him to end up on the same team is interesting.
I think he's a talented player. If he plays the same way he did at SMU, he won't succeed in the NFL. But if he changes a little bit of how he approaches the position, I think you could still get a pretty dang good wide receiver.
Yeah.
Seth, any Rasheed Rice takes?
No.
Okay. All right. Chicago Bears on the Chicago Bears.
Dynamite drop in, Seth.
I appreciate your honesty.
Chicago Bears on the clock. The pick is in. It's one of my favorite corners in this class. Miami cornerback Tyreek Stevenson.
Yo. Sorry.
You hate him?
Yeah.
You hate him?
I do. I do kind of hate him.
Okay. All right. Let's do this.
Look,
let's fight.
Great for the young man. Just got drafted. Going to make a lot of money.
Do not
really
start with a great for the young man.
Really
Don't do that to him.
However, he reminded me an awful lot of Artie Burns, and that's not a good thing. He struggles doing an awful lot of pretty basic things, which is fairly problematic for a cornerback.
Man, I didn't see it like that.
I don't like all the things he's being talked about. If he's one-on-one with no other distractions or anything else going around him, okay, we could talk. But anytime there's anything else going on, we've got problems.
Asset. It's a valuable skill set.
Is it?
Yes.
Who plays like that now?
Obviously you want to have awareness to what's going on with the coverage around you, but still, if there is something to being able to tell a guy, go guard this player, and he goes, okay, and he has the athleticism, he's got the change of direction, he's got the size, he's got the ball skills to go be able to do it.
Yeah, he's another one of these guys, I think, that's a very good athlete, but not a good player at the moment.
I will say this, too. Started his career at Georgia. Georgia wanted him to be more of a nickel player to get him out on the field. He did not want to be a nickel defender.
No.
He wanted to be a boundary defender.
Shouldn't be.
And he transferred to Miami from Georgia in order to be an outside player. So he hasn't been an outside corner too long. I still think that he's getting the nuances of what it's like to be out there outside of just saying, that's your guy, go cover him. So I'm believing in the upside and the athleticism.
So I'm more on Sam's side here.
All right, I'm cutting you off, Steve. No, I'm just kidding.
But I think
dead smack in the middle.
But I think that what you said about him still learning, because that's what I see on tape, is a guy who's guessing too much on the route that's about to happen, and then he gets beat a lot. But it's like, well, if all of a sudden you start guessing correctly more often, maybe you don't get beat as much. And how do you guess correctly more often? You play more at the position. So maybe that's the upside there for him.
It is important.
He's got good size, straight line speed. Kind of reminds me of Keely Ringo, where it's like size and speed are good. Short area burst is fine. Anything change direction-wise, I have questions about. And then it was the busted coverages, right? Like when you're just looking through his targets and all that stuff, whether it's completely his fault or the scheme or whatever it is, there's just receivers running right past him. I don't know how much you hold that against corners at the next level, if it's all on them or whatever it might be, but those are some of the concerns. Overall, though, solid athletic profile. I think he's a pretty good player. I think it's fine at this point.
New York Giants back on the clock. Before we chat about the Giants, got to remind people that this stream is brought to you by our friends over at Underdog and the biggest fantasy football tournament ever, Best Ball Mania 4. If you don't know what Best Ball is, very simple. You just enter Best Ball Mania over at Underdog's slick mobile app, draft your team, and that's it. Yep. You just set it and forget it, as Underdog optimizes your lineup for you every single week to create the highest scoring one. It's here, Best Ball Mania 4, and it is your shot of a first place prize of over $3 million. Get signed up on UnderdogFantasy.com or on their app in the App Store. Use the promo code PFF, and we'll get your first deposit doubled up to $100. That is Underdog Fantasy with the promo code PFF. How do you feel about the Giants draft so far? How do we feel about it? New York, I really thought they were going to go trenches in the first round.
Deontay Banks, really great fit for what they do. Has the man coverage skills, got the elite athleticism, like that as the first pick.
The player that I projected them to draft at 25 is when they were originally picking. They just drafted at 57.
There it is.
John Michael Schmitz, the center from Minnesota.
I had him going in the first to the Giants. They knew they played the board well. My mock, I had him going there. That's a match.
It is.
It is a match.
32 picks later.
Do I still get points for that?
Yeah, we should get points. You add it to your total.
I
Top
will.
5 mocker.
I will.
I love John Michael Schmitz.
I do as well. Had a really strong Senior Bowl. I think that was I don't want to say beginning of it, because it's weird to say that when you've got all the tape behind him, but you can see the overall grades right there. First, 92.3 elite grade, run blocking grade. He was first in that. Pass blocking grade, he was 15th. Those are really solid numbers for John Michael Schmitz. Sam, what'd you think about him?
Yeah, the one kind of concern, if you like, about him is he didn't have great athleticism. When you're talking about taking a center in the first round, it's like he needs to tick every box, including being a special athlete. But the only reason you want him to be a special athlete is so that he can make those difficult outside zone blocks, working across a ton of space, which you can see
is a difficult outside zone block.
Right. So the tape is full of him making the block that you want him to make with the athleticism, at which point I no longer care what his measurables are, because he's already showing you that he can make that block with regularity.
So that was Cowboys center Travis Frederick a few years ago. He had a terrible workout. Cowboys took him in the first. Everybody laughed at Jerry Jones. He became the best run blocking center in the league, best reach blocking center. So again, that's the block where the shade nose tackle's really far away. You have to jump out of your stance, keep low pad level, leverage them and hold them in place, and you basically steal a gap in the run game. It is a cheat code for zone run offenses. John Michael Schmitz has that ability. Some concerns about his pass protection compared to his run blocking ability, but I think he's one of the best run blockers to come out over the last couple of years, so I like this pick quite a bit.
Jerry Jones, for a guy who I don't think we would want to, he's a general manager, he makes the picks. Obviously, he has a team around him. He has done such good job drafting at non-glamorous positions, which, for a guy that we think of as a glamorous type of tycoon type of person, you would think, I'm just going to take receivers and running backs and stuff like that. And he's done such a good job drafting at the non-sexy position. So,
are you talking about the next pick?
No, I'm talking about Jerry Jones.
The Giants picked.
Right. Because you said you said Jerry Jones and I got excited.
Travis
okay. You talking about Travis Frederick?
Travis Frederick. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Look, sometimes you have to go off on a tangent about Jerry Jones. It's fine.
He was cooking. I
had to check.
I had to let him cook.
Let me check that box off.
The Cowboys are on the clock. The Cowboys pick is in.
And the thing I like about Jerry Jones, and I know he has a team around him, but
they picked Luke Shoemaker, the tight end from Michigan. So Shoemaker goes ahead of
Darnell Washington.
Darnell Washington? Tucker Kraft? I like Luke Schoonmaker a lot. That's rich for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we're getting in. So I was lower on Darnell Washington than most people, but now you're getting into the realm of, okay, how many more of these guys can you actually justify taking ahead of him? But make the case for Schoonmaker.
I think he was underutilized with Michigan. I think he's a pretty dang good athlete. I think he actually changed direction, starts pretty dang well. For what you see on tape, again, I just don't think that he was utilized a ton. He'll give you his all as a blocker. He's not the biggest, thickest tight end, so sometimes he's not as physically imposing as you would want. But, man, I think the want to is there with blocking. And he gives you a profile of somebody who I thought could be a really nice either tight end 2 or tight end 3. You're probably not going to have him as your tight end 1. I just didn't think he was going to blossom into that kind of a ceiling. But a really solid tight end 2, tight end 3 who gives you some multi-tight end set versatility. And we know that that's the Cowboys' MO. They got all those tight ends on the team. They lose Dalton Schultz. They wanted to make sure that they had 2 or 3 guys that they could go to no matter what. So this is the profile of a player that you can get on the field in a lot of different situations. So I like Schoonmaker.
Interesting thing about the tight end class. I think the top 3 that we've talked about the most, Dalton Kincaid, Michael Mayer, Darnell Washington, I think they were the 3 best football players all around. I think they were the 3 best. The next group that came off the board, that Sam Laporta, Luke Musgrave, you mentioned Tucker Kraft when he comes off the board, Zach Kuntz from Old Dominion whenever he comes off the board, and then a guy like Schoonmaker. All of those guys have really strong, projectable athletic profiles. That does matter at the tight end position. So Schoonmaker's kind of in that boat. He's 24 years old, a little bit older as a prospect. But like you said, like the production's not necessarily there because he's underutilized at Michigan, not the best run blocker, but the athletic profile's there. So it's another projectable type of tight end, and I think that's, other than Darnell Washington, there's a bunch of those guys in this class.
The funny thing is, I actually think Dallas would be a great fit for Darnell Washington. I don't love him everywhere, but I think Dallas is one of the teams with Jake Ferguson already there.
Yeah.
I think that actually makes a lot of sense. So it's interesting for them to pass on him.
I like Luke Schoonmaker. Would not have thought twice about picking Darnell Washington over him. Wouldn't have thought twice about it.
So
Buffalo Bills on the clock. Pick is in.
And we're now getting a run of picks where this was a first-round pick that a lot of people were pairing them with. Osiris Torrance, the guard from Florida, a lot of people were plugging him into the first round for Buffalo, and they get him in the second.
It happens every year, right? I mean, if a week ago you said, hey, look, the Buffalo Bills are going to come away from this draft with Dalton Kincaid and Osiris Torrance.
Big dub.
Jackpot.
Both guys that could have gone as high as 15 for Kincaid and the 25 range for Osiris Torrance. We've seen that. I mean, that feels like a huge win. And, maybe there are injury concerns with Osiris Torrance, but I thought he was the best non-Skoronski guard in the draft. Powerful player. If you're running downhill, and the Bills need some sort of run game flexibility, their downhill run game, their third and short game, to take a few hits away from Josh Allen. Nobody was better than Osiris Torrance. Backside, double teams on inside zone, creating movement and everything. Like, their short yardage game gets better immediately with him. Plus, he can move. Pass protection, great Senior Bowl, like you said, Trevor. I like this a lot. He steps right in. Left guard, right guard, doesn't matter. Both are needs for the Bills, and he's going to play.
No, I mean, I agree with the need. Like, this is an offensive line that just has never gotten to the point that the Bills had tried to get it to. I mean, every team tries to have great position groups, but it felt like they had tried and they're doing different stuff, and like, this might be one of the pieces that helps fix it.
I mean, I love it. Again, I think that your point, Steve, is the one that I gravitate towards. It allows them to be more of a power running team because they just didn't lean on that a lot outside of using Josh Allen in those certain situations. Now with a player like this in the middle, it gives them the ability to do that more, gives them a little bit more. I feel like both of these picks, Kincaid and Osiris Torrance, can potentially be more flexibility picks. It allows them to have a more powerful run game. It allows them to have multiple tight end sets. I know Seth was saying that might not be the case, but
well, they're going to try it.
They might think that they can with these two players, and so I really do. I like these pairings.
Yeah, they. Sorry, I just got distracted by the next pick coming in. Bengals.
Oh, your guy.
Yeah, well, his guy.
Your guy.
The model guy. Bengals.
Ding, 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 ding.
Have drafted cornerback DJ Turner from Michigan.
This is a fascinating pick for the Bengals because they were linked in the first round to DeJuan Jones, the tackle from Ohio State, and Darnell Washington. Both of those guys still on the board in the second. Love this pick with DJ Turner. So like the Bengals' strategy, where do you want to spend your draft capital at these positions where at some point you're going to have to pay a ton of money for corners and for edge defenders, but you're not going to have that flexibility because of the investment in the big names. So DJ Turner comes in. You get more depth at corner. He is unbelievably fast, right? Ran sub 4.3, very productive, unbelievable pick 6 against Maryland a couple years ago. Production profile, I love it. Workout profile, I love it. And it fills a need with a very good player for the Bengals.
Yeah, he's legit. Like, the speed is stunning on tape, and like I said, he pairs that with really good footwork to get in and out of his breaks. So you're not losing any of that speed anywhere. Really good player.
And this is back-to-back years where they're drafting some really good athletes from that Michigan secondary. Dax Hill they drafted last year, and I'm looking at Hill's mock draftable percentiles right now. 98th percentile 10-yard split, 95th percentile 40-yard dash, 97th percentile 3-cone, 87th percentile 20-yard shuttle. So incredible change of direction ability. And then DJ Turner, kind of the same thing. Unbelievable change of direction, unbelievable quickness. Like Seth said, his ability to put his foot in the ground and change direction. I just think that you are getting one hell of an athlete in DJ Turner, and that's going to help out their secondary.
Yeah, I mean, I still have a little bit of concern with Cincinnati where their right tackle is coming from, unless they think they can mend the bridges with Jonah Williams and just, make him play right tackle. He clearly doesn't want to do that. He's already asked for a trade the second they suggested it was going to happen, but, they have to actually trade him for that to happen. Otherwise, he's their right tackle.
Last year, they drafted Cam Taylor-Britt in the second. Chidobe Awuzie is still there. DJ Turner comes in, competes with both of those guys to play on the outside, doesn't have to play right away, but this is what good rosters do, right, is Chidobe Awuzie is in the last year of his contract. They're not going to bring him back. They're not going to pay him $10 million or $12 million or anything. So DJ Turner could have a good redshirt year, take over in 24. That's just good. It's just good team building. I think both of their first two moves, getting Miles Murphy on the edge and getting DJ Turner at corner, really nice job by the Bengals.
Looking at the best available that we have right now on our big board, DeJuan Jones, 31st overall. He's still on the board. Darnell Washington, 37th overall, still there. Josh Downs, Tank Dell, Hendon Hooker then. At number 5 on our big board, Drew Sanders, Antonio Johnson, Luke Whippler, Jalen Hyatt, Adetomiwa Adebawore rounds out the top 10 that we have available. We talked a little bit about, some of these guys being Jacksonville Jaguars needs, targets. They go offensive line at the end of the first round last night. And what's another direction that they could go here? The Jags. Think a secondary, think a pass rusher.
It's all the same stuff I just said for the Bengals. I think any of those high-value positions that fell, a couple edges that are still available. I love Darius Rush at corner. I think that you can always use that cornerback depth. They could actually get a true right tackle if they really wanted to go that way.
Well, they got Anton Harrison, right?
They did get Harrison the first time around, but
they're also a team where I like, not for this, but they're a Darnell Washington landing spot. They've got Evan Engram, but Evan Engram is that move tight end, a guy that's not going to be in line a lot, and he's only there on the franchise tag at the moment. Darnell Washington makes a lot of sense as a second tight end there that could potentially step up and be the number one guy if they move on from Engram.
I like contested catch options, not for every quarterback, but for a guy like Trevor Lawrence. I think Lawrence has a really good feel for just throwing away from leverage and all that stuff, and I think giving him a big body would be great.
Well,
but who is it?
They went tight end, but it's Brenton Strange, the tight end from Penn State.
Wow.
Good receiver. Not much of a run blocker. It will give you pluses in the receiving game, but I think he was 120th on our PFF big board. And what's this pick here? What does he go?
61.
61. So 59 selections above where we had him ranked. Jags clearly a lot higher on this guy than we are, but they believe in the athlete that he is. You guys talked about tight end. I felt like one of those other tight ends would have been a much better fit for the Jags as just more of a full-time player, but clearly they just wanted somebody who could be better in the passing game.
Yeah, and like you said, if Ingram is just going to be one more year type of player, then I guess you get a replacement for him as a one of these hybrid, whatever, move tight ends, whatever you want to call them. I guess it works.
But also, I think this is what you're seeing, right? This is what the league views the tight end position as being now. The two guys that have slipped in the draft so far, Darnell Washington, who's still falling, and Michael Mayer, who his sort of calling card was being a throwback, old-fashioned, classic, Y-type tight end, but isn't the athlete that some of these other guys are. The league wants athletes at tight end. They want receivers. They want big, wide receivers as tight ends now.
But then I feel like you would have picked
Right, there's other guys.
Tucker Kraft, right?
Yeah, I mean, that part I'm not defending.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
It's a bit of a reach as far as the consensus board goes, the way our board goes, but it's another, again, athletic tight end with some sort of receiving upside. It is an amazing tight end run right now. 135.
I've never seen this before.
He's 135 on the consensus board.
Wow.
Going here at 61 to the Jags. Not saying the consensus board is gold. I'm just saying it's
with other options on the table.
Yeah, there's other options.
Yeah, I mean, we've all talked about this, but I do think the consensus board is something you need to be using, because if obviously we don't know what this is, a media consensus board, obviously not a team consensus board. We can't get that, but
Or can we?
I'm gonna hack the system.
Yeah.
But there's a good chance that this player was not viewed as a second-round player by the league if he wasn't viewed by this as the media. I understand two different things, but generally I would say they're relatively correlated. You could just gotten later. Like, just wait. Like, I don't understand. Like, you just don't need Brenton Strange or whoever it is. I'm not saying he's a bad player. You just don't need him that bad that you should take him that much higher than the consensus board.
Right. The point is the difference between Brenton Strange and the other tight ends specifically that you're passing on probably isn't that drastic. And more importantly, if you feel like I got to get a tight end right now, I have to get this position, you're not truly in the press conferences as we're trusting our board. Your board's clearly dictated by need and just what you want to get. There are better football players on the board. So that's the issue with the reaches.
Clearly they believe in the athlete that he is. 92nd percentile broad jump, 82nd percentile vertical, so good explosive scores there. 1.57 10-yard split, that's 91st percentile. But it is a little bit strange for the Jags because the Jags have a third rounder, 3 fourth rounders, 2 fifth rounders, 3 sixth rounders, and a 7th rounder. So it's not like they were saying, we got to get in on this tight end class. It's just a little bit of a strange
Got him
for me.
And that's all we have for you guys, folks.
If you guys want to see whether or not Brenton Strange is the real deal and if he should have been the pick here at number 61, you can do so in person if you got the Game Time app. And you can do so while saving up to 60% off what face value tickets are using the Game Time app. They've got all kinds of great tools for you to make sure that you're making the best decision, whether it comes to where you are sitting in the stadium or a concert or a comedy show or theater or whatever it is. And they make it very easy because you can just buy the tickets right online and they're in the palm of your hand. They got the lowest prices guaranteed. Go download the Game Time app, use the promo code PFF. You'll get 20% off of your first purchase. Game Time app, PFF, $20 off, not 20% off. Got to make sure they get that right. $20 off using the Game Time app. Lowest prices guaranteed. Who do we got up now? I'm all over the place.
Texans traded up.
Texans traded up. Oh, we got another Penn State player. Boom. Penn State. A little bit of a run here. Center Juice Scruggs from Penn State. He is the third center off the board over guys like Luke Whippler.
Yeah.
I didn't mind Juice Scruggs, but he wasn't the kind of impact starting caliber player that I thought that Whippler could have been, certainly. But it just seems like Steve was saying a little bit earlier, when you get that run on centers, now if you think there are certain players who could only play that center position, maybe you got to go get your guy. I feel like Scruggs was kind of in a group where, all right, you'd be okay with him, you'll be okay with Oluwatimi from Michigan. You don't necessarily have to reach for these players, but clearly the Texans wanted their guy here. Sam, you got any thoughts on him?
Well, he is one of those players that you think is a center only.
Yes.
And, probably a zone type of center as well, like a very scheme-specific type of player and position-specific. You're not getting the flexibility that you might have with some of these other players. So that's an interesting pick for them to value him above a guy like Luke Whippler, who I think is a similar kind of breakdown in terms of what he would be, but I think has a much cleaner profile. Like that, we're seeing in this second round and heading into the third, how much the boards deviate.
Yeah, Scruggs is 163 on the consensus board. I mean, I like Luke Whippler a lot better. Oluwatimi, who you mentioned. I got a few other centers ahead of Juice Scruggs here, but Texans, they were another one of the teams that needed a center. This is the guy they targeted, obviously had him above Whippler and some of the others, and just a bit of it's a reach on the consensus board, but they traded up to go get their need. So again, just want to be clear, teams are not, they're filling needs right now. They're filling direct holes on their roster.
We wondered if this was going to happen in the first round, right? Because if you don't have a lot of first round grades, if you don't think it's the greatest class in the world, then were teams going to really gravitate towards just filling needs with some players that they had faith in the first round? Right. It didn't seem like that was
they got their athletes
overly
in the first round.
The case. It felt like, right. Again, like I think that they were still gravitating towards athletes. Now we're seeing that run on, we need this position. We're going to fill this position no matter what.
And he's somebody that gave up, 16 total pressures in the last couple of years. That's a pretty big number for a center that generally don't give up a lot of pressure at all. His grade in sort of gap schemes was only in the 60s. That sort of illustrates, how scheme specific he might be. Like, he's just a very limited might be the wrong word, but he's a very specific type of player that does not have a ton of versatility to him.
So the Broncos traded up. They were one of those teams that had back-to-back picks in the early part of the third round, but they wanted to get in on the second round party. So they're on the clock now. We're getting the Denver Broncos here. Denver Broncos needs? I mean, honestly, when I look at this team, I just think you got to play better. That's all there is to it, right? They spent some money in free agency. They got some guys along the defensive line. I think they shored up their secondary. Linebacker room, okay, maybe you could upgrade that a little bit, but I think they're okay with their linebackers. If you're going to be weak anywhere on defense, probably at the linebacker level. They spend a ton of money on the offensive line to try to revamp the offensive line. You're getting Javonte Williams back. You're not trading any of your receivers after all. Just go out and play better, right?
Yeah, the one spot you could argue they might need an offensive lineman or an upgrade is center, though. And if maybe like Whippler, hey, how did he go above Whippler? Maybe they're like, got to get him. That's why you jump up a couple of spots.
It could be center. I mean, the question is, on paper, I completely agree. It looks like the roster looks solid. My question is, how many of those people are Sean Payton type of guys, right? Because a lot of the fact that he's even been shopping Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy and all that stuff, you shouldn't be, right? On paper, those are the guys you would want. But if Sean Payton still wants to come in here and he wants to clean up a few positions, get his guys in there, they don't really have a ton of opportunities in the draft to do that. So I think you just, grab the best players, maybe grab a center at some point, and roll with what they have. It's a good, solid roster, and if they play better and get Russell Wilson back on track, they'll be a tough team. If they play better, they'll be a tough team.
Both in the state of Colorado, could they, is he going to pull a Dion and basically just cut the entire team, to get his guys in there?
They might trade receivers now.
Yeah, just the receiving core.
They might trade receivers now. This is a good pick. Marvin Mims. Now I had Mims going to Philadelphia. Just traded out.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
2 picks ago, I had Mims going to Philadelphia here at 62 on a bunch of mocks that I played around with. I love Marvin Mims. He is analytics darling. No matter which way you slice the numbers, whether it's PFF or other companies.
There's no other company.
There's no other companies. They steal our data and they try to create stuff.
Right.
Model loves him. All the numbers just love Marvin Mims. Now, if you're watching other networks and you're seeing the highlights, there are definitely highlights where he just runs in a straight line by everybody, and that helps.
Welcome to Big 12.
But there's also plays when he got to play with Caleb Williams throwing a back shoulder to him down the field. Ridiculous catch that I'm looking at now that you guys can't see. It is
great analysis.
He's wearing these glasses that, like the HUD glasses, it's contact lenses. You can't see them.
I like Marvin Mims a lot.
Yes.
He is a very good, productive receiver, and it definitely gives Denver some flexibility maybe to trade.
Yeah. Every year you seem to get these players that go in the second, the third round where all the way through the process, everybody is talking about him as he's going to be better than where he's drafted. And everyone kind of agrees on that. And this has been Marvin Mims this year. And I'm always wondering, why don't they just get drafted higher then? If we're all accepting that he's a better player than he's being projected as in terms of draft spot, but all the data loves Marvin Mims. Like, it's very difficult to find a number that doesn't have him ranked incredibly highly in it. He tracks the ball extremely well. He's got the speed. He's got the directness. He's good after the catch for a guy that's his size. Like, he's got a mean stiff arm to him. So everybody loves this dude, and yet he gets drafted, the bottom of the second round.
I didn't love, so I agree with all that stuff. Anything over like 10 yards or whatever, vertical line stuff, catches. Didn't love his route running in the shorter area of the field, and it could be fixed. And honestly, could have been, they run a very specific. The last year they ran a very specific offense there with Jeff Lebby in Oklahoma. So it's very possible that they were cutting some stuff out of their route running for the purpose of that offense, which is something that I saw, which I didn't love. But I'll give it. I'll put that on the offensive coordinator doing something that they want to do. But I didn't love that in and out of the break type of situation.
I'm exactly where you are. I saw a player who, at the very worst, is a really nice vertical threat for you at the NFL level.
That's good. If Russell Wilson's his quarterback, that's all you need.
And that is absolutely worthwhile. And that's why when I was making my wide receiver rankings, like, sure, I think he's got a little bit of an incomplete profile right now, but even what I see that he's going to give you is valuable. Yeah. So this guy should have been a day 2 pick, whether it was going to be a second rounder or a third rounder. I totally agree with that. And maybe it's even more encouraging to say there is room to grow. There's room for him to get better.
That's why I liked him, because I'm like, okay, well, you can just do that better.
Right.
Next time you're on a hitch, just do it better.
It is interesting to see how this plays out now, because I think Mims tracks the ball down the field extremely well, like all the downfield threat type of stuff.
Right. He's natural at it.
Makes this offense better. If this offense doesn't move, if Russell Wilson doesn't throw the ball down the field effectively, now you have Cortland Sutton, KJ Hamler, Jerry Jeudy, Tim Patrick, Marquez Callaway. Callaway was a Sean Payton guy. Sutton has been in trade talks. Jeudy has been in trade talks.
Well, I was going to ask, does this put anybody more on the block than others?
Probably Jeudy, if anybody, right?
Okay.
Or Hamler. I mean, what is the purpose of Hamler with his offense?
Definitely. But, I mean, teams will be calling specifically for Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton. KJ Hamler, I would take a flyer on him because he was intriguing a couple years ago, hasn't been all that healthy. But Jeudy and Sutton, one of those guys absolutely could be out. This is what I'm talking about. Like, on paper, the roster looks good. Sean Payton, though, is getting his guys in there now.
Chicago Bears on the clock for the very first pick of the third round. Before we get to that, though, let's recap what we have seen here in the second round. It started off with Joey Porter Jr. I'm not going to read off all of these. Y'all feel free to shout out some of your favorite picks that we have seen. Obviously, Will Levis going 33 to the Titans. Titans trading up for him. I loved Matthew Bergeron going to the Atlanta Falcons. I think he's going to be a starting guard for him. Love the footwork, love the drive, love the strength that he played with, the leverage that he played with. I think that he's just going to be a fantastic Arthur Smith offensive lineman there. What about through this group? Anybody stand out to you? I know we talked about these.
Brian Branch.
All right, so Brian Branch going 45 to the Lions. Steve was saying if you flip the Lions draft on its head from this point backwards.
It might not be like a total flip on its head, but I do bet that if you get the end of the Detroit Lions draft and just reorder it, whatever your appropriate way is, it'll look amazing. It's just, you're not going to love the order they did it in.
Anybody from this final group that we have here before we turn the page?
John Michael Schmitz.
You don't have to. Yeah,
you said yell it out.
We're still sitting right here.
You have a microphone on, buddy.
I mean, Rashee Rice to the
buddy
Chiefs.
In there.
I love
you
that.
Just give him a little jab. What'd you say?
Rashee Rice to the Chiefs. I love that as a match.
As just an observer, or truly like you think that the
both.
fit
I mean,
is perfect?
Everybody who watched Rashee Rice, everyone comes to the same conclusion. Like, the tape makes no sense. It's frustrating, but I want to like this guy. There's so much good there. And now he's going to Andy Reid and the Chiefs, who can figure out how to make that work.
He just seems like that receiver that has the mentality to be good. And yeah, pairing anybody with Andy Reid and all that stuff is great, but if they get the best out of Rashee Rice, he's one of the steals of the draft, absolutely.
So far, the Chicago Bears draft, Darnell Wright at number 10 overall, Gervin Dexter in the second round, Tyreek Stevenson in the second round, and then to start things off on the third round, a lot of people were clamoring for Adetomiwa Adebawore. Wouldn't have to move too far from Northwestern, but that is not the selection. It is a defensive lineman. It's Zach Pickens from South Carolina. I think this dude is an absolute powerhouse in the middle. Seth, you like him? You act like you're a fan.
He's a load.
Nice.
That's what I wrote down. That's
nice. Okay, I don't know if I should have fist bumped you for calling a dude a load, but here we are. Yeah, Zach Pickens. I think this is just more beef in the middle.
Yeah.
Right? They're coming away in this draft with Zach Pickens and Gervin Dexter. That's some serious strength in the middle. And I think Zach Pickens, he was a former, very highly sought-after recruit. I think people still believe that he could be a good football player. Steve, the eyebrow shot up like the model is not a fan. Is he even in the beige?
I try to skew positive on the shows when the picks are in. You got your guy.
Look, the way to do it, remember?
That should be your analysis.
It's a great day for the young man. Congratulations
I'm
to him.
happy for
You're hitting him with the young
However.
man.
So I've got 2 defensive tackles in like the red.
Yeah.
As far as the model goes, and the Bears drafted
Both of them. Yeah.
Right.
Gervin Dexter
And the funny
Zach
thing is,
Pickens.
you could tell that just from looking at the players that they've drafted. Like, they've got these guys that are physically talented, that flash, amazing ability, and just are not consistently good.
I mean, Pickens, his best run defense grade for a season is 64, and he had a 60 run defense grade last year in the SEC. Now I'll say, I mean, we'll see what happens, right? They got to develop them and everything, but a team that needed help in the trenches, I think there's better players than Zach Pickens and Gervin Dexter. There's not a lot of them.
I just don't think he really knows what he's doing with technique to get into the backfield.
Right.
Yeah.
There's nothing there. It's just like there is burst off the line of scrimmage. He's a big body. He's a load. And you just hope that you can develop some more aspects to his game. But there's something to like there, I think.
There's going to be a group of defensive tackles. Moro Ohomo from Texas, hybrid type of player, and Kobe Turner, undersized interior penetrator from Wake Forest. There's going to be your guy Carl Brooks, depending on where they put him. There's going to be a couple of these more productive players that go later that I think might be better options for some teams.
And I don't know if this is just the Bears or if we're seeing another position where this is becoming the trend, but this is the type of player that teams are taking a shot on right now. They're looking at athletes almost first and foremost. Like, the player part comes later. We're looking for the guy with all the physical traits, and then we're going to make him into the player we think he can become.
Sure. I got to think that they believe that you got your run stuffer in Dexter, and now you have a player with a little bit more pass rush upside in Pickens. So emphasizing the defensive line.
Oh, needed.
I'm kind of surprised here they did not take Adebawore then.
Yeah.
Right? With him being on the board.
That's the profile if we're talking about these type of players.
Exactly.
That's the
I
profile.
am shocked that Adebawore, with athletic profile, I'm shocked that he hasn't come off the board.
I agree.
Except, size is part of that athletic profile for teams, right? And he doesn't have any.
Yeah, I mean, Kalijah Cansey went in the first round. Like, you could easily say Adebawore is Cansey light in this class.
Right.
They both weigh 280 with the longer arms.
But if you're
he's not nearly as good of a football player, but you could convince yourself that he's the same athlete.
right, but if you're all-time small outlier light, that's putting you off the end of the spectrum in terms of size problems.
Pickens does have a good athletic profile. I mean, that's where you're trying to project him. Good, 10-yard split and length and all that stuff. So there are definitely tools to work with. He's 23 years old and never had a good productive season in the SEC. That's a concern.
There's some love for the model in the chat box there. A guy called Jared says, Steve's model is the single most advanced and useful thing ever created in human history. To go against that is a sure road to failure and misery.
Yeah.
How much you pay him to say that?
Eat that, Bears. He knows.
How much you pay him to say that? Eagles got back-to-back picks here at 65 and 66. One of those selections is in.
One of them?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I figure they were
Couldn't
probably
make them both at the same time.
I figure they were probably taking their time, a little back to back here. But Tyler Steen, the offensive tackle from Alabama. Some people believe he's going to be better suited as a guard. I think that he can play tackle. I think his future's probably best at guard. He was one of those players that I ended up having at both spots on my rankings. I have him listed higher as a guard. I think he'd be of a more impact player there. But I do think there are times when I watch his tape that it's not like the athleticism really pops out at me. He's not dominating you with the long arms or any kind of length like that, but I think he's built really well, carries a good amount of weight in the lower half. He can anchor really well, can mitigate speed to power very well. So this is a solid player. I don't think he's this major impact offensive lineman. There's a reason why he's going in the third round instead of the first, but I think Tyler Steen's a solid, versatile guy. At the very worst for me, he's a swing offensive lineman. He is the sixth man, the next guy in at almost every spot along the offensive line.
Right. I think for Philadelphia, they have an honest shot to start him at right guard. I mean, that's the one potential hole on that offensive line. They let Isaac Seumalo go in free agency. Cam Jurgens is now scheduled to start at right guard. He was the center heir apparent to Jason Kelsey and may still be long term. So that's the one spot that's a big question mark right now, where you would imagine he would compete to start right away. But as you say, if he doesn't win that job, he's your backup at most spots.
Yeah, below average production profile, pass blocking, run blocking for Steen. I do think kicking inside the guard probably helps a little bit, and it adds a little bit of flexibility, I think, for the Eagles up front. they get their next pick in.
Yep.
Did they? You guys see it?
Sidney Brown, safety.
Good football player.
Second Canadian off the board. Keeping track. I think
Seth, I'm going to go to you.
that,
I'm going to go to you for the Canadian big board here in a second to see who's left for Canada.
Need that.
All my best players get drafted to the CFL.
Did you guys?
All the best model guys go right to the CFL. That's how you know they're good.
Did you guys like Sidney Brown? Because he was the 50th overall player for me, so he's a top 50 player for me, just barely. But I love this dude. I know he misses a lot of tackles. He's got to hone it in. He's got to be more reliable. There are times when he's trying to go in with the crown of his helmet, and it's like, man, you got to tone it down a little bit. But the reason why that's the case,
Hunter, absolute head hunter,
is because he just plays with reckless. I mean, he plays 100% of his motor at all times. He'll play free safety for you. He'll play strong safety for you. He'll play box safety for you. He'll play corner. He'll play nickel corner for you. He'll even be the guy that the coach just said, go roam around the field. We got the rest of it. You go find where the ball is. And Illinois did that with him because he's got great athleticism and he's got great instincts for where the ball is going. I love this selection. I'd have taken him in the second round. Here he goes at the beginning of the third round. You think I'm crazy or what? What do you guys think?
I mean, I love the fit in particular with Philadelphia. I mean, they just let go of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Who, they have experience and I think a desire for a guy that does play a kind of hybrid role or a spot where they can move all around the defense and plug those gaps and play wherever you need him to. So given what they've kind of lost in the secondary, the fact that they've retained Darius Slay, James Bradbury, I really like that as a fit particularly.
Yeah, it's an interesting secondary that safety is a question mark. I think, I liked Kayvon Wallace coming out. He hasn't been great. Terrell Edmonds comes in. Reed Blankenship is going to get some time. Sidney Brown will see the field. He does have some amazing reps. Like I could see, Sam, you always talk about we overrate the can-do. At safety, though, I feel like you can say, all right, this guy can do a lot of good stuff. He was running with Sam Laporta on routes. We talked about Laporta. He goes high second as an excellent route runner. Sidney Brown's going step for step with him. He does play hard. He does fly around and crush people. And he'll get beat sometimes and leave some plays on the table. But he is an intriguing coverage type of player that I would use, hey, go cover tight end. Go do this one thing. And I think that adds some flexibility to the Eagles' defense.
Yep, I agree. Denver Broncos. And he is Canadian.
Don't forget it.
You would never let us forget it.
How many spots does that boost him up the big board?
He was number 2.
Oh, okay.
Behind Bergeron?
Yeah, Bergeron.
Is Chase Brown 3?
Sidney Brown, Chase Brown, Sidney So.
Yeah.
We're good.
Sidney So's Canadian too, huh?
Yeah.
Big fan. Big fan of that guy.
Do you have a top 5 or is it just the big 4?
Just 4.
We'll get to the other ones. Yeah, you don't want to, it's a long weekend.
There's day 3
We've got
to go.
tomorrow as well. We can't reveal all this. Look, life insurance, sometimes it's difficult, sometimes it's confusing. Definitely not with our friends over at Fabric. They're able to get you affordable life insurance, and it's very easy to find. It's very easy to find exactly what coverage that you're going to need. You just take the quiz over at meetfabric.com, MEET fabric.com/PFF. Take the quiz and you'll find exactly what you need there. Very well trusted. They've got over 1,600 5-star reviews over at trustpilot.com, so you're never going to be confused. Everything's very straightforward. It's made by parents for parents, and that makes it affordable, makes it easily accessible. You can see everything. They've got a beautiful online dashboard. It's super easy. Find great life insurance as well as other investment solutions with our friends over at Fabric when you go to meetfabric.com/PFF. That is meetfabric.com/PFF. The Denver Broncos picked at number 67. I'm surprised it took this player this long to get off the board. I really am.
But
especially with Jack Campbell going all the way as high as number 18. We now get the second linebacker off the board. It's Drew Sanders from Arkansas.
And it feels like
he's just the second linebacker? Yeah.
I think so.
It feels like a very Sean Payton
Anderson
pick.
is listed as a linebacker.
Stop.
Some venom there, but still.
Isn't this a very Sean Payton type of player? I was actually thinking for Nick Herbig to wind up with Denver because of the Sean Payton type. He likes these sort of hybrid conversion edge linebacker type players, and Sanders is that guy.
He's a very intriguing player, right? I mean, he was an edge defender, recruited as an edge for at Alabama, gets converted to linebacker when he transfers to Arkansas. He looks like a young linebacker, but he just flies around the field, makes a ton of plays. And if he stayed at Alabama, would he still be rushing off the edge? Like, would he be getting drafted as a 4th or 5th round edge defender in a couple years? I think he has that type of skill. So yeah, you could tap into that versatility. Again, because he's so young at the position, I think there's upside for him as a pure linebacker. And then you kick him down to rush the passer on passing downs, and they could use more edge help with Randy Gregory. They already have a linebacker edge hybrid in Baron Browning.
Yeah, what are you doing there? You playing both of them?
I mean, you're competing. Like, somebody's got to Nick Bonito. Like, somebody has to
compete.
Somebody's got to be the number 2 pass rusher on this team. Drew Sanders at least can compete while he's developing as a linebacker. Compete as a pass rush specialist.
It is the same role, though, I do think. With Randy Gregory and Baron Browning, and now you've got Drew Sanders. It is very streamlined. Nick Bonito as well, right?
Yeah.
You said him, but it is. They do have a type. They've got a type of player, and now they're building the depth for it. I don't know. I like it. I like the spot. I wasn't sure I would love the spot everywhere for Drew Sanders, but this one at least allows him to play to his strengths. Now, my question is, Sanders moved from Alabama to Arkansas because he wanted to get on the field as an off-ball linebacker. You think they're going to play him more as like a middle linebacker? I think
they're drafting him as a linebacker. The last position that we saw him at. I think you're developing him as a linebacker because he doesn't really know what he's doing out there all the time. He sees things in front of him, doesn't see things behind him. It's a real challenge for young players, and so you develop him there. But he might get on the field for 15, 20 snaps, just rushing the passer, blitz packages, and all that stuff early on.
The next pick.
It's already in?
Oh, it's in.
Yeah.
And
Hendon Hooker is off the board, my friends. To the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
Hendon Hooker comes off the board in the 3rd round. It isn't funny how we got here. Right? Oh, you're saying just flip the whole draft.
You think you should have went first overall, Hendon Hooker?
Six. Yeah,
think
don't trade out. 6.
Think of it 12.
Look, I got some good intel that told me that Hendon Hooker was pretty high on the Lions' big board. Like, they really liked Hendon Hooker. There was a chance that he could have even been the back end of the 1st round pick from the way that they were talking. Nobody told me that specifically, but from everything I heard, it's like he was killing the interviews. They absolutely loved him. So I had to think, at the very least, he was coming off the board somewhere in day 2 here.
He's the guy where third round talent, Hendon Hooker ends up going in the 3rd round, and
Crazy.
we just
Did we win our
2 months.
podcast bets?
No, we lost it because of that. We just spent 2 months talking ourselves into this absurdity that he was going to go in the 1st round when nothing about his tape made that make any sense whatsoever.
I'm going to do a 30 for 30 on 3rd round quarterbacks that were going to go in the 1st.
Look, Hendon Hooker, there's a lot to like from his tape, but his tape is so far divorced from NFL reality that the projection to get him into the 1st round is absurd. And that's before you get to the idea that he's 25 years old, tore his ACL.
A lot of red flags.
There's so many question marks, but he's got all the kind of profile that you look for. He's got the size, he's got the arm, he's got the accuracy, he's got the speed. And within what he was asked to do in that offense, he did it very well.
The funny thing about that profile thing, because I agree, it's like, big, fast, strong, can throw it. But you want those guys at 22 years old.
Sure.
That's the big difference, because you want that. You want to be like, hey, well, they're still developing. You didn't take them till they were 25. He's going to be he's like already like going to get his pension like next year. Like it's a problem. It's a problem. I think it's better. If he went in the 1st round, it's just a horrible draft pick. Definitely better in the 3rd. I'm not sure I would have even taken him here. I think you.
But this is perfect for him, I think. Detroit is one of those teams, that has the runway to sort of take a guy, develop him for a bit, doesn't need to start him. But this is where
develop him for a bit. Bro, he's going to be 27.
Who cares if he starts the first game?
I just think he's a career backup.
But if he isn't, right? But the point being, he has the tools to be a starting quarterback. We just don't know if he can get there because all he was asked to do in college is chop the field in half, look over there, identify one player, and then go either or, right? And hit that. That's not NFL quarterback play. So we don't know if he can do that at the NFL level. But we also don't know that he can't. And that question mark is why you take a guy like that in the 3rd round and say, all the pieces are here for this guy to be a starting quarterback. But whether or not he becomes that is a total gamble, so he's a 3rd round pick.
I don't think the age thing matters for how good he can become or developing and all that stuff. I think the age comes into play when you're watching his film and you're like, "What? Look at this awesome thing that Hendon Hooker did," and you have to say, yes, he's a 25-year-old going up against
19-year-olds,
right?
Yes.
Against kids, right? And so if you're just looking at stats or production, or if you're citing his touchdown to interception ratio and all that stuff, you have to say, yes, he was a 24 and 25-year-old doing that in the SEC, and that's that affects things. The fit for the Lions, though, I think is great. Jared Goff gets a peer, gets someone his age in the quarterback room, but it's their third pick.
Jeez, come on.
It's their third pick in the top 81. Their fifth pick in the top 81, right? So you have 5 picks. Why not use one on a quarterback? It is also the pick that they got from the Vikings in the TJ Hawkinson trade. They flipped it twice already. The Vikings were linked to Hendon Hooker for a while. They actually do need a quarterback, maybe as early as next year. So the Lions maybe keep Hendon Hooker from the Vikings, right? So all of that works in their favor. So I like this a lot. For a landing spot for Hooker, good spot here in Detroit.
I just think the Hooker thing is like, okay, but there's just, you want to take a quarterback in the 3rd round, no problem. I just don't see anything on the tape that tells me that this guy will play in the NFL. It's tough. It's really tough. On tape, again. But exactly what you said. There's nothing in that offense that tells you that he can do that at an NFL level. Maybe it's there. There. Because there's a lot of traits.
Yeah.
And I like the traits.
And that's the critical thing is I think it's the absence of data.
Yeah, we just don't have it. We just don't know.
As opposed to information that says he really can. And the hype machine was obviously out of control for him, so who knows how much of anything was true.
Right.
But the reports were, Jim Nagy invited him down to the Senior Bowl, even though he had the torn ACL, because he thought it was important for him to go through that process, talk to NFL teams, show that he could pick up a different playbook and, have some kind of more NFL applicable information to these guys. So if that part is true and he was acing these interviews and all those kinds of things, again, I think it's a good gamble to take in the 3rd round. I just think that the 1st round stuff was always madness.
I don't think I would be as vehemently opposed if there wasn't like this idea that some people had him as like a top. You saw
it's their 5th pick.
Boards.
Yeah. And a quarterback pick is never bad because it could turn out good.
And it's QB5, right?
Yes.
Exactly where he's supposed to go.
Because the payout could be incredible.
I do think that what you just said is what matters most. This is exactly where he should have gone.
Yeah.
And if we didn't have to have the 1st round conversations over the last month and a half, 2 months, whatever it's been, I think everybody looks at this pick and goes, great pick. Love it. Backup quarterback, maybe has the potential to be more. And instead, we got to sit here and be like, the 1st round stuff never made sense because it never did. Yeah. But I'm glad that this is the spot where he ended up going. We had 2 selections while we were kind of having that Hendon Hooker conversation. Tank Dell goes to the Houston Texans.
Love it.
So you love that. And then we had Byron Young, the Alabama Byron Young, the defensive lineman.
Wow.
Going to the Las Vegas Raiders at number 70. I'm going to go back to Tank Dell because you said you absolutely love it for Houston.
Oh, yeah. For PFF Bobby and for CJ Stroud now.
Trying to get a quote from Bobby. Let's see if he gets back to me.
I don't imagine he will, but go for it.
No chance.
I love Tank Dell. I had him as my 4th wide receiver in this draft. The fact that he's 165 pounds terrifies the hell out of me, but he's so good. He is incredible at route running, has amazing quickness, as you would expect for a dude that size, but he's really good downfield at the things you need to be good at if you're going to be 165 pounds. Mm-hmm. He knows how to separate with a body all over him. Like just subtly push off, lean away from the guy, manufacture a little bit of space late, and be able to make those catches. He led the nation over the last 2 years in number of open targets, and that plays. So all of a sudden, CJ Stroud, who was throwing to this insane group of wide receivers that were always open in college, he's got a guy that's always going to be open in the NFL too.
Look at these poor cornerbacks at the Senior Bowl. Unbelievable releases, making dudes fall over.
Probably
this was an overthrow, but it doesn't matter. He's open by 20 yards. Unbelievable route runner.
I mean, look at this.
The most technically gifted route runner in the class, probably.
Yes.
He's just like you said, 5'10", 165. That's tough.
And you know what's crazy is he had an above 50% contested catch.
Yeah, he's good at
it. Because he's got the subtle hand move, push off, and he knows how to work down the field.
And not even that. Like sometimes when he's just jumping to go get the ball, he's better at getting it than corners that are a lot bigger than him.
He's good at that stuff.
If he weighed, because what did he weigh in at?
165.
165. If Tank Dell is even 185,
he's a first-round player.
He's a first-round player.
Is he as good of a route runner at 185? I guess that would be the question. If at some point there becomes this balance.
Sure, because the start being as rare as it is. I mean, that goes into it. But
like he is so clean in terms of the amount of steps he takes on all these routes. It's like the perfect number of steps every single time.
I absolutely love it, man.
Wait until July when training camp starts. and getting into August and everything,
And wearing
all
shorts.
we're gonna hear is about how Tank Dell is tearing it up.
All the Sky
at
Moore
training
routes
camp.
we saw at Chiefs camp last year.
He's got a chance, but even beyond training camp, he has a chance to see the field early, get out there with Robert Woods, Nico Collins, John Mechie, thankfully coming back this year.
Yeah.
Coming together, I think, for the Houston receiving corps.
Byron Young going 70th overall to the Las Vegas Raiders, and then Kendre Miller, the running back out of TCU, going to the New Orleans Saints at number 71. Anybody got takes on either of those players?
I mean, just the Alabama Byron Young going before the Tennessee Byron Young is one of the bigger upsets of the draft
I
so far.
don't think it was. Now, I would not have picked them like that. I like the upside of Tennessee edge rusher Byron Young more than I like Byron Young from Alabama, but Byron Young from Alabama also has, I think, a higher floor, right?
Just a solid player, man. Just
what
a
you
really
see is what you
solid
get.
player, yeah.
I totally agree with that. And so for a team, especially one that just needs to get better when it comes to the floor of D-line play, like the Las Vegas Raiders, that definitely makes sense to me. It felt like the league is lower on Tennessee Byron Young, who I know we'll get to at some point whenever he's picked, but it just felt like the league was not in on taking that bet as much as I would have been.
Maybe. It also feels like it's running contrary to the way this draft is going otherwise, though. We're betting on the guys with upside and not the guys with just a high floor.
Not anymore, right? We bet on guys with athleticism in the first round, but now that we're in the second and third round,
now we're in the
now
third round.
people are filling needs with high floor players.
They need bodies on the defensive line. Byron Young feels like the guy that's going to play 500 snaps a year for the next 7 or 8 years, right? Just be a dependable, rotational defensive end. And, Max Crosby, Chandler Jones, they add Tyree Wilson. You've got Jerry Tillery over there. He jumps into the rotation for the Raiders. You can line up interior, outside a little bit. You don't want him playing every down. You want him playing 70 snaps a game, but Byron Young's a good rotational player.
Kendre Miller takes. We have Arizona's pick in, but I want to give anybody a chance to talk about Kendre Miller if they really had the vindication to talk about him. Anybody?
I think there's other backs that I'd be looking at.
I think size probably stood out for him, right? I mean, he's a pretty big back, so if you really wanted that size in your backfield, I guess that's the part that makes sense. Obviously, he had a really good year this past year. He showed some nice vision, showed some nice one-cut ability, but I agree with you. I don't really see that home run hitting ability that we saw during TCU's schedule showing up at the NFL level. There's other backs out there that I would have picked above Kendre, but I got to feel like the size is really what allowed him to, full pun intended, stand out amongst the running back room. And why New Orleans ended up selecting him. This one I definitely want to talk about.
Yes.
Arizona at 72, taking Garrett Williams, the cornerback out of Syracuse, a guy who had a lot of hype coming into this year, tore the ACL, so obviously you lose most of this season. Sam, what do you think about this guy? Athleticism is so important at cornerback, and he's coming off a major injury. What do you think about him?
I liked him quite a lot. Where did you have him in your rankings? I ended up with him at 13, and I kept kind of wanting to push him
among
higher.
corners.
Yes.
So,
corners.
13
not the big board.
No, I think I'm very similar to you. I had him 14.
Yeah.
And I thought this was going to be a player that I was going to have a lot higher.
Right, and I kept wanting to sort of push him a little bit higher. He had one of my favorite plays that you see every now and again. Somebody makes this play, and it's so rare that when somebody actually pulls it off, it's notable. That, cover three, the sort of backside corner drops off and replaces the free safety who bails from the middle of the field and makes a play on that kind of post route from the other side. He pulled that off against Louisville and got an interception off it, which is just, sometimes you see a corner get there, make the kind of play, at least squeeze the window, but they almost never make a play on the ball. He made that one of the better plays from any cornerback. I thought he had some of the best drive on underneath routes of anybody in this draft class. He had good movement skills. I liked him quite a lot, but that ACL tear is a little bit worrying. He did struggle to live with speed as well, which is going to be a concern.
Mm-hmm.
That's my favorite play too, by the way. Replacing the free safety and picking it up. I love that.
I think he's got some of the best awareness, eyes, and instincts of even some of the top corners in this class.
Yeah.
He was one of my favorite off-coverage corners. If you're a cover 3 team, if you're mainly an off-quarters team, if you are letting him get some cushion between him and the receivers, play that spacing, keep an eye on the quarterback, he's just got such great movement skills. He's got great click and close ability, even if it doesn't come from the athleticism, he anticipates things so well. I love smart corners. And you talk about a play where you are replacing a different defender, going into their responsibility and making a difference and making an impact in a new position mid-play. Not a lot of corners have that anticipation and awareness to do that. Garrett Williams definitely does. So I love that he's getting a chance here in the third round.
I agree with so much of that. I thought he moved extremely well. My biggest concern is he gave up a lot of plays because he's just not physical at the catch point. I mean, he just got owned at the catch point.
For sure.
So much. I think there's a lot of guys in this class where that's a question mark. So the corners that were able to handle the slight push-offs and the nudges and all that stuff, I don't think Williams handled that very well. The guys that did that, I liked a little bit more in this class. Williams got owned by Charlie Jones from Purdue on a couple of routes and everything. So there's some boom or bust to Williams, but to the scheme that you're saying, playing off, playing with your eyes, I think Williams has some upside there.
Yeah, if he can mitigate or mask the opportunities where he's got to go just strength on strength against a wide receiver, I think you're going to get a pretty dang good player. New York Giants on the clock at 73. This pick is in.
Here we go.
A player that we saw sometimes in the first round, although I feel like there was a little bit of pushback. When I look at the Giants selections now, we got Deonte Banks, we got John Michael Schmitz, two players that were linked to them in the first round. Mm-hmm. And now we have another player who was at one point linked to them in the first round, Jalen Hyatt, the wide receiver from Tennessee. So he finally comes off the board here. He does end up going higher than his teammate Cedric Tillman.
Yeah.
Seth, you're making a face. What do we think?
I'm curious because they've built this roster out of slot receivers. And so you're saying, okay, well, Jed Hyatt kind of projects as an outside receiver, but just like Hendon Hooker,
it's the same conversation.
Same conversation. It's like, well, we haven't really seen him in what an NFL outside corner looks like against an NFL corner. We just did not see that at all. He was off the line of scrimmage. He was protected in the stack, so he had the running start on a flat-footed corner on every snap. That's how he scored every damn touchdown this year.
5 of which came against Alabama.
Exactly. I will say I did like him more than I'm giving him credit for. I think there is some more nuance to his game than just that. So I was pleasantly surprised because, again, I know that offense enough that I know how the receivers get open. However, I think there's some upside there which is why it's not a bad pick in the third round.
No, absolutely.
First round pick, no way.
Yeah.
Third round, love it.
Look at the graphic. Look at it at the bottom. Whoever made this snuck this one in. Biletnikoff Awards. First in the country. I don't know who made that, but whoever did.
I like that.
I noticed the cleverness there. What do you guys think about Jalen Hyatt?
I feel like it's the same conversation as the Hendon Hooker thing again, which is projecting him to the NFL is essentially an abstraction based off that offense. But where it differs from Hendon Hooker is that if he can only do what he did in college, it still works. There's a role for that in the NFL. If Hendon Hooker can only do what he did in college, it doesn't work in the NFL. The problem is this particular fit, the Giants don't really need that. They already have those types of receivers. They actually need Hyatt to do the things that we don't know if he can do yet for him to actually, upgrade that offense and bring something new to the table.
So most corners in this class, when you look them up and you say, okay, how many press coverage snaps did you face in your career? You have a guy like Jordan Addison, 200. His own teammate, Cedric Tillman, had 350 because he played in a couple different schemes or whatever. Jalen Hyatt in his career had 67 snaps against press coverage, 9 targets. And he had 7 catches for $194 on those snaps. And we're just talking about just a guy in your face, even if he ended up bailing or whatever, just like a guy at your face at the line of scrimmage 67 times. So it's a massive projection. However, there is speed, right? He ran in the 4.4s. He probably has a little bit better game speed, even though he's given these free releases and has the opportunity to show it. And he might project as a Darius Slayton type, a guy that's already on the roster for the Giants that might just be this deep threat if he can learn how to get off press, as he gets into the NFL. They bring in Paris Campbell. They drafted Wan'Dale Robinson last year. They're trying to just have some athletic, field stretchers, horizontal field stretchers all over the place for Daniel Jones, their misdirection offense, their run-first offense. It's not a bad play in the third because there is upside there, but it's a big question mark to see how everything he does translates.
If they're okay with him just being a vertical threat for them, the pick is fine. Yeah. And with it being in the third round, that's okay.
Yeah.
It got dangerous, I think, his scouting profile and his projection when you started to say, okay, let's take him in the first round, because at that point, you bring up a lot of the weaknesses that you guys already mentioned. I'm lower on him than I think a lot of people are because I don't think the strength profile in his game is there. I don't think the change of direction profile in his game is there. I think he's a little high-waisted. I think it's tough for him to sink and really chop his feet and try to change direction in that regard. When it comes to the contested catches, I don't think he's going to be a big contested catch guy, which is also a big part of playing deep.
Yes,
right?
That's a really big thing, right? We
can't just run by everybody.
We talked about
not at the NFL level.
We talked about this last night with Chris, and it was Quentin Johnson, right? And the discussion was, is that an innate trait, or can you teach a wide receiver to be more aggressive at the catch point and go looking for the ball when it comes down from the sky? Jalen Hyatt right now wants the ball to come to him and wants it to drop into a bucket, into the open space that he's created. But if he's going to play on the outside and he's going to play against press coverage and he's going to have guys tighter to him than he was in college, he's going to need to go and get the ball more than he has done so far. And if he can't, then that's what differentiates some of these like successful perennial deep ball receivers in the NFL and the guys that look like they should be that guy but never quite manage it.
If the wide receiver talk, we're going to continue it here because the next selection is a familiar face to the Tennessee program that we were just talking about. Before we get to it, got to talk to you guys about our friends over at Underdog Fantasy and their biggest fantasy football tournament ever, Best Ball Mania 4. If you guys don't know what Best Ball is, it's very simple. You just enter in the Best Ball Mania tournament on Underdog's slick mobile app, draft your team, and that's it. There we go. You just set it and forget it, as Underdog will optimize your lineup every single week to create the highest scoring one out there. This is here, Best Ball Mania 4, and it's your shot at first place of $3 million when you sign up. Get signed up on UnderdogFantasy.com or via the app with the promo code PFF, and you will get your first deposit doubled up to $100. That's Underdog Fantasy with the promo code PFF. The next wide receiver I was talking about, I was hinting at it right here, the Cleveland Browns. Take a Cedric Tillman. A lot of people had Cedric Tillman ranked above Jalen Hyatt. I was one of those people.
Yeah.
Were you guys?
I mean, Tillman was the star receiver for Tennessee until he got hurt. And then Jalen Hyatt became the star because he had 5 touchdowns against Alabama, kind of came out of nowhere, and he was using the stack releases.
The answer to that is yes, but only by one spot for me. Mm-hmm. I had him ranked one spot ahead. It's interesting, though, like, we had the Hendon Hooker thing, that Tennessee offense, you had no idea what he's going to do at the next level. Jalen Hyatt, that Tennessee offense, no idea. Tillman obviously comes from the same offense, but I feel like there's much more NFL applicable tape for him than there was for the other two guys. There's a lot more things that he's being asked to do in that different role. You saw him more against press coverage. You saw him run more of the underneath route tree. We have a better idea, I think, that he's going to function at the NFL level.
Yeah, I just think that the evidence is there for it, right? And if you go back to watch that 2021 tape, that's where I think a lot of the gem plays for Cedric Tillman is. He was playing hurt this past season. So if you watch the 2022 tape, he does. Now, he's not a guy that's going to win off athleticism anyways, but he certainly wins off of it less this past season than he did the year before. So I would tell people, like, if you watch Cedric Tillman this past year, you thought he was just a slow possession wide receiver, he's not going to be a blazer, but go watch 2020-21. I think that he was very healthy during that season, and he gave you at least a little bit more to threaten vertically, get even, and get behind
There's some
cornerbacks, and there is some explosiveness because we saw that at the Combine. Had very nice explosive scores, vertical jump, broad jump. So Cedric Tillman, they're going to the
I'll say this, Keely Ringo has fallen as a cornerback. People thought of him in the first. I dropped Keely Ringo because Cedric Tillman absolutely owned him.
Yes.
And I thought that was one thing that stood out to me.
You're the guy who says not to do that one game sample size, buddy.
I mean,
when it suits.
How about that one, buddy?
When it suits.
How about that
why
one
you
there,
call
buddy?
me out like that?
Sorry.
It's
like
That was merely one of the data points that I was using.
Seth.
It's like I spent all yesterday torn between wanting the validation of, like, see, I told you that guy would slip. The NFL thinks the same way I did. And then when it didn't work, like, yeah, but he's going to be a better player once
Yeah, the NFL doesn't know.
This doesn't mean anything yet.
Look, the entire scouting calendar is just picking where you get your win.
Yeah.
Is it on draft night? Is it in training camp?
Right.
Is it after the rookie season? Is it 5 years after the rookie season? You just pick your spot to claim the win, and you're never wrong.
And ideally, you do it with
First training camp.
Oh,
Told you.
You get one highlight with no shells on.
Yeah.
You're good. Everything is validated. You nailed
Keely
it.
Ringo, to add to your point, we thought he would go already. If we were talking 1 year ago today, like after last year's draft, a lot of people would have said first cornerback taken in this year's draft.
It's big and fast.
Right? And then just we'll get to him when we get to him, but like the play on the field was never as good as probably we all wanted it to be.
Since Cedric Tillman got drafted, we had the big edge rusher out of Ohio State, Zach Harrison, go to the Atlanta Falcons. I like that pick.
Same.
It's a lot of size on that defensive line. They needed new talent at the edge rush group. You agree?
Yeah. I mean, I thought the tape was fine, like just okay, but I agree with the positional value, the value there for the Falcons specifically. They probably could have gotten an edge in the first round. I would have been happy with that.
Right.
So
This
is good.
So Bijan Robinson, Matthew Bergeron, and now Zach Harrison. And then the pick that we just had come up, Marte Mapu, the safety from Sacramento State, goes to the New England Patriots. And I feel like this is a very Patriots pick.
Absolutely.
Mapu is just a Swiss Army knife, right? I believe he played quarterback, wide receiver, corner, safety, and linebacker throughout his high school career.
Did he play lacrosse? Because that is like the ultimate check box.
Would be the Belichick check box, but I'm not sure if he did or not. But
I don't think they play lacrosse in the Pacific coast there.
Rugby probably did, though.
I think a lot of people think that maybe his best tape is more at the linebacker level, but it's hard to project in there. He's got the height at 6'3", but he doesn't really have the overall thickness because he's about 215. So what do you do with this guy? It feels like if anybody's going to make the most out of him, Bill Belichick is going to.
Any safety linebacker hybrid makes sense in New England. They'll figure it out. He'll play some dime linebacker, whatever it is. Played a lot of linebacker at the Senior Bowl. Looked like he could, he flies to the ball in the run game and everything. Didn't get to work out because he was injured. This is about the spot, I think, where you expected Mapu to come off the board. And I think all of the versatility that you laid out just makes a lot of sense for New England, what they like.
They're looking for different body types to do different things in their defense. Because they're going to play a lot of man coverage, especially on third down. Like you said, they're going to bring the dime players out. They're going to put DBs on the field to get the matchups that they want. So if they feel like this is, like you said, a Swiss Army knife, so they can match them up against find a player on the opposing offense each week to match him up with. That's what they want to do.
And unlike a lot of defenses where they want the same type of body type, like the Patriots want all of them, which is why I think sometimes people struggle to figure out what the Patriots want, because they go after all these different body types because they want, a specific role here, specific role there. They want to be able to use each one of them depending on what the week is.
I was just going to ask, is there a redundancy here with having Kyle Duggar as someone who can play a little bit closer, plays towards that linebacker level, can be a force at that second level? Is there redundancy? Do you think it frees it up? I don't know. You just mentioned it. It just feels like they want these kinds of players, so maybe it's not a redundant pick.
I think Duggar has shown that he's versatile enough that he can move around to accommodate, where Mapu's going to fit in.
He's got
Duggar feels like he's ready. He's heading into the last year of his contract too, but Duggar feels like he's ready to expand his role as well. Devin McCourty retiring. Duggar can do more. Mapu can, earn his way in and sub packages and everything. Jabril Peppers is there. Like they have everybody that is a Swiss Army knife, and they find a way to, use them differently every single week.
Rams pick is in.
It's a run on Tennessee.
It is.
It is a run on Tennessee actually here as of late. It is Byron Young, the other Byron Young from Tennessee. I really like him, man. I felt like this was a player to take a bet on somewhere on day 2, whether it was going to be in round 2 or round 3. He's got a very interesting backstory for anybody out there that does not know it. When he was coming out of high school, just didn't have a lot of offers. Football was not going to be his thing. Ends up working at a Dollar General as a manager. Sees a flyer for the Georgia Military Academy that they're having open tryouts for football. He goes and tries out, and a year later, he is one of the top transfer portal players in the country. Ends up going to the SEC, spends 1 year at Tennessee as a backup, kind of figuring things out, and then this past year they gave him a little bit more of a starting role, and so that was a lot of fun to see. The reason why he was such a highly ranked JUCO player is because that explosiveness is nice, man.
He's one of the best athletes in this edge rusher class. Like his explosiveness, his quickness, his twitchiness, he's got this weird lateral springiness to him where, sometimes we see movement on tape and it looks like it's been doctored because you're not supposed to move like that.
Sure.
That's what his tape looks like. And from a athleticism standpoint, he's one of the best guys in the entire draft. He just has almost no pass rushing moves whatsoever. It's just getting by almost entirely because I'm a way better athlete than anybody I'm going up against. Even, in that conference, a fascinating project. And if he wasn't already really old, I think he would be like one of my favorite players in the entire draft. That at least gives you pause for concern, albeit, you can explain it away a lot with that backstory.
Right.
While you're learning, it helps to have Aaron Donald, rushing from the interior. 20 of his 72, Byron Young, 20 of his 72 pressures were cleanup or pursuit. I mean, even if you just do that, use your speed on the edge as quarterbacks are getting flushed out because of Donald, he'll stumble into some sacks with that athleticism for sure.
I agree. I put that he's like a wide receiver playing edge. Like that's what he looks like. The speed is crazy to the outside. Obviously, not super big. Can get kind of stopped in his tracks sometimes when the guys get their hands on him. But you do see that quickness to the outside, and like you said, maybe when quarterbacks get flushed out, he's going to be there and clean it up. So.
I'm really excited to see what he ends up being in the NFL.
Yeah.
And like you mentioned, he's an older prospect, but you can explain why he's an older prospect.
And there's always that, tension between which is more important, like age inexperience or playing time inexperience. The guy's got 1,100 snaps, so he's young on the field, even if he's old, physically.
Was that a pun?
Yes.
Young on the field?
It was a pun. It was not intentional.
The Green Bay Packers, their pick is in, and it's another tight end.
Oh, another tight end.
They went with Tucker Kraft. Took Luke Musgraves earlier this evening. Had Lucas Van Ness in the first round, so now it's Lucas Van Ness, Luke Musgrave, and now Tucker Kraft. How do we feel about back-to-back tight ends here for the Packers?
The Packers have a history of doubling up at positions. So they had the year they drafted 3 receivers, and all fourth-rounder later, Marquez Valdez-Scantling was the one that came out of that. They drafted 2 corners a couple of years. Demetrius, they just do this over and over again.
Yeah, Demetrius.
Randall.
You remember Demetrius?
Randall.
Demarius.
No.
Demarius Randall.
Demarius Randall. My goodness. Don't say names.
Well, his friends
Right
call him. No, his friends call him Demetrius.
They double up at positions. They draft 2 to find 1. And it's an interesting strategy. But you could also play multiple tight ends as well. So they got far more athletic offensively today. I mean, that's the bottom line between Jaden Reed with Luke Musgrave, with Tucker Kraft, far more athletic. And finally, the Packers are getting Aaron Rodgers some weapons.
Still no Darnell Washington.
Kraft is Kraft might have the best, the most fun tape to watch in this draft. Now, it is probably because he's playing in the FCS, so that helps. But he's just everywhere on the field, and he catches the ball, break tackle machine, yards after catch machine. Again, it's the FCS, but you can tell he's an NFL player playing in the FCS.
Yeah, when you go up against lower level competition,
you got to dominate, and
you
he
have
absolutely dominated.
Yeah, yep.
So that's what you want to see.
Oh man, I love this pick for the Colts that we have next. Josh Downs finally comes off the board at 78.
Nice.
Love it. Anthony Richardson, Julius Brents, Josh Downs now for the Colts. Nice little haul here.
Ding, 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 ding.
The model.
They hit.
Is this a preferred beige or is it a green blue?
This is blue. Wow. There's a blue player in the third. Who I would have liked him in the second. I would have liked him late first.
Of all the, we were talking before, this wide receiver group could be ordered in almost any conceivable fashion depending on what it is you like.
Yep.
Of all the receivers that slid, I'm surprised that Downs was the one. I thought he would be the safest of the guys to sort of, sure, he's got some limitations size-wise and there are things not to like, but I think what he's good at is enough that I'm pretty shocked he slid this far.
So for all of the small receivers, you usually get upset about how they handle the catch point and all that stuff. And I think there was a point in Downs' career where that was absolutely a concern. Early on, he was not winning at the catch point. He was weak, and he just got better and better and better as his career went on. He's a very good route runner. He doesn't have the after-the-catch quicks as some of the other guys, a Tank Dell or a Zay Flowers. But he gets open, and he catches the ball. And I think those are valuable things. The couple things where Downs maybe takes a little bit too long in some of his routes, he just kind of does his own thing, and that throws off timing. But him and Anthony Richardson will figure it out together. I love what Josh Downs can do because he gets open, catches the ball. That's it.
He's a better route runner than Zay Flowers, who went in the first round. He's not as explosive, not as twitchy, but he's a better wide receiver right now.
Yes.
Yeah. The contested catch profile is what really sold me on Downs. I already thought he was a good route runner. I already thought that he was. I think that there is something to guys who are going to the NFL who have been focal points already of their offense, whether it's running backs or wide receivers or tight ends. you just expect the ball. That is what you do. You're used to heavy volume, and when you get out there, when your number is called, you're not nervous. It's not like it's something that doesn't happen very often. You're ready for it. It's what you do. It's very natural. I thought that was going to be the case with Josh Downs going into this season, and then I felt like he really improved his strength profile. So catching over the middle, a lot of heavy traffic areas. I've got a lot of faith in this guy to be a major security blanket, a major target player, and a guy who could get a lot of volume even in year one. So fantasy football people out there, I think that Downs is a pretty decent early rookie draft player because of just the style that he plays with. I had him as wide receiver 4 in this class. I had him right behind Quentin Johnston, Zay Flowers, and then I had Jack Smith-Njigba as my number one guy.
Yeah, he was my 4. He was my 4 as well.
Yeah, there we go.
I like Downs.
Model Brothers.
That's right. you must have had access.
Yeah. Shouldn't have told you that, but yeah, I got the password. Who do we got on the board now? Carolina Panthers. Oh, wow. DJ Johnson off the board. Before Adetomiwa Adebawore. Wow.
I'm shocked the NFL has not gone after Adebawore with that.
I don't understand.
With that workout. Wow. I'm shocked. I really thought he could sneak into the first after he worked out at the combine, Adebawore. But it's DJ Johnson. He got a lot of hype as a pretty good athlete, trying to figure it out. Production-wise.
Solid segue.
How's that?
Wait, what was the segue? Did I miss it?
He's a good athlete too. That's it.
The chat is asking if the model will one day become sentient. Do you have any comments? Do you have any comments on the matter?
If you could feed the model into the brain of one of those Boston Dynamic dogs,
I'm merely trying to project football players here. That's all we can do right now. You ran a 4.49, DJ Johnson.
That's fast.
You had him lower?
He should not have been picked here.
He's 184 on the consensus board.
Yeah, he should not have been picked here.
184.
Hold on. I'm gonna go to the best available, and I'm gonna sort for edge rushers. I was not prepared for this.
Andre Carter
Adebawore is on the board. Nick Herbig's on the board. Isaiah McGuire's on the board. Carl Brooks, Yaya Diaby, Kobe Wooden, Lonnie Phillips, MJ Anderson even. Yeah. Isaiah Land, I'd probably pick over DJ Johnson.
I'm surprised Yaya Diaby hasn't gone before some of these guys.
Before DJ Johnson.
I mean, he's 107 on the draft board. On the board. I mean, it'd be early for him too. But
wow.
Yeah, I mean, you do start
Johnson
listing.
was getting late hype here.
Yeah, and definitely. And you do start listing the alternative options, and you can kind of see why you wouldn't. Again, it's a weird draft where everybody's got something to be concerned about.
Sure.
So it's very easy to imagine why random guy that you have 50, 100 spots lower is actually the apple of this team's eye.
Did not think that he would go this high.
Johnson started his career at Miami in 2017. 6 years of ball. We're seeing more of that, of course, because of the COVID year.
He's just a guy who loves ball.
He's one of the few guys.
He's got years of ball.
Loves college.
Love learning. He's got 6 years
education.
that he's played at least a snap in college football. Only has 1,300 career snaps over 6 years. So he's still a young football player, but an old, age guy.
Went a little bit earlier than I thought that he was going to go.
Yeah.
All right, folks.
He's 24.
Imagine this. It's a Friday night. You're out at happy hour with your friends. You're wondering, what are we going to do tonight? Oh, let's go to see a show. Let's go see a show. Oh, all of a sudden, one of you opens up the Game Time app. You see a fantastic concert is right there. You go, there's no way we're going to be able to get tickets. We all love this band. No way we're going to be able to get tickets for it. And in fact, not only do you get tickets because of the Game Time app, they're right there and you're going to save a lot of money too because it's the lowest price guaranteed, folks. It's why it's the fastest growing ticketing app in the United States. They've got all sorts of great features to where you can see your seats before you even purchase it. You get the tickets right there on your phone, so it makes it easy to go in and check it out. Download the Game Time app. This could be you as well. You can get those last minute tickets, whether it's sporting events, concerts, theater, comedy, whatever it is. Use the promo code PFF when you sign up to get $20 off. I almost shortchanged you there. $20 off whatever your first purchase is. Game Time app, PFF, $20 off. Go download it now. Tennessee Titans, 81. Man, we're less than 20 picks here.
I mean,
less
can
than
we
third
just
round.
take a beat and look at some of the players that are sliding
The
now?
best available. I think that, you know what? That's a good thought process there. I like
Fired up.
DeJuan Jones is still here.
Right.
Darnell Washington. Antonio Johnson, the safety from Texas A&M, who's more of a nickel corner. Adetomiwa Adebawore sliding. I didn't see this coming.
Luke Whippler is still available, right? He never went.
I want
the slot corners: Clark Phillips, Travius Hodges Tomlinson.
small.
Sure, but I mean, we're in the range now where these guys,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, good enough football players to where
Right.
you can certainly consider it.
I think we're ready for a running back run as well. There was a whole bunch projected
Who's
in
next,
third.
though? That was always
Spears.
the
Yes.
biggest question.
Spears.
Who was going to be for?
Spears.
And now that we have waited
A-Chain.
a lot, I could definitely see it being Spears.
Yeah.
If we were going to go Zach Charbonnet early second round and then some other running back's going to come off the board soon after that, I'd have told you it was A-Chain. I would have told you that he would have been the next one in. But because we're already in the third round, I think it's wide open for Tyjae Spears to be RB4.
The run on receivers hasn't really happened yet. Not in the way that I thought it was going to happen. So that could happen at
Michael-
any time. Honestly.
All the receivers who were projected to go by the third,
Michael
though,
Wilson.
almost all of them are gone.
Michael Wilson needs to come off the
He
board.
needs to come off the board.
First round pick for me, Michael Wilson. God, I love him.
Do you?
I love Michael Wilson.
I'm amongst brethren here. I think I had him wide receiver 7 in this class.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Michael Wilson. I'm
He
scared.
was one of those guys I
injuries,
saw
but-
like 2 years ago on film, and it was like, write down that guy's
When
name.
Mike was
Yes.
watching Tanner McKee.
Yeah.
Probably.
Tanner McKee's still on the board.
Maybe
He
Mike
is.
just liked
He's still
all
on
the
the
Stanford
board.
pass catchers and assumed that the quarterback must have been good too. Maybe he liked Wilson and all the big tight ends at
I
Stanford.
wonder if we get Kobe Turner tonight, the interior defensive lineman for Wake Forest.
He feels like the guy that should go in the third is going to go in the sixth. The teams just won't.
Okay.
They won't take him.
Yeah, I did wonder if the NFL would be really low on him, but his tape this past year is so much fun.
Oh, it's
It's
unbelievable.
fun.
He's
It's so fun.
He's like discount Kalijah Cansey, right?
Yes.
Small interior defensive lineman. He'll get up in your space. The hands fire off quick. The motor's running hot.
Dude's a blue.
We've
Just tell you
now-
that.
We've now had
blue?
Kalijah Cansey light and discount Kalijah Cansey in this draft. In addition to Kalijah Cansey.
We can't be
Already
Kalijah,
being
you
a
can't be,
discount.
you can't be Kalijah Cansey light. What's Kalijah Cansey light?
That's-
255?
it's Atabari.
260?
Apparently.
No, he's different.
Light on production is what I was trying to say.
He's
Not light
he's-
on weight.
He's
Atabari.
he's the longer arm length. I don't know. I didn't want to say anything sus there with length about Kalijah Cansey just because he got the longer arms and Cansey got the shorter
Looks like
arms.
TV's
but-
ahead of us. Tyjae Spears is going to the Titans.
Wow!
Here's the running back
See?
run.
It was.
Are you cheating?
No,
Were you
it's
cheating?
not up yet.
I brought that up.
Were you cheating?
Now I'm reading the TV. It
Tyjae
just
Spears
happened.
is RB4 in this class. How do we feel about it? Felt like he had a phenomenal
Love
Senior
it.
Bowl, really put him on the map, made people go back to the tape, which was already graded very, very well for us in our system. So you love it.
Yeah.
Talk to us about Tyjae Spears.
I think he's a great running back. He's got that smooth, just ease of movement. The guy makes people miss and look ridiculous without trying. Like, he's a natural running back. I think he'll be a really good player.
Sets up blockers, body lean, acceleration, bounces out, has good enough speed to create big plays.
Guys,
I like Spears a lot.
averaged
Unbelievable production.
4.5 yards per carry after contact in his NFL or in his college career. That's a stupid number.
I was so impressed with him in Mobile, and there's one play specifically where they were going 11 on 11. And you guys know how the practices go. You're not taking guys to the ground. You know, it's like once you get hit, the play's kind of dead, right? They go like, okay, you would have been tackled there. We're blowing the whistle. Not a lot. They don't want you to play through contact a ton. They don't want these guys getting hurt. That's not the purpose of why you're going down to Mobile and scrimmaging. Tyjae Spears saw the vision of fantastic blocking right up the middle, and he hit a one cut so clean that the linebacker or safety who was right in front of him didn't even have a chance to touch him. Didn't even have a chance to touch him and blow the whistle, blow the play dead. And he ended up scoring a 40-yard touchdown on a drill that you just never see running backs score long touchdowns on. So absolutely loved Tyjae Spears. We got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick in. It is Yaya Diaby, the defensive lineman.
Told you he needed to come off the board too.
And again, this is super Tampa. This is like since Todd Bowles has been a coach of this team, whether a defensive coordinator or the head coach, they just get these guys who can play so many different positions on an even or odd front. They become what I feel like is one of the most multiple defensive fronts in the NFL, and Diaby has that size, strength, speed profile to play anywhere from a sometimes wide 9 technique all the way to if you want to kick him into a 4-eye or a 3-tech sometimes and try to wreak havoc on the inside. It just feels like a Bucs pick. What do you think, Seth? You're making some head motions. You
No,
got
I'm into it. I'm into it. I think it's really interesting. Like Kancey is kind of the same way, even though like probably projects as a 3, like a really good 3 tech if it hits. But I know people who looked at Kancey's tape and said he can play from 3 all the way maybe out to 5. Like maybe he will have to play out to 5 because of the size. So if you get all this versatility, then I'm into it.
Diaby's just a good, solid production at Louisville, graded at 82 in 2021. PFF grade of 74 last year. Solid pass rusher, run defender, long and fast. Ran a 4.51. So athletic upside,
yeah.
Great pick for this point in the 3rd round.
Fast and explosive. I was pretty underwhelmed by his tape generally, but with that athletic profile, with that size, with the versatility he has, he struck me as maybe a guy that was a little bit sort of almost outside of his era, and maybe you go back 10 years and he makes more sense as that kind of old school power defensive end, but he's the athletic gamble you take to see if he can be a better NFL player than he was in college. Like the next Danielle Hunter.
I
like it.
I gotta say, the Bucks having no offensive tackles, because I don't think Cody Mock's going to be an offensive tackle, and passing on DeJuan Jones here at 82 just makes me feel like DeJuan Jones is going way low.
Well, Chris,
way lower.
I'm pretty sure he said it on the show and
He
not
did.
off air to us.
Well,
But when he said,
you're saying it now.
a general manager said, I wouldn't draft him anywhere, right? That's how bad it was seeing him not step on a scale to weigh, just being not there at Pro Day.
I think he used the term venom to describe the way these guys were talking about how he acted at his pro day. Like they were disgusted with the way that he didn't work out, that he showed up with his man purse or whatever Chris called it. Like the attitude that he had, they hated it. So real or not, like imagine slight or attitude from DeJuan Jones or a real problematic way of behaving that maybe indicates, a career that's not going to work if he's not going to dedicate himself to it. That looks like it's the way the NFL is treating that.
And look, I usually lean toward the film matters the most. That is the most important thing. So why does this stuff matter for the NFL? Because you're only allotted 7 picks a year. And then you trade around, you might have 8, you might have 10, you might have 11, but you only get to bring in so many players. And they just don't want to waste time on somebody that they don't feel is giving their all. And that whole, say what you want about the whole pre-draft process, the combine, the Senior Bowl, all of the All-Star games, Pro Day and all that stuff. It is the job interview for those players, right? And it is just like any of us going to a job interview, you want to show your best. You want to show your future employer what you bring to the table. So when GMs or evaluators are let down, they don't want to make you one of their 7 picks. They only get 7 of them. So that's why. And the fact that DeJuan Jones apparently turned off every single team as a first, second round talent means it must have been pretty serious.
And also because good players have washed out of the NFL because of bad attitude.
Absolutely.
Like, the tape is definitely the most important thing, but you can crap out of the league with good tape if you have the wrong attitude or don't work hard enough or whatever it is. So again, we don't know. We're not privy to that information, but the reports that we were getting through Chris are not good, and the guy, tie that with him sliding, and that's your answer.
Yeah, somebody in the chat said Isaiah Wilson 2.0. Obviously, DeJuan Jones hasn't been drafted yet. We don't know if this is the exact situation, but I do think that
we're just trying to pass along what we've heard.
Isaiah Wilson's
to
situation,
match with what we're seeing.
If that's the case, would scare a lot of teams because of what happened recently. Titans took Isaiah Wilson, a bigger offensive tackle, and back into the first round.
And it's almost more damning. It's almost more damning because I think he had significantly better tape than Isaiah Wilson did.
All right, Denver Broncos. Their pick is in. It's Iowa cornerback Riley Moss.
He's like the opposite of Julius Brents, who was really good at the Senior Bowl, and then not the tape for Kansas State wasn't as good.
Mm-hmm.
Riley Moss tape at Iowa was pretty good. Senior Bowl tape, not good.
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of that? I'm asking you, buddy.
Well done. Turn around on him. Good.
Yeah, that was, he pulled a me on me. The arm length worries me. Super short arms. I like the athleticism. I think he's got great athleticism, but because of the arm length, I don't really know if you can ever play this guy in press coverage, so he's mainly just going to be an off-coverage corner for you.
Safety?
He could be a safety convert, but all of his reps are on the outside, so he's just much more comfortable as an outside corner. I like him. He's just got to go to a team that's going to allow him to play off coverage. And if that's the case, if you let him keep things in front of you, click and close, get the most of that change of direction, athleticism, I think he's got good ball skills. I think he has good instincts, and that's fine. But he was not going to be for everybody as an outside corner specifically because those arms are so short.
Yeah,
The Iowa guys are all pretty good in zone. I mean, that's the usually the profile.
That's his brand.
Yeah.
I struggle to know what to do with him, though, because he's got, I think, really good feet and hips. He can adjust directions really quickly, even when it looks like he's in trouble. He had a bunch of plays in his tape where you can freeze frame it at a certain point, and you're like, oh, he is toast. And somehow he's able to flip his hips, completely regather himself in a way that doesn't look like it should be possible, and keep going. I think he contests really well on a lot of the underneath stuff and stays pretty well connected to receivers most of the time. Can be a little bit inconsistent with it. But the short arms, I think, shows up generally. It also, at the catch point, he's really rough at staying connected to a receiver and looking for the ball at the same time. I don't know, sometimes that can just be a luck thing, right? If you time when you look for the ball wrong, you look as it's arriving and you literally take yourself away at the exact wrong moment and the ball arrives and you look like an idiot. Like, that can just be bad luck. But if you do it a bunch of times in a row, it feels like there might be something off with his timing and how he's actually looking for them.
That's what I wrote down. I was trying to figure out, how did every pass get through?
Yeah.
How did he give up so many catches where he was in position?
It happened a lot.
Usually that's a good thing. Like, hey, the tough thing is being in position. You could figure that out. So I like Moss at this point, at least in this part of the draft.
Yeah, 30-inch arms is what his arm length was. That's 8th percentile. But some stats about him that prove how he's just a good coverage player. 89.4 PFF grade since 2001. That's second amongst Big Ten corners, and then 9 interceptions since 2019. That is the most in his conference since that time. We had a selection while we were talking about Riley Moss. This was one that there aren't many accurate 3-round mock drafts, right? It's a lot of throws to the dartboard, but Devon Achane to the Miami Dolphins was a popular one, whether it was with their first selection at 51 or back here in the 3rd round. And here he goes, Devon Achane actually going to the Miami Dolphins, one of the fastest teams in the NFL. Continues to
unbelievable. 4.32 speed that shows up on the field, angle breaking speed, which is what they already have with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. They already have Raheem Mostert there. It does feel like, remember, all of the Shanahan scheme, they've chased all sorts of different types of running backs, but there was a point where they just said, give me the 4-3 running back, I'll get him in space. And they can, like, Mike McDaniel will get Achane in space and he'll create more big plays. It's just stressing the defense even more with another 4-3 runner on this offense.
Yeah, it's a pretty crazy volume of speed.
I love it, man.
Deploy at the same time.
What would I do? Get all the fastest guys. Yes, do that. Dolphins, good work.
Now we have the Chargers taking Diane Henley off the board. I like the Chargers draft right now. I really do. Quentin Johnston, Tuli Tuipulotu, and then Diane Henley. Those are 3 great players that I think address some of their biggest needs. They haven't hit corner, which might be a need, but they dumped a lot of money into J.C. Jackson. Maybe it's just like, hey, he better be good. We made the investment there. We're just hoping that he can recover from what we saw last year at the beginning of the year, and then, of course, the injury as well. Seth, you said, yep, so you like what the Chargers are doing? You like Henley here?
I like Henry a good bit. I think this is like kind of perfect place for him, and end of day 2 of the draft. And they need linebacker play, man. They need linebacker play so badly. It's been so bad for them. They do lose Drew Tranquil in the offseason. Not that Drew Tranquil was like a great player, but they needed to replace him. Henley, potential to be better than him and Kenneth Murray. So
Eric Kendricks comes in too, and I love Kendricks in this scheme as a veteran to either help Kenneth Murray or help Henley. I mean, Henley's a former receiver who flies around like a former receiver playing linebacker. So he's older but still trying to figure it out. And again, how many times have we said that in this draft? This guy's young at the position or trying to figure it out. All of these linebackers, we haven't seen Trenton Simpson come off the board, but he's super fast, doesn't know what he's doing yet, really. Drew Sanders didn't know what he's doing. Henley's kind of similar, but there's potential and upside there, which is nice at this point in the draft.
No, I agree. I love that combination of 2 young players, obviously a rookie, and then one they've had for a couple of years, being paired with Eric Kendricks as a veteran to try and. Eric Kendricks, coming off a bad year, he's reached that age now where he's probably declining, but he's like 2 years removed from being one of the best coverage linebackers in the NFL, and that has to be a useful thing to be able to impart some kind of wisdom and information by osmosis.
And I love Henley's background as well. Former wide receiver, former safety. I mean, this dude has just played all over. He's a total athlete. He's just a football player, and now he gets to play in the middle of the defense. You get to let him read and react, go sideline to sideline. You see a lot of that when he's going downhill into the backfield as well. We have the Baltimore Ravens pick in. Before we announce that, got to remind people that Fabric by Gerber Life is your one-stop shop for all of your family's investments, including term life insurance and so much more, with an easy online hub. You can take their online quiz. It only takes you about 10 minutes, and you can see a personalized life insurance plan for your family. Whatever you need, you can sign up for it. And you can trust them. They got a 30-day money-back guarantee. They're trusted by over 50 million. They've been used by millions for over 50 years. They've got over 1,600 5-star reviews on Trustpilot.com. You don't have to worry if you are starting from scratch when it comes to life insurance. Fabric by Gerber Life is the place to go. Go to Meet Fabric, MEET, fabric.com/PFF to get started. Take the quiz. Find out exactly what your family will need, and you can get it there with Fabric by Gerber Life. Baltimore Ravens. I wonder if there's a hint here about a future roster move to trade one of their veterans after this one, because it's Trenton Simpson, the linebacker from Clemson. We've heard a little rumblings. Maybe Patrick Queen's not going to be there for the long term. I wonder if this is a little bit of a Patrick Queen replacement, knowing that they signed Roquan Smith. He's not going anywhere.
Right.
So you get Trenton Simpson in there. He's kind of that safety linebacker hybrid. He gives you that speed at the second level. What do you guys think about Trenton Simpson, him going this far back in the third round? Some people thought that at one point he might be a first-round pick. What do you think?
I think he was still the consensus board's number one linebacker, right, by the
Was
end
he?
of it. Every time Steve mentions a player, the guy gets drafted the next pick.
I did.
Are you
yeah.
Mike Mayock
Very
this?
interesting.
I have no information, but yeah, I did mention Trenton Simpson. Boom, he's off the board. He was at 47 on the consensus board I was using, number 2 linebacker behind Jack Campbell. He's unbelievably fast. Reminds me of what we actually see from Devin White on film, which is the production's going to be questionable, but the explosive plays are undeniable. Like if you just say, hey, go cover this guy, he can do it. Anytime Simpson's in zone, I mean, there's coverage bust. He doesn't see the field all that well. Developmental linebacker. Honestly, Patrick Queen took a couple of years to figure it out, for the Ravens, and Simpson might need a couple of years to figure it out. But whether they keep Queen or trade him, or whatever, it's a very athletic linebacker group with Roquan Smith, Trenton Simpson, and Patrick Queen in there right now.
He feels more like an athlete who's just playing in the middle of a defense right now.
That's it.
He doesn't necessarily feel like a true linebacker. I think a lot of people, a year from now, we're going to be talking about Jeremiah Trotter Jr., the other linebacker at Clemson, who is phenomenal at a lot of the true linebacker responsibilities, including setting the middle of the defense, a lot of the coverage responsibilities, and that frees up Trenton Simpson to do what he does best. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily because he can't. He just was not asked to do those responsibilities because Trotter Jr. was doing them next to him. So right now, he is just somebody who is see ball, get ball. That is what he is. And if his assignment is staying in the backfield to block, he is green dog blitzing through the offensive line or wherever it is, try to get to the quarterback. So he feels like just an athlete more than he does a linebacker. But here in the third round, fantastic athlete to take here. So I love the pick anyways.
Yeah, an athlete playing linebacker is a lot like Patrick Queen was for the first majority of his career, basically until Roquan Smith rocked up and he started to see a jump in his production.
And that's nice, late third.
Yeah, absolutely.
To take a shot on that.
We just saw the Vikings finally restock their draft picks. This is the trade down to pick up a couple of extra spots. Remember, you were expecting them to do that.
I thought they'd do it in the first round, but
maybe they were trying. Maybe they liked Jordan Addison that much anyway. But now they picked up an extra couple of spots to trade out.
Niners hate their draft picks, but they're trading up to 87 here.
They got Jair Brown, the safety from Penn State.
Oh, there we go.
I didn't love Jair Brown's tape as much as other people did, it seems. I felt like when it came to the safety responsibilities of being the last line of defense. I didn't love his pursuit angles when it came to tackles. I felt like he was going for big hits more than he was wrapping up. I did not think he was nearly as reliable as you needed him to be.
Can you read my notes?
No.
You got my notes too?
No, he is a weight room warrior. He is a guy who people like the athleticism and the upside of him. If you pick his 5 best plays, you could fall in love with this guy and think that he's going to be a starting safety for you. I don't know if the snap in, snap out reliability from him is ever going to allow him to be a safety that you're going to start in the long term, but he has the athleticism, the strength profile, and he comes from obviously a great strength and conditioning school in Penn State that continues to churn out these crazy athletes. So that's probably why they did it.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I didn't love him as a prospect, but this is not a good safety class.
Yeah.
He's better, in and around the line of scrimmage. Made a lot of plays in the run game and everything. So if you have a specific role, we're also at the point in the draft where if you have specific roles in mind, not everybody has to be an every down player.
Yes.
You can get the most of him as, not necessarily like a dime linebacker or anything like that, but just a box safety where he's working on everything in front of him and not having to, as you said, play more free safety and have to worry about angles and pursuit and everything.
So somebody mentioned, oh man, they took Jair Brown with Antonio Johnson still on the board. I think they're different players. I think Antonio Johnson's
nickel
probably
versus safety.
correct, right?
Yeah.
But
and even Antonio Johnson, I struggle with him as a very productive player who played in the slot, but a not really transferable slot from college to the NFL. So I didn't really know what to do with him.
he was
anyway.
also a little reckless. Good athlete, good size, but again, he was a little bit reckless there. I'd have taken Jordan Battle for this role that it feels like you're taking Jair Brown for. That would have been my
Yeah,
selection.
and the thing is, Hufanga is there.
Correct. Right.
So
It's
I
a
know they lost Jimmy Ward, who
little- played
played nickel for them last year, but Hufanga's pretty good, man.
Yeah.
Now we might have the running back run starting.
Remember I said that too? A little while ago.
Interesting.
You wired right into,
I've
HQ.
got, when you have
He
the
already has the results of the
consensus
draft.
storyboard, you could be a little more predictive.
He's got the
here.
script.
He's got the
I was thinking, Raj gave me the script.
This is
for
one
the
of my
draft.
guys here, Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh, tell us about Tank.
Take Tank Bigsby. I like Tank,
Second
man.
Tank drafted.
I think we got 2 tanks tonight.
Man, if you're not even the first tank behind a guy that weighs 165 pounds.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you're kind of right. Oh wait, do you guys have takes on Tank? I almost said Tank Bell. Tank Bigsby.
We're waiting on yours. Come on.
I'm
Okay.
just going to steal whatever you said.
All right, so I think that he played behind a very subpar offensive line, I think I'll say, over the last couple of years, and he played well. Last year I was really worried because I thought the contact balance wasn't great. I felt like he was stumbling and really just going down after first contact way easier. Then I felt like his frame and his profile, his play style should have suggested he did. This year it was different. I felt like he was a totally different dude. I don't know if he got in the gym and just started doing a lot of abs, a lot of ab wheel, a lot of core strength, whatever, but he was bouncing off tackles this year. He was not going down on first contact, and he looked like the running back I thought I was going to see the year before when he even was a little bit more productive, I believe, statistic-wise. So now you got back-to-back years where I think he is making up for a poor offensive line, and when it comes to a zone blocking scheme where this guy can be a one-cut back, I think he could have a ton of success. I love the way that he sees the line of scrimmage when it is those flowing offensive lines. And when it comes to bouncing off contact, once he gets going and once he gets momentum, I like that a lot more this past year than I saw even the year before that. So this is somebody that I like the fact that he's a back end of the third round guy.
No, I think this is a really good range for him. I think you're right. He reads gaps really well. He hits the right hole almost every single time. He gets yards after contact. The guy's broken 150 plus tackles in his career. He's got size. He's the poster child of, not drafting a running back high, because he's the kind of guy that can come in from the third round and be ridiculously productive right away.
92.7 grade on zone runs in his career, to back up what you guys are saying.
There you go.
Not a good receiving grade. I mean, so what's
No.
going to separate the receivers? Why did Bijan Robinson go in the first round? Jameer Gibbs go in the first round? Those guys are 3 down, all-around playmakers, move them around the formation and all that stuff. Bigsby's not going to be that guy. But, if he goes and has a 1,000-yard season, or if that even means anything anymore, but if he goes and has a 1,000-yard season, for the Jags, would you be surprised? No, I wouldn't be at all. He's a good, solid runner and a good value at this point in the draft.
Good compliment to ETN, I guess.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
I love him as the RB2 in Jacksonville right away. Unless, am I forgetting somebody, or is he immediately the RB2, we think?
think so.
No, he is. I said 1,000-yard running back if there's injuries and this and that.
I just couldn't remember if there was somebody spelling ETN. I didn't think so. I think he should be that next in line. He'll be that RB2.
Yeah, I think he should be.
Los Angeles Rams on the clock here at 89. We're saying the same names, but Adetomiwa Adebawore is perfect for this team. I thought he could have been perfect for him the last time they came on the clock.
We have their needs as running back, tackle, guard, center, defensive tackle, edge, linebacker, cornerback, safety.
But other than that,
are we just doing this to be funny?
Other than that, they're in
Still
great
punter,
shape.
long snapper.
They're great. They're in great shape.
Quarterback's good. Quarterback coach is outstanding. Zach. And,
Not a need. Not a need. Quarterback coach.
Draft room, draft house, excellent.
Are they in the house this year?
Yeah.
A lesser house, I heard.
All right, this reminds me. Let me get it off my chest since we're getting to the end here. All right.
You have 8 hours tomorrow.
I know.
No. Let him cook.
So every time there's a draft pick that's made, they cut to the war room or the draft house, and you get like they're going crazy. They're clapping. Everyone's clapping. It seems like a little bit of a forced clap. Everyone's shaking hands. Everyone's so excited, no matter who gets picked. And I was just thinking, I was like, I bet this is just a thing where, because in the last 5-10 years, they know they're being filmed. Like every draft room gets filmed now.
You want like the unfiltered draft room from 20 years ago?
Yes,
When
where
you
they're
cut
like,
to
oh.
it and you're like, your 5
like,
guys,
okay.
the 5 guys you wanted got drafted.
Yeah.
You got stuck at this pick and you drafted a dude who was like 700th in your big board.
They
You're like,
know
God
they're
damn
getting
it.
filmed, and
Yeah.
they got to put on a show, because you also don't want to do that. You don't want your play that you just picked to
Yeah.
watch your behind the scenes, and they're like, oh, we just took Seth Galina, and they're like, oh.
They did that 2 years ago, right? Wasn't the Eagles and Lions? The Lions were
The
upset.
Milton Williams pick.
Yes.
Because Howie was pumped about it, and I
And
can't
one
remember.
guy. Yeah, it was one
Oh,
guy.
we thought he was getting a
He
Olympic
like
meal.
goes to give him a high five, and he's just like,
Yeah, there was one dude.
and, and Howie was like, what? Like, we just got our guy.
They got
like,
Milton Williams
nobody else
instead
is
of
pumped
Olin
about it.
McNeil,
Yeah.
who went the next pick.
And one
Yeah.
dude who was pissed about it.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's good
That
stuff.
was,
But
so
at least,
sometimes
you know.
there's reality show.
But at least the decision maker was happy, you know? What you don't want is for him to cut the camera and the guy who actually made the call be like, ah.
Well, that's
Vrabel looked like he was going to choke somebody out last week. And now we go to the Titans, and they just traded like A.J. Brown, and he's like choking somebody out in the corner.
there's
Chuck
also like
Robinson on the floor, tapping out.
there's a hierarchical issue here too, where it's like the GM ultimately makes these picks. Like we understand that the GM has
Or the
has
owner.
veto power, or the owner.
Yeah.
And like they make the pick. If I'm a low-level employee, I'm like, oh, Howie, unbelievable pick. Again, you're a genius, Howie, unbelievable. So I get
Is
it.
Howie going to beat you up?
Look at this pick by the Rams, guys.
Kobe Turner.
Finally.
There you go. What'd you say he was going to go in the 6th round?
It
You're
just
a
felt like
hater.
the guy the NFL would just forget about.
You're a
but
hater.
they
Not-
got it. They
not
got
the
it right.
Rams.
Ding, 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 ding. Model hit.
Blue player?
Yeah, he's blue.
Wow.
This is the guy you want right here. Blue. He was expected to
I
go
like, look,
in the 4th.
you guys
or
can
5th.
see it right there. This past year, 92.2 PFF grade. I mean, this dude was a ball of fire in the middle of that defensive line. I mean, he was all over dudes. I said that he was Kalijah Cansey discount. I didn't call him Kalijah Cansey light. I said he was like the great value just because you were going to be able to get him later in the draft. But he plays that same kind of profile. He plays with that same kind of fire, and I think a lot of his highs, his best moments on tape remind you of what Kalijah Cansey was. What do you guys think about Kobe Turner?
I mean, it's so productive. Transferred from Richmond, 90-plus grade at Richmond, 90-plus grade at Wake Forest last year. Went to the Shrine Bowl, was solid there. Gets to play next to Aaron Donald, which is awesome. Uses his hands. He's explosive. He's another one of those guys because he's 290. He's not supposed to handle double teams, but he tries. Like he contorts. He does it. He's not as bad against double teams as he should be for his size. So that all added up to an elite grade. And Aaron Donald's going to retire in a couple of years. And I'm not saying Kobe Turner's anything close to Aaron Donald, but he'll at least potentially play that role when Aaron Donald decides that he's ready to move on. So I love the pick for the Rams. He'll be an immediate contributor.
All right, Steve thinks he's going to put Aaron Donald out of a job. What
That's
do you
what I
think,
said.
Sam?
Yeah, it makes
Future
sense.
Hall of Famer, Kobe Turner.
There you go. Yeah. It can't be any worse than your last future Hall of Fame.
Is that here?
Who was his last feature Hall of Fame?
Corey
He's
Davis.
about to get cut by the Jets.
Hey.
Or
I
the
also-
Jets could hold on to him and he'll be a 130 catch guy.
with Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
and
also
he just needed a
about time.
quarterback.
Corey
Right.
Davis.
It's about time.
I
All
also
he
like
needed.
Corey Davis.
Yeah.
It was hard not to love his film
Right.
from Western Michigan.
And now I know he's a 2. He's a receiver, low end 2.
Yeah.
It gets lower every year, but it's okay.
I mean, he's a Hall of Fame too.
I overrate like all Western Michigan receivers. I think that's what
I think everybody has been for a while. Yeah,
they're coached very well. Like Fleck and then whoever they have now, they're coached very well.
Cowboys picked after the Rams. They picked DeMarvion Overshown. Do you guys have takes on the versatility of this linebacker class? Because now I think we're getting into some guys that are, I don't want to say positionless, but they're hybrid players. Like Overshown is a former safety. He's a uniquely built linebacker who's a little bit thinner, but he's got the length for you.
So long and lean. Yeah.
What do you think about that, though? Do you gravitate towards that, or are you worried about that?
I mean, his production worries me a little bit. We haven't seen a worse run defense grade over his last couple of years. He was in the 40s, I believe it was, 2 years ago, just pure PFF run defense grade. Very improved this year. Just an athletic, long projection type, right? And that's all it has to be, because he's been inconsistent on the field for Texas.
I think overall, this linebacker core, what you were describing, they don't look like linebackers. They look like hybrid, defensive back type players. Are all long.
It's the future, man.
I don't know what they're doing. He flies to the ball. Like, if you give him a straight line and he sees it, he'll fly to the ball. Well, he'll also get blocked quite often.
This is the linebacker issue. Why it's hard to evaluate them from college to NFL and other things like that. It's just because we can always see the athleticism in terms of straight line. And there's a great clip of Jack Campbell running down like a speed option against Michigan where it's straight line. Bang. I just run to that spot and it's going to be there and that's it. And it's like linebacker play is all about can you have that reaction time? Can you have those instincts to shave off 0.5 seconds so you can get to the spot before, like if it's not clean, I get to the spot?
The first step is in your head.
Yeah,
If you read it faster, you don't need to be that fast. But I think the reason Jack Campbell went as high as he did is because he's the one dude that actually looks like a prototypical linebacker.
Yep.
The rest of these guys all look like some sort of strange, like hybrid version, which might be the way the game has gone. But as much as that is the way the game is going, the league still loves those guys that look like Jack Campbell.
Here's your linebacker run.
Yeah, here's another linebacker run. This is probably the last pure off-ball linebacker type that you could see starting in this class, and that's Dorian Williams from Tulane, who gives you some good athleticism. Again, when you pop on the tape, maybe he doesn't anticipate things as good as you wish. Maybe he's a tick slow to recognize where they're going, but once he sees it, man, I mean, this guy can fly to the ball. He makes a ton of plays. He's around the ball all the time. And if you get that anticipation from him, I think you're going to get a damn good linebacker at the NFL level. So the Buffalo Bills traded up to get him here at pick 91, and this makes a lot of sense because we heard that the Bills could have been in on Jack Campbell at 27 had he made it down there. So if the Bills, which were a team that we also heard wanted to trade back out of the first round, if they were going to stick there at that spot, Campbell was a player. And this type of role was something that they were looking to fill even with their first round pick. So getting Dorian Williams all the way here at the back end of the third round, I think is really nice for them since they missed out on Campbell.
Yeah, I like him a lot. I don't know if he's redundant to Matt Milano in that defense.
No.
The coverage first guy, not as good in the run game, kind of like an old school chase and run will linebacker. But I like Dorian Williams a lot.
Yeah, I
really
think,
athletic coverage player.
Right. I don't think he's redundant with Matt Milano there, but I think he does skew closer to Matt Milano than Tremaine Edmonds was. But I think it makes sense to kind of come in and replace that role of Tremaine Edmonds just in a slightly different way, with Milano being the kind of steady hand, the guy that does read it quickly, that does understand where to be at all times. Like Williams can come in and be more of the see-get type of guy and just cut loose, which was what Edmonds did for most of his career, which is why you were waiting for him to kind of put it all together.
Dorian Williams is a blue, by the way, too.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Bills are getting some.
Before the end of the night,
players.
can you tally up who has the most blues?
I'll tell you though, where I'm really torn is the Lions have gotten 4 players that I approve of plus Hendon Hooker. Basically 5 players that I would approve of.
So the roar is restored.
Yeah, 5 of the right players, but the order and the positional value and all that stuff maybe not so good.
The right player at the wrong time.
Yeah, but the Lions got 5 players. Bills have 3. 3 model players.
Can we get a best available? Can we see who the best available are? We've got less than 10 picks to go, I believe. 8 or 9 picks left.
They're all runs. We got Arizona coming up twice. We got San Francisco coming up twice. Okay, that's
I
it.
feel like every year we have one sort of hybrid safety that just goes way lower than expected.
Cedric Tillman's on
That's
this board.
Antonio
He
Johnson,
should
so.
not be on the board, but
Sure.
that's all right.
Clark Phillips, the guy that I thought would come off around this time, I
Yeah,
think.
both of
So-
those slot guys, Clark Phillips and Travius
Yeah.
Hodges Tomlinson.
Yeah, that's true. Would you pick both of them over Keely Ringo?
Everyone is asking us why
mean,
we had
it's
none
outside
of
versus
us liked
inside, maybe.
Keely Ringo, and the NFL doesn't either.
I
Yeah.
mean, he doesn't turn very well.
Yeah.
It's tough. Man, Kansas City Chiefs, they did select an offensive tackle. Okay, I don't know where DeJuan Jones gets picked. I don't know where DeJuan Jones is going to get picked. They just picked Wanya Morris, the offensive tackle from Oklahoma, who is a former, I believe, 5-star recruit. Really nice athletic profile. Didn't think that he played with the technique that he needed to be a starting offensive tackle at the NFL level. Go ahead.
But
Sure, yeah.
he's a fighter.
Yeah.
He gets after it.
All right.
The feet aren't good. The hands are really good. Like
Yeah,
it's
okay,
not great.
sure.
But he's a fighter, and
All right.
I'll give him that.
So you're saying just give me the attitude.
He's got the attitude. He has the attitude. But
Okay.
like you said,
About
the
Wanya?
technique.
Who are you talking about?
Yeah,
Wanya
Wanya
Morris.
Morris.
Yeah,
Yeah. We're on
I
we're on
agree
the draft, with the draft show.
Yeah.
yeah. Sorry, I was catching up on some news.
The PFF,
He's talking
the
about
PFF
the
show.
lead
Cody
singer
Mock will be
from-
playing at guard, by the way, per Jason Light.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Jeez.
Wanya Morris's hand position is atrocious.
Correct.
And it got better this year. And it's still bad.
I actually didn't watch
Wanya
any of him
Morris?
from last year.
It was worse in previous years.
Wow.
Do you remember like the description that they always gave
tough.
for Bobby Hart? You know, yeah, he's getting his ass kicked, but he tries really hard. You're like, yeah, I mean, I need a bit more than that, you know? I need him to not get his ass kicked every play.
Need him to block somebody.
Yeah.
Wanya Morris.
That's
Wanya
crazy,
Morris,
man.
Named after the lead singer of the R&B group Boyz II Men.
I did know this.
I was like, why do I know that name?
I
from
didn't know
somewhere?
this. I looked this up, and
Wow.
it's a fun background nugget.
Gotta love Boyz II Men. You an Our Lady Peace fan? You must be.
Of course, who isn't? These guys have never heard of
Used
Our
to
Lady
celebrate
Peace.
their entire catalog back in the early 2000s.
Our
Go
Lady
Canada.
Peace. Is that
Yeah.
the Statue of Liberty? Is that like a nickname
No,
for the Statue
no,
of
we're
Liberty?
just talking-
Our Lady Peace.
It's about the time we start talking about Canadian bands.
Right.
It's
This
about
was in
that
the
time.
this
From
is the
around the turn of the
itinerary.
century.
It's about that time
Yeah.
Okay.
right now. Yeah, Morris is he's a projection.
Yeah.
I mean, if he plays next year,
shocked he won the first 3 rounds.
Patrick's scrambling a lot. If he
I'm
plays
shocked
next
he
year.
won the first 3 rounds.
Where's his consensus board?
There we go.
He's not a model hit.
What's it? There we go.
There we
133
go.
on the
We got-
draft board.
There we go. What?
Well, hang on. It's not on the tracker yet. We better hold fire just in case.
You got to be kidding me. The Steelers are out
Did they
here.
win again?
The
Oh, wow.
Steelers are out here.
They did.
That's
If this
crazy.
pick is correct,
Just say it. Of
Broderick
course it's
Jones,
correct.
There it is.
Joey Porter
It's in.
Jr.,
And-
Keanu
So
Benton,
good, man.
and Darnell freaking Washington.
So here's
ding,
the
ding.
thing.
Yeah.
This is further than I think he should have slipped, but
Now
it
you're good with it.
But it makes more sense to me than it did him ever being in the first round. Like Darnell Washington, I could never understand why we're even talking about this guy as a first round player.
Dude, he's an alien. What do you mean?
He's not.
He is.
He's huge. The end.
Correct.
No,
and
he's better than
extremely
that.
explosive.
He's better than that.
No, he's better than
And
that.
has
but like,
the ability to be a monster
Is this where
blocker
Jelani
and a
Woods went
crazy
last year?
above the rim player.
the
the same
selling
pick.
point is like at that size and that like he has to be amazing, but that doesn't tally. There have been giant freak athletes before that haven't been amazing players. That doesn't put you in the first round.
I'm betting on
now
this dude.
he's
man.
a better football
I'd have bet
player
on him in the top 50.
than that, but like he never belonged anywhere near the first round. But I
Jelani
can't believe
Woods
he
went
slid this
20
far.
picks ahead of him last year.
Now that is pretty surprising.
And Jelani Woods was, I mean, it's the same description, right? It's just like, here's
Yeah.
this big dude you want to throw jump balls to, but he probably can't block. In Washington, you think can block, and you throw jump balls to him.
Yes.
It's a great,
I
it's
think
great
Darnell
value for the
Washington,
Steelers.
no question over
Yeah.
Jelani Woods.
I just think that the
And I
narrative.
love Jelani Woods. I want him on my football team, but I want Washington too here in the third.
Yeah, I think that the narrative around Washington has been wrong the whole time. Like people are saying he has the highest ceiling of any tight end in this draft is ludicrous. He doesn't, and not even close to it, I don't think. But he moves better than I would have expected him to when you sort of look at him. He does have incredible blocking skills, particularly out in space as those like, as screen blockers, like dealing with defensive backs, walling off defenders away from wide receivers or running backs out in space. He's amazing at that stuff. Not as amazing in line as you would expect him to be for that size, but then you get to the question of what can he be as a receiver, because he was obviously way down the totem pole at Georgia in terms of where the ball was getting shared around, even from tight end targets, second to Brock Bowers. but he does have good hands. He does have, I think, more skills as a receiver than as a route runner than people give him credit for.
He has great hands.
But I think the ceiling isn't as high, anywhere near as high as people think it is.
So Kenny Pickett last
You
year.
just described a guy with a high ceiling.
No.
A big body guy who could have more in the tank because he played in an offense where he wasn't used as much. He's got great hands. He's got incredible size. He's got good athleticism.
Yeah.
Where is the can't be a good football player?
Because I'm not saying he can't be a good football player. I'm saying where is the ceiling? Like Mercedes Lewis was a first-round draft pick, right? Back in the time where you're like, look at the size of that guy. Think of what he could be.
Hey, he's played for like 20
it turns
years.
out what he can be is an auxiliary tackle who occasionally can catch a pass.
He's in his like 17th year.
You know
When
Mercedes
has he
Lewis
ever
was
done
much
it?
better
Long-
12 years ago, right?
He wasn't that much better. I mean, he's never justified like the first-round hype, which again was similar in terms of think what
good
this
player.
guy could become.
So here's what I'm intrigued by. Kenny Pickett last year graded pretty well for us. Stats are terrible. 7 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. So now when the Steelers get into the red zone, we've got George Pickens, Allen Robinson, Pat Freiermuth,
Okay.
Darnell Washington. So the Steelers might actually be able to throw for some touchdowns next year with some of their red zone weapons. They've got a million contested catch guys and Deontay Johnson, who is allergic to the end zone. But that is great. That is awesome what the Steelers are doing in just adding a lot of talent during the draft here.
I'm about to extend an olive branch to you.
Okay.
Michael Wilson just went to the Arizona Cardinals.
We're all in agreement.
Yeah, we should all
We're
do
the
like the.
we're
No,
the
I'm not
draft
gonna do
room.
that.
We're all happy here.
One of my favorite players in the draft.
I love him. Absolutely love him.
Go ahead.
He's got the frame to play receiver at this level. Crisp route runner, explosive out of the break, with good efficient footwork in the break. Maybe some drops issues, if I'm not mistaken, but other than that,
A little bit.
love him.
Well, the worst part, I think the areas that you would see as deficiencies in his scouting report, first and foremost, is injury. He's missed a
Right.
lot of time
Yes.
due to injury.
Biggest
and
concern.
I think that is something that you worry, is this going to affect his athleticism? Is it going to be something where he's prone to injury moving forward because it was something that he's now had to deal with, multiple surgeries on his body, so that's tough. The other area is that he is not a vertical threatening speed player. He's just not. So when he wins off the line of scrimmage, you watch his tape and you go, well, he better win because he's not going to create that separation once he gets into his top speed. That gear is just not that high for him. But he cooks so many people off the line of scrimmage
crazy.
Yeah.
that he continues to create separation, continues to make throwing windows a little bit bigger despite not being the athlete that some of these other players in this class are. He's going to block his ass off. He's smart. I believe he's a 2-year straight captain despite missing time. His teammates love. I love Michael Wilson. I'm so glad that he ended up being a 3rd-round pick. Should have gone higher.
Yeah, really, really like him. Like the biggest concern is the injury history, and if you believe that that's going to clear itself up, and he's just been unlucky, he's an absolute steal at this spot. Had a good Senior Bowl as well. You're right, doesn't have blazing speed, but he's got a lot of good down the field plays. Like he's good at the catch point. He's so good at all the other things to offset the fact that he's not going to run straight past the corner that can run 4-3. He can't do that. But he understands how to set up defensive backs. He understands how to release off the line of scrimmage. He understands all the things needed to get that guy off balance to get him to the same speed and be able to run past the guy. So I love this guy as a receiver. And again, if you're comfortable with the medical, this is a steal.
96th percentile contested catch guy to back up everything you're saying. Reminded me a
Love
little of Michael Gallup light. The way Gallup has become at the NFL level. Uber possession type, just a good route runner, not going to be dynamic after the catch, not going to get behind defenders, but going to get open and move the chains.
I think this entire desk agrees that Michael Wilson's about to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. I'm going to go see one of those games in person, and I'm going to do so getting tickets using the Game Time app. You know where I was going with this one,
Nice.
Steve. This is the fastest growing ticketing app in the United States, where they're guaranteeing that you are going to find the lowest price no matter what it is that you are looking for, whether it's sporting events, whether it's concerts, whether it's theater, comedy, anything. Go check it out on the Game Time app. 60% less is what you could be paying for some of the tickets that you're going to get anyway. They can also give you great deals on last-second tickets. You don't have to pay. You don't have to schedule things too far in advance. Sometimes it can be spontaneous, and the best place to get those last-second tickets is, of course, at Game Time. It's super easy. Everything's right there in the app. You just get your tickets in 2 clicks, and you'll be ready to go. Download the Game Time app. Use the promo code PFF when you sign up for an account. Get $20 off whatever your first purchase is. Game Time app, PFF. $20 off. Make it happen. Lowest tickets that you are going to find. Are the Lions on the clock? The Bengals on the clock?
Lions traded up.
TV says the Bengals.
TV does say the Bengals.
TV's on at pick 95
where's the
here.
TV?
We are.
We're YouTube. They could be trade if the Bengals did trade up here, they could be getting DeJuan Jones. But let's see.
TV's saying okay, pick 95. So then I think this is the Bengals trading up. It's got to be.
Bengals are picking, so that's what it
Bengals
looks
are picking.
Well, this says.
We have the Bengals trading up in our picks chat here.
Okay.
But it says for 96.
But it says
not
for
95.
96.
Oh, for 96.
But the TV says 95.
Did we miss the Lions pick on TV? Maybe we're just way behind.
That's
It
95.
says Bengals are picking at 95 here.
Bengals picking at 95.
We got confusion.
Come on. We got
There's
too many
confusion
screens.
out here.
Too many screens
We're,
out here.
we're very professional.
We're trying to
acting
finish
confused.
strong, people. Do we think it's DeJuan Jones?
Keep the energy up.
Do we think it's DeJuan Jones?
I don't know. If they do get DeJuan Jones, then they've got.
I mean, if he slid this far, I think he's sliding into day 3.
Yeah, if he slid this far, he's probably sliding, unless the Bengals are like, man, we could use that guy at right tackle.
I mean, they could. They're going
It's
to take
more
a flyer
palatable
on
at
somebody.
95 than it is first or second round.
Sure.
But DeJuan Jones really does feel like if he was on your board at all, he probably would have been off the board right now, right? That's why I worry about a huge slide from him.
Except I
Bengals
think
fans are excited.
I mean, you reach a point in day 3 where you're like, it's worth. I mean, what else are we going to do with this pick? Like, it's worth taking a shot on day 3 with a pick that isn't worth an awful lot. You know what I mean?
You just run it at players on the big board?
He's off your board for like
not DeJuan
valuable
Jones.
picks.
Who is it?
Jordan Battle from Alabama.
Like it.
No, I mean, I don't have anything deep to say about Jordan Battle other than longtime starter and a hard-nosed player. Just gets after it, hits people in the mouth, can play. Maybe this is more of a college lingo, but can play like the weak side safety, come down, fill in the B gap type of situation.
Yeah, we need more of that.
Love it. Love it.
Talk more like that.
I think
That's fun. It's great.
I think there's something to a freshman defensive back starting for Nick Saban.
That's what I'm saying.
He's been starting since he was a freshman as a pivotal position
That was the Minka Fitzpatrick
in a Nick
selling
Saban
point.
defense. Yeah.
So here's what's interesting about Battle as I look at my numbers here.
Is he a beige?
So he was going to be a blue. He was on his way to a blue until he worked out so horribly. The workout was terrible.
I mean, I thought it was not great, but
It was
terrible.
below a 4.41 shuttle, a 7.41 cone, both below average, a 28.5 inch vertical. I hit 32 with a vertical, by the way, at one point at 275 pounds.
You had a 32-inch vert?
Yeah, like 10 years ago.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty good.
I'd say so. Ran 4.55. That's average. So everything was, the workout wasn't great. So when I break down the model, you can look at how do the production numbers translate? How do the combine numbers translate? So just the production's 87th percentile. The combine is 14th percentile. So it all evens off to about, he's a good player. He's a good projectable player, but the workout numbers are concerning as far as
It evens
the
out to the
projection.
95th pick in the draft. Great job for
It evens out right
Cincinnati
in the
Bengals.
middle. So look, it's one of those. The production could win out. He knows where to be, makes plays, does everything you said, and it's a good spot.
The Lions were on the clock. Their selection is in. It is Broderick Martin, the defensive lineman from Western Kentucky, another massive
big human being.
Would you call him a load?
No, see the load aspect of whoever it was,
Zach
Pickens,
yeah.
was his play off like on the snap. Like he gets into defensive linemen and then he bullies them and stuff like that. He's a load to handle. I didn't see that quite with Broderick Martin. He's just more big than he is a football player yet, as of now.
He is a mountain, though.
He's a mountain.
This dude's absolutely huge. This feels a Dan Campbell pick, right? Just more beef in the middle.
More beef. Yeah. No, it is.
This is a baconator in the middle, right?
Yeah.
We're going patty, cheese, bacon, patty, cheese, bacon.
Well, yeah, he's like, we've had a lot of, light players in this draft. He's kind of like Jordan Davis light, right? If you just get this giant human being in the middle, the guy that wins with power, can push the pocket, affect the pass game, but really you're there to just eat up space and stop movement.
Hey, the draft guide says, and I quote, Martin's a poor man's Jordan Davis.
There you go.
In that he is a towering 6'5", 337-pound nose tackle with uber long arms. Showed improvement as a bull rusher this past fall with 23 pressures after only 17 in his career prior. So the best is yet to come for this big monster.
Like Jordan Davis.
Here we go.
Not as powerful as he should be considering his size, but his explosiveness to size ratio is pretty good.
Explosiveness to size ratio.
Is that
Meaning,
229 on the consensus board. Just saying.
so he was a beige.
I mean, that's a
Oh, it's a reach.
reach,
Oh.
I would say.
A reach beige.
I don't know. I mean, he's 229 on the consensus board, and he goes at 100. What is it, 94? 90, where are we? 96.
He wasn't going to be for
the
everybody,
Lions.
but we heard that he was probably going to go a little bit higher than maybe he should in this draft. I heard some buzz over the last couple of weeks for him to be potentially picked decently high. It feels, I mean, the Lions make sense as one of the teams to take the bait on him.
Interesting that he's going over some of the other nose tackles. Jacqueline Roy or Keandre Coburn. Going over some of the big.
Yeah, I would have taken those two
Those
for sure.
numbers.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
But also, when you look at what this defense the Lions are kind of building, we thought Alim McNeil's a pretty good player. You know, where can they get that sort of real disruptive speed type of defense tackle? Actually, they appear to be skewing the other way and just adding more size to it all.
Not everybody can get Kobe Turner, you know?
It's true.
Can't all get him.
That's very true. That is very true.
Another center off the board.
Yeah, Ricky Stromberg from Arkansas.
Have we had more centers and guards?
Ooh.
Also,
Well, what do we count as Skoronski?
No, tackle. Let's say tackle. Like,
Cody
I'm not
Mox
part
at
of
guard.
Okay.
but another guy we still haven't had, Luke Whippler, off the board, right?
There's like 3 guards
I
off
would-
the board.
I'm-
No Luke Whippler.
I'm surprised Whippler's not off the board, although I seem to be much lower on Whippler than a lot of other people because although he's very smart, he's got a ton of football IQ. You can tell he's the guy who's calling things out in the middle, recognizes where defenses are coming from, knows how to angle things out, but I don't think he's very athletic when it comes to that lateral movement. I mean, you can't play him anywhere else other than center because
Right.
I don't think he can cover that kind of ground. And when it comes to getting out and making blocks in space, again, I don't think he has the athleticism to get guys between the shoulders. So, smart center, but I'm not super surprised that he has not been picked yet.
Even at this stage, like bottom of the 3rd round, given some of the centers that have come.
Our friend Dane Brugler, I think, had Whippler in the 5th or 6th round, but the consensus board had him at 82. They got Stromberg at 152. You see Stromberg's grades, though. They're solid. He's a good player, too. He's got potential starting potential here for Washington.
Yeah.
They don't need a center at the moment. Chase Roulier's there, but more
Well,
depth.
Stromberg's got the
Play guard.
size to be able to play any of the interior offensive
He has
line
more
spots.
versatility, certainly, than
so-
Whippler. I
so
agree with that.
He is definitely a depth guy. All right, centers. They're all the rage. Do we figure out? Do we have more centers off the board than we have guards? If we
I
didn't,
think-
if we
I
didn't pick
didn't-
Skoronski?
I didn't actually finish counting.
Oh.
1, 2,
This is a good team.
3.
We really make you question
This is
what
really
goes
good.
into the model.
It's like 4-3 or something like that. I don't know. I lost
Come
track.
on, you were almost there.
What's Steen? I don't know. Like, was Steen a tackle or a guard?
Oh, there's 10.
What'd they get drafted as? Got only 5 more picks here tonight. That's it, huh?
2 of them owned by the San Francisco 49ers.
Are we going live after? What do we determine?
I don't think we got a final call on it.
We
one
got
way
to
or the
know.
other.
People want to take a nap. They
Yeah.
deserve it.
Well, also, we
got
need
a
to actually
morning.
tell them
You
this
guys
time.
should take a nap. What do you mean?
Nah, we don't want to sleep.
Look.
Okay.
Finish strong.
All right. Cleveland Browns. Let's see. What have the Browns taken so far
They've only had 1 pick, I think.
this draft?
Cedric
Oh,
Tillman.
wow. It's only Cedric Tillman. Yeah. Have only picked Cedric Tillman, so they got another pick here coming. I'd love to see a defensive lineman, honestly.
Yeah.
Interior defensive lineman.
They came into the offseason with 0
Roy
defensive
Coburn,
linemen,
something.
not named Myles Garrett.
It has been rough there at that position, interior defensive line, for like 3-4
Years.
years.
But they've added Dalvin Tomlinson, Obo Okoronkwo,
And they just
Siaki
added
Ika. There we go.
Siaki Ika from
I think it's Ika.
Ika from the Baylor Bears.
Yep.
This is great, man. This is what
This is what they needed. It really
Yes.
is.
I'm
Love to
surprised he didn't go to the Lions if they're looking for a big nose tackle.
Sure.
Yeah.
Better football player than Martin, but anyway, Ika's good. This is good value here for the Browns.
There were
Production early in his
times.
career.
There were times at which I thought that Ika was very dominant
Yeah.
on the point of attack, and there were areas where I felt like he was getting moved a little bit easier than a player of his size should.
I think
so
that's.
I think but I think that hot and cold is why the Lions didn't pick him. I think the Lions looked at Broderick Martin and said, giant, run stuffer in the middle. That's it. That's all we need you to be. And when you look at Ika, yeah, he gives you a little bit better of a pass rushing profile, but he also gives you the up and down when it comes to the anchor ability in the run defense. His tape this past year was not as good as it was the year before.
Yeah, it wasn't at all.
And I do not know which one's the real Siaki Ika. That would worry me about a team.
Well, I
it
think
looked like he just lacked juice.
Yeah,
and
but what happened?
Yeah,
well,
I don't know.
I think the players at his size, and I'll as I speak, I'll look it up to get the exact numbers, but it's tough. It's tough for them to go out and play consistent football at that size. Like there's a tiredness that sets in eventually, I think, and that's why he's a third round player, or late third round, almost a fourth round player.
His best
6'3", 347.
I remember we did a way too early mock draft or whatever you want to call it back in August. Oh
we
boy,
have a kicker off the board.
Oh boy,
He did battle injuries about mid-season last year, but
did you miss this, Steve?
I see it.
A kicker off. What does the model say on the kicker?
Definitely a blue.
Look,
Third round kicker?
There's not a chance in
I
hell
did
he
a
ran
radio
single
hit
number about
where somebody asked me
about-
for the top special teamers in the draft. I said, I don't know, the Moody guy. So
You
there
mean
it
like
is.
emotionally or like?
I purposely
he's
ignore
Moody.
special teams. Purposely ignore special teams, but I
So,
gave an answer.
on
The
the-
Niners are thrilled. They got
on the
their
wall
guy.
here it says
The Niners got their guy.
On the wall here it says every player, every play, every game.
Except special teams.
Yeah. Do you want to edit? Except kickers.
Yeah, except the kicking game.
Oh, a third round kicker.
Look at that 91.7 field goal grade.
Great.
88 kickoff grade. This is my analysis.
82.9%
Didn't miss an extra
field goal
point.
percentage?
Pretty good.
Is it?
How many Bolitnikovs
Is
did
it
he
for
win?
for a third round?
How many Bolitnikovs?
You're right.
For Jake Moody. Hey, there's only 32 jobs in the world. Jake Moody's got one of them.
Okay, hold on.
Does he?
I
Does he
am
have one of
looking
them?
up.
He's going to win a kicking
I am
job.
looking up the last time a kicker went third round or higher.
Isn't it
Aguayo.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
your.
But
it's
no,
your Tampa Bay
trust me. I
Buccaneers.
remember.
Sebastian Janikowski.
So it has not been since Roberto Aguayo.
Mm-hmm.
He went second round in 2016.
How many picks do the Niners have? They have like 4 picks this draft, don't they?
Nate Kading went third round in 2004. Sebastian Janikowski went the first round in 2000.
2000.
Back-to-back years with a 90-plus PFF grade.
Not Martin Gramatica
Martin Gramatica.
went third round in 1999.
Martin Gramatica went in the third round.
Well worth
In
it.
1999.
Wow.
Tampa Bay Buccaneer, great. Don't you forget.
Yeah.
Don't you ever forget. This is an interesting one. I can't say I saw this one coming. Oh, here's a change of topic. Wide receiver Trey Tucker from Cincinnati. Before Tyler Scott.
He went ahead of Tyler Scott. Tyler
weird.
Scott was consensus board number 7 receiver at one point.
I like Tyler Scott a
He
lot.
fell-
I have him
You
as
think
wide
he ended
receiver
up-
6.
Yeah, he's like wide receiver 7 or 8 for most people.
I
6,
have-
7, 8. He's in that range for a lot of people.
I have him 6.
So Trey Tucker goes ahead of him.
Why? Justify it.
Justify it?
Yeah.
Can't do it.
All right, Seth.
He's 194 on the big board. Consensus.
Sebastian
draft board. Trey Tucker.
Janikowski's mom's name is Helena. So if we were to get married, she would be Helena Galina.
That's the Trey Tucker analysis we needed.
What just happened?
I'll tell you what happens is when you draft a kicker
Yeah.
and then the 194
Why did
Okay,
you
wait.
ask
I have a kind of real question, even though the answer is probably very obvious.
Okay, ask more questions.
Janikowski went 17th overall. Okay,
That's correct.
in 2000.
The Raiders said, yeah, we missed.
If you knew, so I guess he had like a pretty
The Raiders
close
said
to-
we lost 5 games by a field goal or less last year, so Janikowski is going to solve it.
Is he in the Hall of Fame?
Sebastian Janikowski?
Yeah. No. Okay, but he was a productive kicker for a long time, right?
After the first few, he struggled. For a
In
couple years.
Madden, yeah.
If you knew you were getting, like, I know this is the whole draft, you don't know what you're getting, but if you knew, like, you can guarantee let's say a
Justin
Hall of
Tucker.
Fame
Yes.
Justin Tucker, would you take him 17th overall?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe, right?
I would. Because you you've got all those 65-yard game winner
We
opportunities.
literally
and
have
stuff
like
that.
an R&D department that could actually answer this question once and for
Yeah,
all.
but
Like
the problem
if
is
you've got
I'm
Justin
the R&D
Tucker,
department.
right? If you got Justin Tucker, where is he actually worth drafting?
All right, let me get my guy, Jacob, Caleb, Weller. If you guys are still watching, if you guys could run the numbers on that really quick, please.
Yeah, really quick. We have 2
How high
picks
would
left.
you draft Justin Tucker? So, how high to actually justify? I mean, that'd be a good question on the Bijan stuff. Like, how good does Bijan Robinson actually have to produce? He's got to
Galina.
produce at a ridiculous level
I
to justify
can't do
it.
it, man.
Certainly a better
Let's go back to
question than this.
who else could you marry to have a funny name?
Anyone named Alina?
Okay, let's drag this back to Trey Tucker.
Wait. Let me answer Steve, please.
Oh God.
We don't have to. We're almost done.
Galina is a common first name in Russia, in Eastern Europe. So I could marry that, and they would
Galina,
become a
Galina.
Galina.
Oh, wow.
Perfect. Do that.
All right, getting this back on the rails here. Best available that we have with 2 selections.
Well, hang
left.
on. So let's go back to justifying Trey Tucker over even just his own teammate.
Okay, do it.
You can, right?
Okay,
I mean, there isn't one.
We already visited this.
But nobody else wants to take a stab at why
no,
they did this?
No.
Okay, we're just saying that was a bad pick.
So Tucker's a nice slot receiver. He's got some nice change of direction ability. And I guess if that's what you're going for, that's what you're going for. Tyler Scott's going to be more of a outside guy.
Yeah.
I liked Trey Tucker at the Senior Bowl.
Sure.
I did. I mean, like I thought he had good quickness, but I don't know why you're drafting that over Tyler Scott.
No.
He wasn't the best receiver on his own team.
He had a higher
Right.
shuttle than 40. He had one of those.
Oh yeah?
We brought this up. You don't know the history here, but Trey Waynes had, if he ran a 4.4 40, he ran like a 4.45 shuttle or something like that.
That's
And
okay.
we're like, that never happens. And then you're watching the film. It's like he doesn't change direction, but he's straight line.
Right.
And there was like 15 players in history who had higher shuttles than 40s. And apparently Trey Tucker's one of them now, unless if my numbers are good. Higher shuttle than 40 time.
Holy cow. Cameron Latu just went to the Niners. What is their draft? The tight end from Alabama.
What do the Niners have at this point, besides a kicker? Jair Brown, Jake Moody, Cameron Latu.
I mean, I guess there's not a ton of tight ends left on the board, but like
The Niners have 5 picks left, rounds 5,
Davis
6, and 7.
Allen, Josh Wiley, Payne Durham, Will Mallory.
Love Mallory.
I feel like you could have picked all of those guys.
If all
over
these
Cam
other
Latu.
athletic guys went, I'm surprised Mallory hasn't gone. And
Or-
Zach Kuntz, who had a ridiculous workout, even though like Mallory at least it shows up on the field.
Right.
Kuntz's workout, which is unbelievable, doesn't show up on the field all that
But it
much.
is like off the
But he's
charts.
huge.
I felt like I liked Cam Latu more than most people, but I was like, yeah, day 3 guy.
Yeah, it's just because like where is the athleticism like in any aspect, right? In that height, weight, speed, combine measurable thing. It's just not there. So, but I guess end of the third round is probably okay. I'm not mad at it.
Not mad. Oh, look at that. Minnesota Vikings got one of my favorite players in this draft.
Oh, Mekhi
Blackman, the USC corner.
Talk to us about
love
it.
that.
Tell the good people.
Tell the good people.
Wait. Ding, 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 ding.
Blue?
Are we getting blue?
It's a blue.
Wow.
Nice.
Is green higher than blue?
No.
Blue's the highest.
Blue's the
Wow.
Blue chip.
So we've got a lot of blue.
You got a few blues.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean they're all relative to the round and stuff. But yeah, go ahead.
I mean, look, he's small, he's undersized, but he's incredibly feisty. He gets a lot of pass breakups. He gets interceptions. He's really good with his hands. Like, he'll stay physical. There's one corner, I think, is in this entire class who had a 90-plus PFF grade in man coverage and in zone coverage last year, and it was Mekhi Blackman. That guy's going to get kind of slide in the draft at the end of the third round. They make him into a slot corner at the next level because of his size. But I just love his play. I think he works through a lot of trash, just makes plays on the ball. I think he's one of the better corners in the draft, to be honest.
So the Vikings with 2 smaller players, but 2 USC players in Jordan Addison and Mekhi Blackman, with their only 2 selections here on the first 2 days of the draft. They traded back, which is why they're picking all the way back at this range, but only started the draft with 5 picks. Now they have 2 in hand and 5 more, so we figured that this was going to be Minnesota's strategy, but that's it. That's the third round. That was the final pick of the third round. Fellas, how we feeling? Best available? Still got DeJuan Jones, Antonio Johnson, Luke Whippler.
At this point with DeJuan Jones, it's almost like you can't even put him on best available because it's like, clearly he's off the board for
he's
most
sliding,
teams.
Obviously, for those reasons. The two slot corners, the Clark Phillips and Trey Tomlinson, I expected at least one of them to be taken at this point.
I'm surprised Darius Rush hasn't been picked.
Yep.
South Carolina corner. He was one of those guys that I thought I was going to, the NFL was going to side with me on that he was going to go higher than perception, and obviously went the other way.
And we've got,
but he was 80th on the consensus board too, and he's still around.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few really interesting names that haven't been taken. Keely Ringo, who again, I think the first round talk was a little crazy, but
now it's getting to the point where it's
crazy the other way.
It's crazy,
It's
wherever he gets taken.
Yeah, getting Keely Ringo in the 4th, 5th round. Good, and very, very good.
Adebawore, that guy's still there with that insane athletic profile. Okay, there's no size
early
to him.
4th though is where you see a lot of the bigger names get gobbled up, and it's like, all right, those guys have a chance to contribute.
Yeah, all these teams had a night to go look up the PFF big board.
Yeah,
and
go check it out
and realize their mistakes.
That's true.
You can check out the PFF big board too, pff.com. How's that? No, you keep going.
If you don't have the PFF subscription, you can do so right now. Get 40% off by using the promo code DRAFT40, DRAFT40, to get 40% off a yearly PFF subscription. You not only get the draft guide, you get the premium stats, you get the fantasy football tools, you get the betting tools, you get everything. So if you don't have a subscription, go to PFF.com, DRAFT40. There's your promo code to get 40% off. Let's take a look at all the players that were taken in round 3, starting with the load himself, Zach Pickens.
Load himself.
Tyler Steen next on the list. I love the Sidney Brown selection. Same thing that we did for the second round. I'm not going to read off all of these, but
yell them out.
I assume.
Don't yell them.
Tank Dell.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get the Tank Dell.
Byron Young, super solid in the middle for the Raiders defense. I like it.
I like the Garrett Williams
Can you yell
pick
them
as
out,
well.
please?
No, you don't yell them out. You're next to your mic. People are listening to the
I mean, look, as much as I was railing against the idea of Hendon Hooker in the first round, Hendon Hooker at 68 overall to the Lions, I think is a great pick.
Yep, I would agree. I would definitely agree. Like I said, I like the Garrett Williams one. Love the Colts getting Josh Downs at 79.
Yeah,
love that one.
Josh Downs.
Tajay Spears.
Zach Harrison fan over here too for the Falcons.
Good pick.
Long, fit 5-star recruit. You gotta love that.
I like the Kraft and Luke Musgrave they ran before for the Packers.
Doubling up.
Yeah.
Tight end position. You've got Kobe Turner going to the Rams at 89. I think that's a very, very solid pick for them. Love him getting to learn from Aaron Donald.
Darnell Washington at 93. I mean, again, first round crazy. 93,
Steal.
absurd value.
Steal.
Yeah.
I think this is the last one. This is the last one here. Siaki going 98.
Jordan Battle, Michael Wilson, those are the two. Those are the two ones.
Every player, guys. Keely Ringo went after a kicker.
Yeah, that's rough.
That's cold.
Adetomiwa Adebawore went after a kicker.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just need a kicker.
When is sometimes?
Well, now, apparently.
In the 3rd round? Interesting. Maybe I'm spoken as a man whose favorite team was burned that way before.
Yeah.
Just wouldn't advise it.
Yeah.
Would not advise it.
Oh, was he not a good kicker, Aguayo?
Oh, no, he's great. He's going to the Hall of Fame. Didn't you
Hall
hear?
of Fame.
Didn't you
funny
hear?
thing about, not even the funny thing, the thing about Aguayo is that the grading didn't back up him going high.
Like, it was like one of those things
though.
where he hit a bunch of
He was clutch, though. He was
Clutch kicks, which
super
is like-
clutch.
Right.
yeah.
But
He
even
was super
they,
clutch.
ones that weren't even necessarily that hard, but they were important.
Yeah.
So take him high.
Was he the one who got the kick blocked by Georgia Tech, or is that like a year later or before or whatever?
I think it was.
when
I think it was
Florida
later.
State had like a long winning streak and then Georgia Tech blocked the kick and then brought it back for a touchdown, like one of the craziest plays of all time. No one watches football here. All right, fine.
I think that's it. Our camera guy is feverishly giving you the thumbs up right there, which means it never happened.
The people are asking for more X's and O's football time. You have 8 hours tomorrow.
We have so much time tomorrow, man.
Yeah.
Tight mint.
People,
Let's
we
do it,
are
baby.
going to get into it. Obviously, it's a super unique class. We talked about there being some size outliers at a lot of different positions. And we're definitely going to dig into it because Seth's going to be on the desk tomorrow, as is Anthony Tresh. These two guys getting a well-deserved break. Appreciate you guys.
Are you guys gonna do the podcast tomorrow?
I'll be following along at home. We're going to be doing division recaps starting as early as Sunday night. We'll go division by division, team by team with draft grades.
I'm also going to be
podcast.
doing some fairly extensive research into names that would make Seth Galina's wife sound funny.
Yeah, the people are loving that.
I gotta find a wife first, man.
We gotta no. This is how you do it.
Right.
This is your dating
Yeah, you
show.
cut it down to just the ones that are named Helena and other
The
things. that
folks
would
at
be funny.
Fubo TV, they're watching. They're watching. They might need an idea for a good reality show. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, find an Alina for Galina.
The name writes itself. For everybody that was watching, however you were watching this show, we really appreciate you hanging out with us, hearing our analysis, getting in on the tomfoolery in the chat. It was a lot of fun to see you guys react with these picks as well. We got one more day. We got 4 more rounds, 1 more day. Ton of coverage still coming at you tomorrow. Sam, Steve, thank you guys so much. This has been a lot of fun over the last couple of days.
Had a great time. Thank you, guys.
This was fantastic. Appreciate everybody watching. Make sure you go download the Game Time app. You can save 60% off and the lowest price guaranteed tickets, no matter what tickets you're looking for, whether it's sporting events, music, theater, comedy, anything. Go download that Game Time app. I'm Trevor Sikkema for Sam Monson, Seth Galina, Steve Palazzolo. Appreciate everybody watching day 2. We'll be back here 11:45 a.m. Oh boy, a.m. For more day 3 coverage, we'll bring it to you right here on PFF's desk. We'll see you guys then.